kind of fucking toxic. fuck? I'm like stuck in the fucking fuse. Yeah. I don't even have 100%. I don't even have 90%. What is this actually going to do? Means I'm actually mitigating damage. Blocking 40% damage. That's cool. Oh man, that slam that would have for sure one-shot me before. Looks like it's going this way. Fuck me, dude. Ah, that was my bad. Fuck. Holy, that was not my intention. I was supposed to summon it. Fucking dude. So I was so scared. It's not really easy. It's giving me the full 30% dodge there. above one. make me. What is this fight? Why they all fucking water but not dying? They're like the whole being water and not dying for like a few minutes. What the fuck? She's gonna cause bigger on them and they're all gonna be full health again. Cares about fucking experience, right? Can you fucking die? I just got this fucking roll fucking chasing me down. And he just doesn't die. Die. Huh? This guy's got a fucking molten shell. Fuck you. Avail the return. That's cool. Alright, that's phase 2 fighting, I guess. Can I not be fucking great experience? stuff. It is. No positive with this is going to be gas. It's probably not bad.
face when I slide through every place I will find you. Every time we fell apart, girl, I see it in the stars. I'ma end my life without you. Baby, let's just see what these clouds do. I'm not so perfect, baby, are you worth it? Come right here. Hey, girl, let me see you work it. Now we closing curtains, come right here.
Gloves for comfort, and then I have one mastery here, so I have three strike targets. That feels a lot better than 2, and 1 is like unplayable. I won't do the ritual. I know. Normally I would do the ritual there, but I'm gonna try to like show you know, not super boring stand in circle for 3 minutes map. So I'll just clear this straight to the boss, do a Minotaur. I have destructive play on, so Minotaur will bring some friends. I've been doing some Delirium farming. Delirium boss rush has kind of been my go-to, but Delirium's had some buffs this league. You can now Delirium Orb tier 17 maps. Simulacrum is half the time. The rare, or the boss only drops in Simulacrum are more common now. Technically a slight nerf with the Adored nerf because that lowers the value of voices a little bit. But, yeah. I'll skip, well, I'll do the lead mechanic. I don't want to take too long. This is the one that's just like the Blight. But, I mean, yeah, it only gets faster from here. This is the worst it's ever gonna look. Once I actually get, like, crazy attack speed. Am I actually gonna fail this because of Delirium? Okay, well, that's funny. Well, remember, I could have skipped it. I do these in one take, and sometimes they go wrong. I actually have no idea what killed me there. That's actually really confusing. I just went from 85 to 93 deathless. Like, I face tanked everything, and I did not die for a day and a half. I was at 24 deaths from 85 to 93. So what that means is, of course, for a video, I'm gonna die 60 seconds into the map. Maybe I'll get some redemption here with some flexing. We'll see. But yeah, like I said, scaling attack speed is your best friend. It's damage, it's smoothness, and speed. It's kind of everything. You scale it with your main damage stat. You'll also notice I have 7.5k life. That's because I have 1.5k strength. That becomes 750 flat life. So my strength alone with my percent life is just giving me about 2k extra life. If this was a 200 strength character, I'd have like 5.5k. And, you know, I know we're way past the life meta where just, like, a tanky build had 8k life and no other layers of defense. We've since had the whole defensive rework where now people have, you know, all the max res, determination, whatever. We're getting a little bit back to E8 or hit pool being more of a factor. No more, like, giga tanky 4k life builds with some of the changes. But, it is a layer of defense. Like, when you get a strength upgrade, it is defense. Alright. We'll see how bad Minotaur is. He's gonna summon a bunch of friends. We'll see. Okay, that did some damage. Okay, well. I don't know what that... Like I said, I don't think I'm actually, like, deliberately well, he was delirious. Maybe that's the difference. I promise I'm not lying when I say I just did a day and a half deathless. But now I look like a phony. Oh well, whatever. I'll just have to go bully a shaper to make up for it. You know, I actually tell. Okay, you know, here's the Schrodinger's XDD chatter. Ready? Someone's gonna be like, "Why didn't you drop a portal? Why'd you run back twice?" 'Cause I didn't die for a day and a half. I don't like even that first death. I'm not gonna register like, oh yeah, I should go drop a portal in case I die again. No, that's not even on the radar. Like, all right, oh yeah, so we have 4 bosses here due to destructive play. Let's see how tanky how the damage is against Minotaur. Maven's gonna be healing him. She does that. Not much we can do about it. Okay, well. I should be able to tank all the falling rocks, but he's Okay. Alright, now he's getting chunked. I have my sniper's mark on one of the garbage bosses. So, one of the stupid, like, destructive play summon bosses took Minotaur sniper's mark. Alright. That was a bad demo. Well, this happens. You know, sometimes you plan it and the demo's terrible. So, sometimes you plan it and the demo's good, but that's what you get for doing it live. I'll finish on a Shaper. This is my first Shaper of the league. Spoiler, this is gonna look ZDPS. Because right now I'm still only at like 1.8 mil DPS because, you know, no Iron Fortress and I'm missing some large clusters. So the damage is lower than I would like. I think my tankiness is higher than my video demo I did in the video a couple days ago. But I think damage is a little lower. But a lot of that's just, you know, price on gear and stuff. The things I'm missing. Damage is still alright, but we'll see how bad the Shaper looks. Surely I can tank this, right? Yeah. I'd laugh so hard if that just splatted me. I have morals though. I can't redo it on that. It is what it is. It always bothers me that the silver flask is slightly out of sync because it takes a different amount of charges than the triple LA flask. By the way, I'll just throw this out there. I use Taste to Hate while playing Sunder because they're 2C and just the extra fizz is cold on top of it just being like a vanilla ruby flask. That actually worked out kind of nice, but I ended up selling it back for a better flask later. But rip Taste to Hate. I promise the build gets damaged later.
You tackle with things you do not understand.
Be careful who you bully in middle school. This is gonna be pretty fun in a couple days. When I swapped at the start of the day, my tooltip was 10.8k on Molten Strike. It's like over 100k now. So just in the course of a 9-hour stream. Well, no, okay, let me back that. I've like 5 times my damage because that's the 10.8k was with no buffs up, and the 100k right now is with buffs up. So it's probably like 5 times damage. But like in 9 hours of play, I have 5 times my damage, and it's entirely reasonable that in another 9 hours of play, I could like triple my damage still. We're just now getting onto the scaling train of just crazy scaling. See, the recovery's good because, you know, I have Circle of Life with a lot of hits. Now it's time for Mr. Valdo. Alright, it's gonna be a little low damage. Just day 2, 4 hours, whatever. Or 2 days, 4 hours. I'm a slow leveler. I'm at least gonna tank this, alright? Okay, we made it. We made it. It's not that bad. Like this is passable, right? That's not that bad. I've seen worse, all right? I've seen much slower Shapers. That was 30% in like 12 seconds. What's that work out to on math? Like 2.5% a second? He's got 74 mil. Yeah, that's 2 mil DPS. Look at this slam. Look at that slam. Didn't even break my energy shield. That's passable. You guys just wait. You just wait. This is gonna be 10 mil tomorrow. Nah, I'll be like 7 mil tomorrow. We'll see. Just got 1 large cluster. That was a 23.8% upgrade. I'm gonna get 2 more of those. We got an Iron Fortress for a 50% upgrade. Like, the speed's really good if you just leap slam fast. Like, I know if, like, just being fast at leap slamming, like, look how fast I'm getting back to the boss and, like, still killing everything along the way. And I'm not really on like the giga attack speed scaling train yet. I have a lot more I can do before I get to like the complete ridiculousness that I had on the previous character.
The face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped.
I at least get to flex the fact that the Shaper Slam doesn't break my energy shield, basically.
Come to me.
I really don't need the life flask much anymore. But... okay, slightly. How hard is this hit? Why did that one had to be a crit? That was a crit. All right, he's taking damage though. You know, it's just gonna put a smile on my face in like the second weekend of the league when I just walk into this guy and just slap his head clean off his shoulders. All the people who are commenting ZDPS right now are gonna be the same ones in the comments who are like, lol, 10 mirror build, even though my budget's only gonna be like 25. Divines, not mirrors. I just specify that.
Lost it.
Oh, I didn't have any endurance. Okay, I know what happened. I had no endurance charges on that. The slams that don't break my energy shield, I have 7 endurance charges. That one that hit me for like 40%, I just had no charges yet because he just came out of his phase and did it. So I hadn't been hit yet. That makes sense on the super inconsistency. Because I'm probably 90% mitigating it with endurance charges. Because it's like 9k damage or set 8k damage. So it's hitting me for 800 or 900. And then it's getting reduced by Arctic Armor even more to like 600 or 700. But if I have no 7 endurance charges, it's like ×4 basically. So then it hits me for like 3.5k. And then Arctic Armor reduces it to like 2000. Yeah, that checks out. That's about hard to hit. So that's just the difference between full versus no endurance charge. I will say one side note is on the jug changes. Steel's charge is a little bit more dangerous now. Like, however impactful it was before, now when you have Steel's charges, like, it's a pretty night and day difference if you have 7+ charges. It's actually like an argument to not go too all in on charges and take the, whatever the +1%, this guy here.
To save the future.
It's an argument against Unrelenting, honestly, because if you have like 10 endurance charges and Unrelenting and you get Steel charges, like that's kind of a bad time. You don't want to be too leaned all in on one layer of defense. All right. Dude, okay, this is just unfortunate timing. We'll just chalk this up to the demo portion of this video did not go very well. I promise I've had hours of play today that looked fairly smooth with worse gear than this. Slam me. Pathetic. Dude, he's doing another. Okay. I'm not used to getting this many phases. This will just add to the effect of like, oh, you'll see this video, and then you'll see my 1 week video, and you'll see the difference in power. It'd be like, dang, he scaled really hard from day 2 to day 5. But like part of that will just be this went really badly for the demo portion. Beam and get Shaper's Touch. There we go. Alright.
Irrelevant.
The demo didn't go great for either the Minotaur or the Shaper, but that's what happens when you do live, you know. You sometimes corrupt ally weakness on hit. Nope, okay. I can't speak that into existence. Alright. That's going to wrap it up. That's kind of the day 2 update. It's been 2 days and 5 hours now. I'll probably do another one of these, going over, like, different struggles, tips, progression, whatever, in a few more days. Maybe I'll do the 1 week update. But I'll try to timestamp this all so people can check the sword talk and large cluster talk later. But I'll see you guys next time.
So there I was, standing in the shower, brainstorming, coming up with ideas for my next video. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, it hit me. This is the best idea I've ever had. It was the worst idea I'd ever had. But where did it come from? In my previous video, I talked about the value of obscure consoles. While editing, I came across footage of 3DO CEO Trip Hawkins discussing the company's next move. Their recent entrance to the console industry with the 3DO interactive multiplayer hadn't gone as planned. I grew up knowing 3DO as the publisher behind N64 games like Battle Tanks and Army Men. It wasn't until the famous Angry Video Game Nerd episode Plumbers Don't Wear Ties that I discovered 3DO's attempts to penetrate the hardware market. Like John's penetration attempts in Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, it was largely unsuccessful.
Hi, I'm Jane.
I love everything about you. I love you like I've never loved anyone in my life.
I love you like I've never loved anyone in my life. The more research I did on the 3DO, the more interesting the story became to me. I don't know why, but I find these dark corners of video game history appealing. That said, there's no shortage of 3DO-centric content on this platform. Lots of good videos and documentaries, so I'll just briefly explain the 3DO's unfortunate history. First to mention is 3DO's business model. Dreamt up by 3DO and Electronic Arts founder Trip Hawkins, it was quite different from what we typically expect in the console market. Rather than proprietarily assembling the system, the 3DO company would license the console's schematics to electronics manufacturers. So you don't just buy a 3DO, you buy an LG, Panasonic, or Sanyo 3DO. After purchasing manufacturing rights, these companies were entitled to all the profits of hardware sales, while 3DO itself collected royalties on game sales. There are problems with this. Most game companies sell consoles at a loss and rake up the profit in the software market. With royalties primarily being funneled back to 3DO itself, this left the manufacturing partners up the creek. I'm speculating here, but I imagine that's why the suggested retail price of the system was an outrageous 700 American dollar dues. That's about $1,400 today. Unless you bought a PS5 on eBay in 2021, this is probably unimaginable to you.
Our system is capable of much more advanced and much more real-looking images.
While there were small changes made between manufacturers, the 3DO uniformly boasted some pretty impressive specs at launch, including its Cell engine. It sounds like a buzzword, but it allowed for accurately texture-mapped polygons and advanced bitmap rendering, meaning sprites could be easily stretched, rotated, and lit, made transparent. It was a significant advantage over the competition. That is, until the PlayStation and Sega Saturn released about a year after the 3DO came out, both at a fraction of the cost.
$299.
The simple fact is that even if the 3DO had come out gangbusters, and it didn't, it wasn't built with polygons in mind like the PS1, Saturn, and N64. Some of its games were impressive for their time, including the definitive port of Wolfenstein 3D. However, like its most closely related contemporary, the Philips CDI, the majority of its software library was edutainment, FMV bullshit, and softcore pornography. Okay, with all that out of the way, I'm gonna be frank. Whatever expectations I had when I came up with this video have been blown away with a force so decisive it feels like I've lost innocence. And not just because I played a 3DO game called Sex. Although it certainly does get me excited in the downstairs region. I wanted to look into specific topics relevant to my channel, so I decided to play every RPG on the system. Every time I thought I found every single game that could be considered an RPG, I dug a little deeper and found another one. In the end, I played 14 games. Although I'm playing very fast and loose with the definition of RPG. I wanted to be thorough. I wanted to minimize the inevitable comments telling me that I missed something, so I even played Japanese-only games, like insofar as I could. Every time I believed I hit weirdness bedrock, the foundation gave way and I fell further into the 3DO rabbit hole. So join me now as I take you on a journey so strange, it makes Strange Journey look like Quest 64. A quest so troubling, it makes Quest 64 look like Xenogears. Let's start with a game oft-hailed as a 3DO classic. This is Immercenary. You're introduced to its world with some cutscenes combining full motion video with comic book style framing.
Dr. Collier! What happened? We're losing sync. We've got to pull him out.
Yeah, it's cheesy, but there's a sense of style and identity a lot of FMV games lack, and the acting, well, it could just be my standards at rock bottom after playing Plumbers Don't Wear Ties on stream, but it's decent.
If you go back in there, be extremely careful. You saw what happened to number 4.
Local musical theater quality. The game is set in the grim future of 2004. Immercenary explores implications of the so-called internet. Most of humanity is trapped in a virtual reality construct called Perfect, unable to return to reality. The core of Perfect is an entity known only as Perfect One, and it must be destroyed in order to free humanity. The setup is pretty great. It perfectly combines a legitimately bleak scenario with this ridiculous vision of the World Wide Web circa 1995.
What you now know as virtual reality will in your future become a virtual Armageddon.
The team was apparently inspired by Snow Crash, but I'm getting some serious Lawnmower Man vibes here. The question is, how's the game? To that I answer, yes. It wouldn't be accurate to call Immercenary an RPG, more like a first-person shooter with some light RPG mechanics. I described the game to somebody as William Shatner's Tech War with roguelite elements, and that sentence is just so insane I can't let it go.
Okay, Rossi won't be pushing his trash around here anymore, but we're not done by a long shot.
You play as an agent who's sent into Perfect in order to defeat Perfect One, and from the moment you're dropped in, it's just unadulterated chaos. Perfect is populated with a variety of strange characters, all of whom will do their best to kill you the moment you're within their line of sight. In the beginning, you'll die almost instantly, but that's okay, because you're given another chance to hop back in.
A definite improvement in target acquisition and kill ratio. That's good.
As you kill enemies, they'll drop a cloud of static. Depending on the enemy type, moving over the static will increase defense, offense, or agility. Defense is akin to hit points, offense is ammo capacity, and agility dictates how long you can move around without needing a rest. Rather than picking up ammo or health packs, you'll have to locate terminals which recharge their color-associated resource, with blue terminals recharging all at once. When you get started in Perfect, it's time to move. Standing still in this game is death, so running out of agility is troublesome. It's made worse by the movement controls, which defy all rationality. Pressing up on the D-pad will increase your character's speed, while pressing down lowers it. Left and right will turn your character, and pressing the shoulder buttons will cause your character to take one step left or one step right. Yeah, not really strafing, literally it's one single step. If you want to strafe, you have to rapidly press the shoulder buttons, and it's just about the most unintuitive thing I've seen in a console shooter, even considering its age. If you want to stop, you have to press the D-pad down until your acceleration slows, by which point you've probably cruised past your intended destination. It's difficult to describe, but it feels like playing a forklift simulator or something. I think they were trying to do something different, hammer home that VR theme, make it feel like you're gliding around the game world, but it just feels like you're never in control. After a difficulty spike in the opening hour or so, your ability to survive increases exponentially. Initially, you'll only be able to take on enemies called goners with low health and damage output, but soon you'll be able to take on tougher enemies and stay within Perfect for longer periods of time. It's interesting that the little FMV interludes actually give you hints about the game world or what you did wrong, helping you gain knowledge and survivability.
5. We may be onto something here. Run through the static fields of the next few rhythms you crash, so we can gather some more data.
You'll learn what the power-ups do and naturally become better at directing your forklift away from certain death.
Just between you and me, I never thought you could do this.
I mean, yeah, who else would it be between? 3DO Magazine. I'm sorry, it is a legitimate publication. 3DO Magazine says this is a game which looks like nothing you've ever seen. And, well, that is true. The world is presented like the simulation of a city, with each district having different architecture and rarely some explorable structures. There are occasionally static fields which prevent you from using your abilities too. This causes certain textures to flicker in and out of wireframe. It's a pretty simple effect, but it's cool for the time. Despite the mundanity of your surroundings, the game does a good job of making you feel like you are in virtual reality. The fact that the cutscenes outside of Perfect are performed by real actors creates this contrast where the simplistic 3D graphics actually serve the intended purpose. Music also changes depending on the environment you're in, which is a nice touch, even if the music itself isn't all that great. The crowning jewel of a mercenary's presentation is easily the talking heads.
It's everything and nothing. Computer program. A universe. A dream.
What is going on with that?
My eyes are down here.
There's a safe haven within Perfect called the DOA Sys, where the denizens of Perfect aren't allowed to fight each other. Unlike other terminals, the DOA Sys is rendered on screen at all times, so you always have a grip on where you are, or where you should.
Hello and welcome, Exiles. If you're like me, you've gotten to the point in the league where you're starting to wonder, man, these gold prices are getting pretty high. I want to keep getting free loot while I do stuff, and I want these guys to work efficiently, so I want to do the upgrades. But the upgrades start getting pretty pricey. 80k gold for the final upgrade for farming, and this is pretty representative of the other prices to upgrade all the other pieces. Not only that, but hiring the expert level people that do better work and are more efficient, they cost more gold per hour to pay them to do their jobs, as well as they cost more gold just initially to hire. So, if you want to farm the end game, you want to start getting shipments that are really, really high value, turns out we're going to need a lot of gold, and how can you efficiently do that? Well, I've come away with a couple of conclusions based on things I've tried and things I've tested. And to begin with, I want to start with saying, when you're talking about gold, some things generate gold and some things don't. And the number one rule I think so far is quant matters. That's something I could tell while mapping. Quant matters. And certain things just don't drop gold. Sanctum didn't drop gold when I did Sanctum. When I tested Breach, Breach didn't drop gold. I think a lot of the league mechanics that have monsters that spawn in later or after the fact, like Ambush, like Strong Boxes, I don't think those drop gold. And so I've come away with the conclusion, natural spawned monsters similar to Necropolis can drop gold, and then pushing the quantity to the limit seems to be what ends up getting you the most gold per map without having to really think about it. So what I've come away with is a strategy like this, where I push a lot of quant on the map, I go a lot of mod tier effect, I'm doing Delirium. I think Delirium has an innate quant multiplier, and I think it's helping my gold per hour. So this is the setup I have, which is basically just a Alkin Go, where I put in Delirium, and then I add in a couple of fragments here, like so, because these give a quantity bonus to the map. So first off, I'm going to showcase a rare city square, and I have been testing city squares, or not just city squares, but just random rare maps, Alkin Go, with this strategy, and I've been getting about 10k gold to 20k gold in my maps. Closer to 10k usually, but I have had a couple 20k hits. And I'm also doing some blue altar, which I should go and get some more pack size points. I haven't fully finished my atlas, and that would allow me to spawn more quant altars to push gold up as I go through the map. So we're going to go ahead and give a little showcase of what it looks like to do just a rare map, and then I'm going to give you another counter example of something else that drops a pretty good amount of gold. Say you don't necessarily like the rare maps, there is a counter option, which is actually to do, believe it or not, synth maps, specifically the rewritten distant memory. I have found to be one of the better ones. I think Altered or Twisted also does decently. I wouldn't recommend Augment. Its layout is just kind of not fun. And Cortex is good as well. I'm going to click this even though it has minus PDR. Probably going to get me killed, but it's for the quant, so we're going to go for it. And I'm just going to keep doing that. Whenever I see quant, I'm going to go for it. Also, if you min-max your gold mine or your mining upgrades, which I would recommend doing... Alright, I forgot to mention, but before we started, we were about at 43k. I checked before I started the video, but I don't know if I showed you guys beforehand. But I was at 43k gold before I started this map, just to give you context of how much we're getting in the map. But I would recommend the first thing maxing out is the mining camp, because what it does is every time you do one of these things in your map, you match the amount of resource you get with gold. So That was another 1,000 gold boost right there. And it's one of the cheaper stations to max out, so it'll allow you to upgrade your other stations faster if you prioritizing maxing that one out first before a lot of the other ones, just in terms of where you're going to spend your initial gold is what I'd recommend. Just because it adds an extra 1k to 2k per map, depending on if you get multiple League Mechanic spawns or not. Because usually you get about 1,000 gold from those things, depending on what resource they give. Veracerium, they give a little bit less for the special resource. You don't get as much from those, but you get the point. Still is quite profitable, and I would recommend it. So let's go over here, clear these guys out. Now, you don't have to do Delirium, and there's the minus PDR kicking in really nice. You don't have to do the Delirium, as it makes the maps quite a bit harder, and quite frankly, it's probably slowing me down more than the benefit of the quant it's giving me. So that's up to you. I'm probably going to eventually take it out, to be honest, because I don't particularly like Delirium. And also, I want you to notice that I did favorite specifically City Square as a map I wanted to see more of, and the reason I did that is because City Square has 3 bosses instead of like 1 or 2, and each one of them can drop additional gold, which is more loot for me in terms of gold. I'm not 100% sure ritual monsters give gold. I think they do, so I have them, but I'm still kind of testing to figure out. Basically, it's just a matter of like paying attention to what is actually dropping gold. And you'll notice here when we killed these 3 bosses, each of them gives a good stack of gold. You can see from all those, we got quite a bit of gold. Moment of adrenaline, don't mind if I do. Medium cluster, okay. Now that is pretty much full clear, not entirely. I probably missed a pack or 2 somewhere, but I'm not gonna go look for it. We started out with 43k gold, and we ended with 54,000 gold. So that was 11k gold, and that was about a 3-minute map. So this strategy can net you anywhere from, at the bottom end, if you're doing a map in 3 minutes, 10k gold times 20, about 600k gold an hour if you're just going and grinding some maps. I think it could be a little bit more, because I think 10k is kind of on the bottom end of gold you get. I have had maps with 15 to 20k, but that probably depends on how hard the map was and what extra miles were there. Now, I don't know if these fragments work with synth maps, but we'll test them out anyways, just to see if they do, because they will add quant if they work. They do work, cool. Now let's show a synth map. We have 54k gold. Let's showcase how long this takes, and we're going to full clear the map because, for whatever reason, the monsters in this map are just, I guess, more likely to drop gold than a lot of the other monsters in other areas. These maps cost about 10C on trade. That's how much I was paying for them. So you're not going to be able to sustain them like you can rare maps. Ultimately, I'd recommend the rare maps as just a better option because you don't have to go and trade for them. You don't have to think too much, and they give you the resources like the general ores, which you're going to want to trade. But I want to showcase synth as well because it's one of the things I tried that worked decently for gold. And these maps were, for the most part, pretty chill to run. These maps are easier than the Delirium extra quant, extra tier rating maps I have set up that I was showcasing just now. But they do require you to go and trade, right? And that's not necessarily ideal. So I'm just showcasing both just to give you guys some context. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of the rare maps just so I can continue to generate those resources. I want to fully min-max the town and test out a lot of the different mechanics before I make a video on what I think is good and what strategies to employ with the League mechanic. So do expect that is something I plan to do at some point. I will say, even though these maps cost 10C, you will generally get back that amount of money. 1 in every 5 maps or so drops a Cortex. That just seems like a natural drop from synth maps as far as I can tell. Those are worth about 30C right now, so they pay for themselves a bit. And then you also have, down on the degen ground. You also have, what's it called? Synth maps can sometimes get these, yeah, see, there's a Cortex, that's what I was talking about. Sometimes you get a ring that's okay, but generally not. The rings are usually worthless. But I was also going to say, synth maps can sometimes have the chance to make monsters drop like quality currency and stuff. So you could have a map where you get like 20 baubles and 20 gem cutters, and then that's like a nice little boost of currency. But for the most part, the 10C it's kind of break-even-ish. I wouldn't say it's like particularly profitable to run these maps over anything else. So if you can set up a full atlas, I think doing like a bunch of city squares, a bunch of Alkengo red maps is probably going to end up being just better in terms of not having to trade for it, consistency, and on top of that, whenever you encounter the ore deposits, you actually get to encounter the ore deposits, because the synth map cannot generate those. As far as I can tell, I've run, I think, 20 of these or so, and they just don't spawn, and that's just what it is. So I must have missed an area. I'm going to go up there real quick just so we full clear it for the example. And there's 10 monsters remaining. Now let's show the gold amount. That was, from that fight, we went from 55k to 68, so that was about 13k. Similar to the rare map we just did. Hopefully that gives you an idea. If you want to generate a lot of gold so you can start to feel like you're not broke all the time and upgrade your town as quickly as possible, I think this is the way to do it. I think it's pushing mod tier effect, alking, chiseling, and adding in as much quant as you can via things like delirium and just natural monster spawns like shrine. I think this is the ideal way to do it. On top of eater altars are great for quant. Hopefully enjoy this little mapping strategy to push gold, and maybe it'll help you guys finish upgrading your towns. I'll see you guys out there in the King's March. Take care and have a good one. Peace out, Exiles. Hello and welcome, Exiles, to a bit of a refresher course on Recombinators. They're coming back to the game. These things were the most fun crafting I've ever had, and probably one of the most, if not the most powerful crafting mechanic we've had to date in PoE, and they're coming back in a big way. As far as we know, they're changing basically nothing outside of they're removing mutations, which mostly just hurt your odds of success, so that is, in my opinion, a buff in the most part. It removes the special sentinel mods, but it makes it easier to craft for mostly what you use these for. And number two, it's now done through Isla in the King's March town, and it costs a resource. We believe this resource is based on item level, which could have some implications for ways to abuse the system or make crafts a little bit cheaper, depending on the way you approach it. Now, let's get into it. First off, if you want to look over a write-up of how these things work, PUDB has a nice little section here, as well as it has links to the two complete guides of Recombinators Part 1 and 2. These were written by Iron vs. Wild. If you don't know him, he's probably the best crafter I've ever seen in PoE. I haven't seen him doing PoE in a while. I miss that guy. I'm going to be honest with you. He is a class act, and I like him. And he wrote an entire section explaining, going over the mechanics and the odds of various things, testing these things to thousands of uses. And he's the reason we learned a good idea of how they work, because he took the time to really dig deep, figure it out, and share with the rest of the community. So props to him. And now I'm going to go over and explain how they work. Now, Recombinators, the way they work is you're combining one item with another item. And at face value, you might think, okay, that's 5 mods combining with 4 mods. But at the core of Recombinators, it actually considers suffixes and prefixes separately. So for example, you have an item with 3 suffixes, another item with 3 suffixes, and you have an item with 1 prefix, 1 prefix. You might think you're going to get a 5 mod item out of it. Maybe you think you're going to get a 6 mod item out of it. But realistically, most likely you're going to get 3 suffixes and 1 prefix back. Maybe you get 2 prefixes back, but it's kind of unlikely. And the idea here is essentially that they are considered separately. So sometimes if you're just caring about transferring over a suffix to another suffix, or combining 2 suffixes together or 2 prefixes together, you need to consider those affixes in isolation, and I'll have some examples for you of why this is. Now, and that is where we go into looking at 1 mod in the pool, 2 mod in the pool, etc. The way this works is it's essentially telling you, when it says 1 mod in the pool or 2 mod in the pool, this is referring to the total number of mods in the prefix or in the suffix. So for example, if you have 3 prefixes on one item and 3 prefixes on another item, that is 6 mods in the pool, versus if you have 2 mods, that means just there's 2 prefixes on one item, or there's 1 and 1. That's what this means. Now, this is important because it affects our odds to do certain things. What are Recombinators useful for? The biggest use cases I see for these items, the most common use cases that you're going to use them and you're going to want to use them for, are by far and away double fractured mods, where you take a fracture you like and you combine it with another fracture you like, and it makes making your item infinitely easier, because it saves you a very expensive crafting process on the prefix or the suffix pool when trying to finish your item. So double fractures is the biggest use case. And then outside of that, there are other use cases, for example, transferring mods that couldn't exist onto a base that couldn't have it to begin with. For example, grasping mail, that's not how you spell mail. Don't look at that. Grasping Mail, Fire Res applies to armor. It's a very important mod. If you're making an armor stacker, granted, rest in peace armor stackers, they got nuked this patch. But you could transfer that to another base like a Val Regalia, something that could never exist, never have that mod. Similar things as getting suppression on ES gear, getting suppression on armor pieces. Very, very powerful stuff. And you can transfer fractured versions of these mods over to other pieces. So there's a lot of value there. And there's also the value of being able to combine mods that couldn't exist previously together. For example, Temple mod gloves, they drop as a single mod and you can never recreate those mods. But this allows you to have a Temple mod for cold res, a Temple mod for fire res, and then combine the two and get them both on the same item. So there's some very fun implications here and a lot of things you can make. Now let's get into some examples I have prepared for you guys to showcase the best way to really use these things in terms of transferring mods and in terms of combining mods. Number one, I'm going to go over the double fracture. The best way to do this is generally a suffix and a prefix fracture. Number one, this is good because it makes crafting your item easier. Generally, you could do an essence until you hit one of the other desired affixes. That means you'd have 3 prefixes done or 3 suffixes done. And then your other side of the pool, you have a fractured mod, which means you could just do a veiled orb or you could do some other exalt crafting till you hit basically whatever second finishing mod you want, and then your benchcraft mod. So it allows you to get to a 6 mod item a lot easier than if you just essence to get 3 mods, and then you have to finish 2 prefixes instead of just 1 in order to get to that 6 mod finish. Now, the recommendation for doing this generally is you want to double up on mods, and this goes throughout all your crafting. There is a lot of doubling up you want to do, because doubling up favors you heavily when you look at these outcomes. Essentially, we're aiming for this 3 mod in the pool situation, which means if I double up on mods, so I have 3 total mods, and 2 of the mods are repeats, I have a 50% to choose 2 mods, and it's not going to give me mana. It has to give me mana and the other mod I want. So for example, I have this 50% chance to get those 2 mods together, or if it tries to choose 3 mods, well, that's still just 2 mods, and it ends up being like a 70% success rate. If it only chooses 1 mod, then I have basically a 1 in 3 on 30% chance to get the fractured mod back. Because the way it works is, on this setup I'm doing for these rings is, I have % minion life as a suffix, and I have flat ES as a prefix. So I have 2 mods I care about in their distinctive pool. But if you look at the prefixes individually or isolated, I have ES plus mana, and on this ring I have mana. So that's 3 mods. 2 mana mods, and 1 mod I want. And then I isolated the other side, the minion mod side, by just doing essence for fire damage. I don't really want fire damage. It's just there to be a doubled up mod. You could just chaos spam until you get a mod. You can benchcraft on the other side. But the idea is you have 2 3 mod items. You have the targeted mods you want, which are the fractured mods. And then you have the doubled up mods, mana, and % fire damage, % fire damage. So what the idea here is I think it's an 80% chance that I get the fractured mod on my prefix and the fractured mod on my suffix. So I have 2 80% chances. So the success rate of this is about a 60% chance that I'll get back a double fracture. So we'll do this real quick. Now, granted, currently mutations exist, which lowers the odds because there's some weird things that can happen. It could transform a mod into a power charge, but we'll just showcase this right here. So we have a fractured ring here. Got fractured, yes, cool. And we got fractured mana. Now, this was the most likely outcome. But to demonstrate it wasn't a fluke, we'll do it again, and we'll see if we get screwed. I, again, have set up where I have mana, and fire damage. It doesn't have to be mana specifically. It doesn't have to be fire damage specifically. The important part is you double up on mods, and then when you recombine them, you have the 3 mod in the suffix, 3 mod in the prefix, and you have the mod you care about, the fractured mod, basically not doubled up, and that increases your odds heavily to get the outcome you want. So we'll go back to see a Paul ring here. And we got life reservation, mana, and minion life fractured, and fire damage. So this is not a fluke in the system, but this is how you set up to have the best possible odds to get the fracture you want back. Now, this is by far and away the most valuable way to use these, the most consistent way to use these. Highly recommend it. If you're new to crafting and you want to get into it a little bit, you want to dip your toes, double fracture all the way is very consistent. Not always going to succeed. It's like 80% when you're just trying to transfer a fracture. And then if you're trying to you're taking 2 80% chances, it's like 64 or whatever, right? That's how the odds work. But it's pretty heavily in your favor, and you can get a decent amount of success rates, and it sets you up to craft a good item. Because what that means is, now that I have 2 fractures, well, I can just go and say I cared about fire damage. I can fish around until I get a good suffix I like, and I say I like mini movement speed, I say, bam, I'm done with my suffixes. I have fire damage, mini movement speed, mini life. Now let me work on the prefixes. I already have flat ES. Maybe just do a veiled orb, unveil life, benchcraft flat minus cost. You're done. That's a 6 mod item. So that hopefully gives you the practicality side. Now let's look at a little bit different side, which is weapon crafting, but it's using similar concepts, and hopefully I can explain this well enough. So what I have here is I have 6 swords, all of which have basically essence cold or essence fire, and then bench crafted flat lightning. Now what I'm trying to do here, one of the common things you could do in with Recombinators was try to weapon craft. Weapon crafts, if you know about it, their mod pools for the better tier mods have much lower weights and generally are very hard to craft. But if you force on a good mod, have another good mod, and combine them with Recombinators, it's another way you can target getting those 2 good mods together. Now this doesn't have as high of a success rate because what we're doing here is we have 3 mods in the pool. No, actually we technically have 4 mods in the pool because I'm doubling up a benchcraft. And the idea here is that there's a 35% chance we choose 3 mods. If it chooses 3 mods, I'll have the flat lightning I crafted, and then the desired cold and fire is that outcome. We will also have a 55% chance we choose 2 mods, in which case there is a 1 in 4 outcome where I get the 2 mods I want, and it deletes the 2 crafted lightning. Not as likely, but it makes it a little bit higher than a third. It's closer to like a 45% chance or whatever to hit the outcome we want, which is we want the essence cold with the essence fire. This is basically just if you're making an elemental weapon. You can do it for fizz weapons if you have like, you know, dictators plus flaring, etc. That's the sort of application we're talking about. But this works on a lot of things where you're trying to put 2 mods that are kind of hard to get together on the same item. So let's go ahead and go for the Recombinator. We'll see what we get as the outcome. We got killed, I think, because it looks like we didn't get many mods. Yeah, we got a 2 mod outcome. And basically 3 out of the 4 possible combinations on a 2 mod outcome are not the scenario where we win. I'm going to recombinate again. We'll see how this goes. It picks the Jewel Failure base. It's nice, the better base. But again, we lost the 1 in 4 to get the outcome we want. Hopefully I hit one of these. We'll see here. It is rough. Oh no. I can tell if the mod's starting down here. Okay, now that actually technically did work. I was starting down there, so I thought there was less affixes. Now, what happened there is it downgraded my Essence mod to tier 3. This is like maybe still gonna exist. I don't know if when they said there's no more mutations, if it affects the ability to downgrade and upgrade affixes. It's relatively rare, but it does happen from time to time. But we will see on that one. I'm not 100% sure. Now, for my final example, luckily we hit this-ish. I want to show you one of the more powerful ways to have some manipulation of mods in your favor, and that's using influence blocking. Now, I didn't have a perfect base prepared. A perfect base would have been the mod I care about, which is the flat lightning, and then 2 influence mods on it. And the reason this matters is if it combines these 2 items and it chooses the non-influence base, it cannot transfer those mods, but it still considers them in this formula. So over here, I would have 5 mods total. 2 of them would be influenced. So if it picks the non-influence base, I have a 50% chance to get 3 total mods. And if I get 3 total mods, I will get back my flat cold, my flat fire, and my flat lightning. Now, I need to remove this benchcraft real quick, this flat lightning, because it's not supposed to be here. But when looking at this item, I didn't have that, so I'm fabricating the odds by crafting flat fire. If I hit 3 mods, then it hits flat fire, just assume I had an influence mod there and it gave me back the correct thing. But I'm just going to showcase this real quick. We'll see if it works. If it picks the non-influence base, basically 50% chance of success. If it picks the influence base, well, you're kind of screwed there. This is just an example where if you find some okay base in the market, you can use it. And this isn't necessarily the best use case of influence blocking. There's some more targeted influence mod crafting where you're trying to transfer, where you care about only one base, like you care about a synth base, where you only care about transferring certain mods there, and if it picks the wrong base, you already lost anyways, that sort of thing. All right, so it picks the influence base, we're probably just screwed. Or even when you do pick the influence base, there's a small chance you, well, okay, technically that's the flat fire, that would have been the influence mod, so we still would have lost anyways. But hopefully I'm explaining or showcasing the concept. Now, this isn't a complete loss in the scenario if you're still trying to go for that triple mod item, because say you run out with this scenario where you got the T1 cold, the T1 lightning back, and then you had an influence mod, you could use that to combine with another item that had basically another 2 mods, and you'd have, again, another good shot at getting back the 3 mod item. So that's weapon crafting. Hopefully this explains the basics of Recombinators. It's all about looking at your suffixes individually or your prefixes individually, thinking about the thing you're trying to transfer over, And typically, I'd recommend double fractures by far and away. Easiest, most consistent craft you can do. Just make sure you're doubling up on mods. The other use cases you can have is, say you just found items on the ground that have semi-decent rolls, but they're not quite good enough, and you were just going to throw away the boots anyways. Sometimes you can transfer those over to another pair that has semi-decent rolls, and you just YOLO and see if it just hits an outcome where it keeps some of the good stuff you care about and ends up being a better improvement for you. There's that sort of thing. But I think the best real use cases of these are double fractures and doing targeted crafts where you're trying to get a specific set of 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. This would be an example of doing like temple mod gloves. We're trying to get triple temple mod gloves, or some other special combination of mods that can't exist together. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. As always, thanks for watching, Exiles. Take care, and peace out. Hello and welcome, Exiles. Today I want to show you something that I didn't even know was possible, and that's dying to reflect on a Chaos Dot character. I'm going to let the rip clip play out, and then you can judge for yourself, but you may know is there isn't a reflect for chaos damage, and there isn't reflect for dot damage, and I was doing chaos dot damage. That's what my character was. I was playing Blight and Contagion. Technically, this is a reroll after my death on the other chaos dot character. I tried out cold dot, didn't really like it. Then I swapped over to lightning trap, which was decent, but I just missed chaos dot and the satisfying Contagion poofing out and destroying a bunch of enemies. And so eventually I re-geared and went back to chaos dot, and then this happened. Oh my, what? Now, what it might look like to you is that my character just got overwhelmed with a bunch of hits and died. And originally, when I first died, I was like, what the hell, man? A bunch of things hit me and I died. And that's kind of what you think initially. Now, this map, the mods on it were about 80% monster haste, I believe frenzy on hit, maybe not frenzy on hit, and 33% reflected elemental damage. Now, when I swapped over to Chaos Dot, I thought to myself, yeah, I probably can run reflect maps. I'm just going to de-level my movement skill, Flame Dash. And I did that. I have a level 1 Flame Dash. Now, that's actually part of the reason I died, to be honest, because when I ripped here, I wasn't really looking at my Flame Dash cooldown charges, but you can see if I use too many of them, it goes down to 0, and then I'm waiting on a cooldown. And when I spawned this box, my plan was I'm just going to spawn boxes, Flame Dash out. I could have probably also just blighted and killed enemies and maybe been fine that way as well. But I was planning just to Flame Dash out, and I wasn't looking at my Flame Dash cooldowns, and I thought to myself, I'm going to click this box and Flame Dash out. I could potentially shield charge out, but this is a reef map. There's a bunch of random annoying terrain that you get stuck on with shield charge. It can be a bit obnoxious, so I wasn't thinking about that. And I was just jamming my Flame Dash key as I see my health bar actually get chunked. Seeing my health bar get chunked is just something that doesn't really happen on this character. It happens so rarely. The few times it does, even if you get chunked by a little bit, it's kind of scary. It's kind of shocking. It's jarring because my HP bar, my ES pool just doesn't really move on this character. And I'll show you, I'll demonstrate that in a little bit. But essentially what happened is I started jamming my Flame Dash key and then having my underleveled Flame Dash. Part of the reason my cooldown's not as good on this skill, and part of the reason that I didn't have it up to be able to Flame Dash out. Now, that wasn't the real thing that killed me. The real killer was actually, believe it or not, Tempest Shield. Now this skill, I don't know if I'm just imagining this, but I thought at one point Tempest Shield had a line that said, damage cannot be reflected. I might just be imagining that. I don't know if that's actually real, but that's what I thought was a thing. The thing is, I tested this before doing Uber series. I went to farm and Adorned on this character. I tested Tempest Shield on a Necropolis character that wasn't in hardcore, and Tempest Shield does reflect. I tested it on Azeria. It's very clear it reflects. I didn't fully think through the fact that Tempest Shield could actually be dangerous to me in a map in terms of it's just a small damage to reflect. I'm not going to get hit that many times because I have so much evasion, but actually I have quite a high block. I have 48% attack block and about 30 spell block, maybe a little bit like 35 spell block, something like that. And what actually ended up happening here is because I had monster haste and I got stuck in the pack, I got hit by a whole bunch of attacks. Now those attacks didn't really do much damage to my character, but when I have such high block chance, Tempest Shield hits actually decently hard. My character has, I think, like a 10k average hit for Tempest Shield. And what ends up happening is all those hits, boom, zap, 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 a bunch of chains around, a bunch of reflected damage, and that's what actually killed me. Now, if you might be in disbelief and you say, Lance, I don't think your character's actually that tanky. Well, here's my character right now. I found an Immortal Shrine with a map that has crit and attack speed on it. Relatively similar mods, except the map I was playing didn't have map I was playing on didn't have crit, so that's a little bit more dangerous. My character does have a reduced crit damage chest, so it's only a half damage mod. I will say this is not as many enemies that were hitting me in that map, but hopefully this demonstrates how many attacks actually hit my character. My character has 55,000 evasion rating, so it says estimated 86 evade. And my character has, if you look a little bit further down on the stat sheets, 48 attack block, and it has 34 spell block. So I have a lot of damage avoidance, and then I have very high spell suppression and Trickster spell suppression recharge. Trickster, whenever I spell suppress, I have a 50% chance to start my recharge. My recharge does roughly 5.6k per second, and at base, my character has around 600, 700, 800 regen per second, depending on if I'm near a rare enemy or not. So the point is, if I get hit by a bunch of attacks, I evade over 95% of them, roughly thereabouts, 94-ish, when you consider the attack block and my evade. Or if I hit by spells, I have very high damage reduction, and it procs a very high sustain mechanic, and I have Ghost Dance. The thing is, though, when I'm reflecting damage to myself, I can't suppress reflected damage, not that I know of. And on top of that, that doesn't proc recharge. So I just get hit by a bunch of damage, and I do not have my primary sustain, the 6k per second, 5.6k per second recharge that would sustain me through a lot of dangerous things. Now, when I died here, I died in about, I don't know, 2 seconds or whatever it was. 1 second, 1.5 seconds. Recharge makes a big difference on whether or not I'm dying there. But the overall thing is, the only reason I'm even taking this much damage is because of my Tempest Shield going out and hitting enemies and that damage getting reflected back to me. I am 100% convinced. It's something that I just didn't really think of, and now I know. If I'm playing a dot character and I have Tempest Shield, it's just not going to work. Because Tempest Shield, you want to have leveled up. Level 1 Tempest Shield is like 15 spell block. Level 20 Tempest Shield is like 25 spell block. So there's a difference in 10 spell block, quite a difference in defensive power, and it's really not worth to keep on low level. In the future, I'm just going to roll over Reflect. But this is how I died on this is now my third character in this hardcore SSF run. I wanted to go to do Ubers. Unfortunately, that is not happening. By the way, I've been AFKing this area for 12 minutes now. That's how long I've been sitting in the shrine. The portal to open this map was right here, and I was just doing a bunch of shrines just to see until I could find an immortal shrine. The reason I wanted to stand next to a immortal shrine is so that my Tempest Shield didn't kill the enemies while I was AFKing, explaining things. And I also turned down the volume so you guys wouldn't have to listen to all the commotion of the enemies attack me. Anyways, this was my first attempt at doing a hardcore SSF push towards Ubers. That's what was the goal. I wanted to do it with Chaos Dot. I thought it'd be fun. I wanted to challenge myself. I view Chaos Dot as a average to below average archetype. It's pretty hard to scale damage wise. It's definitely hard to pull off in hardcore in terms of your scaling just isn't really what it needs to be a lot of times. I tested it on a few bosses, a few Ubers in standard, and my takeaway was this. I probably, with this current gear set, would have been able to do, I want to say, comfortably 5 out of 7. I'm a little bit concerned I would misplay Maven and hit a degen laser or misplay a memory game like I died on my character before this. And I do not believe I could play well enough to survive Exarch. I tested Exarch, I did not test Maven. I tested other fights like Shaper. Shaper, I never die if I click Immortal Call. And if I farm this character's gear more, getting something like a Taste of Hate, I think for the most part, I don't even die without Immortal Call. I tested some slams with and without Immortal Call on, and I think I tanked 4 out of 5 of them that I tested. So I think it depends on a high roll, and it depends on if I forget to press Immortal Call. And the amount of times he does that slam is very few, very easy to dodge, very easy to time, and Immortal Call is something I should be able to play with pretty consistency without any issues. So my main concern for Ubers would have been, I believe, Exarch, because he has a lot of non-suppressible damage in the ball phase, and he has the Minotaur slams, which those things start to ramp. If you don't have good damage, you start to face multiple of them, and their slams are about half the damage of the Shaper slam. They are non-evadable, and I don't think they're blockable either, which is the most dangerous part of that Exarch fight. And part of the reason I think it ends up stacking up, and there's just a lot of room to misplay, so to speak. Anyways, I had a lot of fun altogether doing hardcore SSF, trying to push myself and get better at the game. I think next league I might try hardcore SSF again when the league dies down. Basically when trade starts to freeze up and everything starts to get annoying, messaging people, no one's responding. I'll probably do this again. I had a lot of fun pushing myself, seeing how far I could get. And maybe in the long term, next league we'll run it back and we'll see if we can go to Ubers next time. This time I was a bit disappointed in myself, died to a few different stupid deaths. Number one was dying to a memory game. I just shouldn't be messing that up. And number two, I should be able to log when I start messing it up. But, you know, brain reaction was completely not there. I had just walked and gotten really tired that day. And then now dying to reflect. It's just something I underestimated. I thought to myself, I'm Chaos Dot, I have a level 1 Flame Dash, I shouldn't die to reflect, but I wasn't really thinking about the fact Tempest Shield and getting hit a bunch on a map with monster 80% attack speed could be problematic, and it was problematic. So anyways, this concludes my hardcore SSF journey. I'm going to start working on League Star testing for the new league. There's a lot of interesting things being teased in the quality of life teasers. They're sneaking in a lot of new information, like new base types, new potential rolls on items. Like, for example, they showcased the 121 flat life roll. There's a lot of stuff that'll be probably pretty exciting about next league, and I want to start preparing for it. So anyways, hopefully you guys enjoyed as always, and hopefully you learned a thing or two, and you don't die like me as a Chaos Dot character to a Reflect map. Feels a little bit stupid. So anyways, take care. Peace out, XLs. Have a good one.
Hello, this is One Mana Left, and today I'm going to do a long requested video on a guide to Deep Delve. Now, Delve for the longest time was something that the people who were actually going really deep kept a lot of the information secret because it was very profitable and slightly competitive too. So the few people out there that were making it really deep in Delve would oftentimes do private profiles. They'd keep all their cards close to their chest. And since the Delve rework in Scourge League, it's still kind of been that way, but the profit's gone at the bottom. But there's not really any content out there that is really targeted at deep delve. There's maybe a little bit of content on YouTube that is just generic delve information. But there are a few things that change as you get really far down. So this video, I'm going to talk about a few things. I'm going to talk about, one, the things that are actually different at deep delve versus shallow, because like I said, there's not a lot of content on there. That transitions into a discussion about the HP cap, which there's really no content anywhere that in-depth talks about the HP cap or any of the other caps in the game, the ailment cap. People loosely know about the dot cap, which is tied into this. But these caps in the game, they really become apparent in deep delve. But they also do affect the rest of the game, just in a lesser manner, because most of the rest of the game doesn't get to these absurd numbers like Deep Delve does. But if things keep going the way they're going, they'll begin to impact the game more and more. Although I'm guessing that will reset with PoE 2. But then I'm going to talk about how to do some of the hardest nodes in Delve, being the actual super difficult nodes and the 3 bosses in Delve. Ahwatalti, Kurgal, which we're on now, and All. And finally, I'm going to talk about where the money is in Delve, because I did make a pretty decent amount of money this league delving. I have a character that's probably all together, all things combined, worth like 15 mirrors. Maybe a third of that was from Delve. I made a lot of money bossing and stuff and boss rushing, but there's certainly money to be made in Delve. It's not the greatest money in the entire game. But if your build is an absolute monster, the Delve money suddenly becomes fairly good. So let's get into the introduction here, because you'll see right now that I'm in. I have a Kurgal in front of me, and we're at depth 5,356. And there's a modifier here that says 70% more monster life. Well, Here's the interesting thing that I'm going to use this example to show off here. If I go to a spreadsheet here and go to depth 5,300, the monster HP is 600 times. The base HP on Kurgal is 62 million. So 62 million times 600 times would put him to 37 billion HP. Then I have this zone modifier that's 70% more life, which would put it up to 63 billion. I'm also here with 5 other players in a 6-person party, which is times 6 life. That would put the health of this Kurgal at 400 billion HP, Which, even when you factor in the damage reductions on Uber bosses, this would be 1,500 times more HP than an Uber Pinnacle boss. If there's a build out there that can kill an Uber Pinnacle boss in 2.5 seconds, if this monster had this much HP, it would take that build over an hour to kill this boss. And this boss has 2 different HP bars. You have to kill him once in phase 1, and then again he resurrects in phase 2, which would put his actual HP to double that. And now we're getting close to 1 trillion. So that would mean even a build that kills an Uber Pinnacle boss in 1 second would take around an hour to kill this if this had that much HP. So I'm going to show this off. I'm going to do this boss. And the guys in this party are probably going to die, but they're all going to tag him to make sure this has 6 times HP. Alright, tag him. Alright, now I'm gonna kill him. He's dead. So, you guys might think that, well, 6 people did the damage there. As you might see later on, I would say that the damage dealt there was 99.9% me. The Righteous Fire character was not doing the fullest damage. I'm gonna try to keep him alive though. I'm rooting for him. Alright, he's dead. That was not 6 people doing damage. That was mainly 1 person doing the damage there, as you'll see in these next burns, because he'll die at the exact same pace. Oh, I have no flares. That's really awkward. Ah, I did this. Okay, that's potentially bad. Alright, he's out. And like I said, he dies the exact same pace. Alright, so how fast did this guy die? About that fast. Alright. So get a good idea of how long that took. Okay. Offline. 4 dead and offline. So you saw roughly it was like 1 to 2 seconds to phase him. Maybe right at 2 seconds in the last phase. So if you think he has that, if you think that last phase, which is a resurrected HP bar of another 400 billion, I killed it in right under 2 seconds. That would mean I have 200 billion DPS. Well, I have a lot of DPS. It's into the billions, but it is not 200 billion. So I am going to show you now a different boss. It'll be the same boss, but there's a difference here. The boss I'm going to show you now is at depth 871. So there's a Kurgal here that is the same boss. Now, if I look at the graph here for the HP at 871, it is 29 times HP. So it's 62 million times 29, which is 1.8 billion. In Path of Exile, the maximum HP is 2.147 billion. You cannot have a bigger number in a 32-bit game than that, because that's the maximum signed integer. It's 1 lower than 2 to the 31st power, because there's positive and negative numbers, so the negative numbers take up half of your 2 to the 32nd. So let's look at the exact same boss again, with the difference in health multiplier is 600 versus 29. The other zone had a 1.7 times HP multiplier, and we were in a 6-person party. So that Kurgal I just did should have 200 times the HP of this Kurgal. Let's see if it looks any different. I'll give you a spoiler. It's actually not going to look much different. Remember how fast I was killing them before, right? A little bit of ramp, then like a 1 or 2 second phase. Oh, look. He died the exact same time. Like, if you played those two side by side, it is the exact same. Because that other boss doesn't actually have 200 times the HP of this boss. It has approximately the same. Once again, this one only has 1.8, so he's technically not HP capped. He's about, like, 85% of HP cap. So the other boss truly had about 20% more HP. But obviously, if the HP cap wasn't a thing, it would look night and day difference with 211 times difference in HP. But a 20% difference is minimal. It's going to look pretty similar side by side. Like, look at this. Same exact pace as the other kill. Like, about a 1 second burst. And then this phase is going to be about the same. Alright. If you played those two side by side, like I said, there's about a 20% HP difference when you factor in the fact that the HP cap is 2.147 billion, and that guy had like 1790, right? So it's a 20% HP difference. But that should be a blindingly obvious demonstration that there is a clear HP cap in the game, and this does start to influence things in Deep Delve. So, I thought I'd use that as an intro. Let's get into some of the different talking points. This is going to be a long video. I don't necessarily expect people to watch the entire thing. It's probably going to be like an hour. I will try to have everything timestamped in the description. So if you have something that you really want to know about, you should be able to just go to the timestamp in the description. I'm not going to put like mid-reel ads or anything in this. Like, if you are struggling on an all and you just want to know how to beat all, I will have a timestamp in the description for all, and you can go and watch those mechanics. So whatever you want to watch specifically, you should be able to jump to the timestamp. But if you are really wanting to learn a lot about Delve, there should be something in this video for you to learn. If you know absolutely nothing about Delve, you might be better off watching like a few different intro videos. But I'll go over some of the generic stuff as well. But even if you're someone who knows virtually everything there is about Deep Delve, you might still learn some things in this video. Like Ben, for example, I watched him delve a little bit this league. I was in his chat. He was at depth 1800 in hardcore. Ben is one of the most knowledgeable overall PoE players, but he clearly had almost no understanding of what the HP cap was, or like what depth the HP cap started to appear at, stuff like that. Like, there's an example of someone who's like, you know, the best Path of Exile player that doesn't understand these things fully. So, unless you're like 2 or 3 people in the entire world, you will probably learn at least one thing from this video. And I'm looking at Rudy in chat right now, and he knows he's one of those 2 or 3 people. So I'm going to go over 4 main things. The first is the HP cap. The second is like the numerical requirements. I might totally do this out of order for what I'm saying right now, but the order I'm not saying now doesn't matter. The third is where the money is. People like money. And the fourth is the individual node guides, like how do you beat a Time Lost? How do you beat a Beyond? How do you beat a Kurgal? How do you beat a All? And like I said, I'll try to make it so you can timestamp to all of these. Okay. So, let's talk HP cap, because that's what we're talking about right now. So I've already kind of gone over this, but in this game there's an HP cap of 2.147 billion. This does influence the game outside of Delve as well. Some people who have no idea about the HP cap and don't really deep delve at all, they clearly know what the dot cap is. If you go and you talk about a build, if you play some crazy Ignite build or Poison build, you might see people talking and saying that they have dot cap. What is dot cap? The reason there's a dot cap in Path of Exile is because for whatever reason when the game was first coded, dots are coded as damage per minute. And since the biggest number in the game is 2.147 billion, and dots are coded as damage per minute, it's 2.147 billion divided by 60 seconds, which means a dot in Path of Exile cannot do more than 35.8 million DPS. Which makes dot builds very, very, very bad for Deep Delve. If you want to make it deep in Delve, you're probably not going to be playing a dot build. The only exception there's ever been to that was Oscar's Poison Spark, which was a very tanky build. It was before Arch Nemesis was added to Deep Delve and the rest of the game too. And it was a build that had about 70 mil DPS because it had like 35 mil hit DPS and 35 mil poison DPS. So it could kill a max HP monster in about 30 seconds. That was the like exception to the rule. But because there's a dot cap, you really don't want to have 60 seconds to kill something that is like the common HP that things have down there. But this HP cap does start to influence the rest of the game too, though. People always ask, why doesn't GGG just buff the bottom skills and keep the good skills the same? You know, why nerf the top skills? Why not just keep the top skills the same and every patch buff the bottom skills to be the same as that? They will never talk about this answer because they never want to talk about the HP cap. But 100% the reason for that, you can throw aside any like ARPG philosophy, and like, you know, there is the common argument of they'd have to buff the bosses every league if they did that. But honestly, the single biggest thing that they will not talk about is because they're very aware that there's an HP cap, and if you just buff everything, you will eventually hit that HP cap in like a very short amount of time from power creep. You gotta remember, this game has been around for like 11 or 12 years, and we've still power crept into some pretty absurd numbers with them having the nerf philosophy. But if they got rid of the nerf philosophy and just buffed everything every patch, it would take like 3 patches for everything to be doing like HP cap damage. It would not take long at all. If you think I'm insane in saying this, look at Diablo 3. Diablo 3 had the philosophy that they would never nerf anything. They would only buff the bottom skills, which is a very like, that's what the fans want, right? That's what the people ask for. Diablo 3 started off as a game where like Kruparian killing Diablo was doing like 50k DPS. By the end of it, if you fast forward like 8 years, they were not limited by the 32-bit cap. They were limited by the 64-bit cap. Diablo 3 is coded in 64-bit, which means their number cap is not 2.147 billion. It's 2 to the 63rd. That means their number cap is 9 quintillion. That is such an absurd number for a video game. And because they had this philosophy of never nerf, only buff, they got to a point where the Greater Rift bosses had to cap out at 150 because the bosses were at the 64-bit HP cap, 4 billion times higher than this game, and everything was at the HP cap already. So that's why in the final seasons of Diablo 3, the Greater Rift's capped at 150, and it went from being this content that you would take 15 minutes to beat to the rank 1 Greater Rifts on the leaderboard were like 1-minute rifts and people just doing speed 150s. Like, look how that game numerically fell apart because of their number limit, because they had the philosophy of never nerf, only buff. Well, this game has a limit that is 4 billion times lower than Diablo 3. It is not 9 quintillion. It is only 2 to the 31st, which is only 2 billion. Same as RuneScape. That's max gold in RuneScape if that number looks familiar. So, okay. Because of that, though, they have this philosophy of nerf, don't buff. And through doing that, they've managed to stay under the HP cap for all these years. But even still, it's already influencing game design above ground. Like, Uber Pinnacle bosses have a modifier that says 70% damage reduction. If you go fight an Uber Exarch, it has a 70% damage reduction. Because normally they have 75 million health. So instead, they could have just made them have 250 million health because they have a 70 damage reduction. So that they could have just made them have 250 million health. Why didn't they? HP cap. Simple. Because Exarch can have modifiers on him. He can have 2 boss modifiers on him that make him have 2.2 times HP. And then you could go into a 6-player party, and he's now over HP cap by like 60% or 50%, whatever. It's also because of dot cap too, because by having the 70% damage reduction, the dot cap is an absolute. So technically, if you have a build that has like poison dot cap at 35 mil, if you're way over dot cap, you're still capped at 35 mil, even if the monster has a 70% damage reduction. So on stuff like Ubers that have 70% damage reduction, poison dot cap is actually like 120 mil if they would have just, increased the health. But like, that's a clear example of them making game design choices that are purely dictated because of the number cap. That is why those game design choices were made, and it's for a reason most people don't consider. We're entering the 12th and final hour of Path of Exile 1. I'm assuming in PoE 2, the numbers will get squished quite a bit. But this final 1 to 2 years of PoE 1 will probably naturally have the largest numbers of any previous year. So this HP cap is becoming more and more influential on the game. And in these final 2 years of PoE 1, it's going to be ever present. If you've played Trial of the Ancestors this league, if you're rank 2000 and you go into a party, especially, even solo probably, and you try to kill a Tota 2000 Titan Shell, how much HP do you think it has? I don't know. I didn't do Tota to 2K, but I'm going to go ahead and guess it's 2.147 billion. Just a hunch. So there's an example of they have a league mechanic this league. It's the current league mechanic, and there's HP cap monsters. So it's something that's only going to grow more prevalent and more influential in the final 2 years of PoE 1. So that brings us back to Delve, because as I just showed you in Delve is an environment that the HP cap is very, very much there. And so a really weird thing happens because of that. Let's go ahead and pull open the spreadsheet I made here for the monster damage and monster HP. So there's something interesting that happens because of this HP cap. When you start to go down in depth and you start to get to around 1,000, you're already at the point where the boss monsters have HP cap. So the bosses in Delve have considerably more HP than anything else. They have the full, like, Shaper HP, where they have, like, a 62 million base. I think Shaper base HP at 84 zone is 72 mil, and most of the Delve bosses in 83 zone are 62 mil. So they have, like, the standard boss HP, which is much, much, much more than a rare monster. When you get to about depth 1000, that is the full 2 billion, and their HP relative to everything else is substantially more. And you might be at depth 1000, and you might be able to beat all these nodes easily. You might be some, like, Bone Shatter Juggernaut that just blows through nodes easily. You have no problem getting through these things. You can fight a Smuggler's Stash. You can fight a Time Lost Cavern. You can even fight a Beyond node, maybe. Well, the boss there would have a lot of HP. But you are at a point where the trash monsters, the rares, the magics, they're not fighting back against you. You're able to kill them pretty fine. But you're a depth 1000 Bone Shatter Jug, and you go up and fight a all, and it's a 15-minute fight. Because that thing has a lot of HP relative to your damage. The thing is, though, after that point, this HP never increases. Ever. It's the same forever. From then until the end of time, it never changes. So you only need to get to the point where you're at about 30 to 35 times, and the bosses will HP cap. From this point on, the bosses will never gain more HP, but they will gain damage. They will also gain ailment threshold. This is your bonus trivia question, alright? When the bosses hit HP cap for the first time, they tend to have 2.147 billion health. But the way most bosses work in this game is because things like Shock are really unbalanced against a monster that has a ton of HP. So builds that depend on chill and shock would almost never chill or shock a full HP boss. Because of that, while rares and stuff, their ailment threshold is equal to their HP. Specifically for like pinnacle bosses, the ailment threshold is about 1/10 of their HP. It's coded in the game as 2 separate numbers. The base HP of a Kurgal or an All is 72 million or 62 million. Let me open this up. PoEDB All. But the ailment threshold is going to be a lower number. It's going to be like 6 million. So if I go to all Val City boss and I go to 84 zone, okay? Like I said, 62 million base HP, but his ailment threshold is only about 1/10 of that. So this is only a 7 million ailment threshold. So as he starts to get deeper and deeper, his ailment threshold will actually keep going up. So after HP cap, the shocks will still keep going down. This is not necessarily the most useful number, but there actually is an ailment cap, an ailment threshold cap, and it's not what you'd expect. This is your $1 million trivia question. When I say there's only 2 to 3 people in the game that know all these things, this is probably the single most obscure cap. Like, this is the most obscure number that the least people in Path of Exile know the answer to this. What is the ailment cap in Path of Exile? If you've been listening to me talk so far, you probably know, you probably have a good hunch that it's also 2.147 billion. That's a good guess. Oddly enough, it's not. For whatever weird reason, it's 800 mil. I know that doesn't make a ton of sense. Here, let me get a 17 Divine Cell. This is actually good to show in the video because I'm going to be talking about Delve money later and how you make money in Delve. Well, this is a Delve drop. This map drops from the Ahwatalti boss, and it's I just sold it for 17 divines. See, good video content. All right, it's actually 800 million. I have no clue why it's that number, but last league in Crucible there was a Mjolnir modifier that said you freeze as if dealing 300% more damage, or 200% more damage, so times 3. And you could get that on both Shield and Mjolnir for Mana Bond. So you could freeze as if dealing 9 times damage. Because the HP cap, or because the ailment cap is only 800 million, it was very possible to get a permafreeze build with only like 100 mil DPS. Whereas if the ailment threshold was actually 2 billion, you would have needed like closer to 300 mil DPS, which is not achievable. So, like, that's a weird example where that ailment cap being 800 mil comes into effect. Because I could have had a permafreeze build with Mjolnir in Crucible League. Maybe they'll bring that modifier back, we'll see. But, just an oddball fact there. But, so what happens as you start to get deeper, though, is you get to the point here where the unique bosses kind of stop scaling. And then everything else just keeps catching up. So you keep getting deeper and deeper, and now you're at the point where bosses are no longer the hardest node. Like, maybe you were that Bone Shider Jug who's, like, kept gearing and kept going deeper. And now you're at, like, depth 2500. And now the Alls, you're still tanky enough to live them, so their HP hasn't changed, and you've maybe found more damage. So now they're actually dying faster and faster and faster. Now instead of taking 15 minutes, they take 5 minutes. So they just keep getting easier. But at this point, though, everything else relative to bosses has got 8 times as much HP now. Because, you know, the boss is capped at 30 times and everything else is at 250 times now. So now the rares are starting to get way tankier. And you actually start to run into scenarios, honestly, as early as like 1500, where with Arch Nemesis modifiers, the rares are actually tankier than the tankiest bosses. Because, like, I can fight a boss that has 2 billion health, and I can kill it really fast. Or I could fight an HP-capped rare at, like, depth 5000 that also has 2 billion health now. Except that rare has crit reduction, which is times 5. Cycling damage reduction, which is times 5. Now it effectively has 50 billion health. And, like, just those 2 modifiers makes it 25 times tankier than like, you know, a boss. So people sometimes say, like, oh yeah, the hardest rare is harder than the hardest boss. That's really not true outside of Delve. People try to say that, like, oh, this essence monster with 7 deafening essence was harder than a pinnacle boss. Probably not. That's probably not the case. I don't think you can juice a rare enough to be harder than an uber pinnacle boss. But in Delve, that is absolutely the case. The hardest rare monsters in Delve are insane. I personally kill bosses on this build in like sub 1 second. I'll show you this here, okay? This is a clip of a 2.4K Beyond boss, which also has 62 billion base HP. This boss is called Katash, and it has HP cap. This is how fast I kill it. I have a very powerful build, so spoiler. I'm just gonna keep pressing the back key because this is a 0.3 second kill. Okay. I'm just gonna. It's entertaining to me. It's, you know, it's therapeutic. But yeah, I killed this max HP monster in 0.3 seconds. My build has around 10 billion damage DPS. It's probably the highest DPS build in the game at maximum ramp. I need to ramp for a couple seconds to get to this point. I don't instantaneously have this much damage. But if you let my build ramp for a couple seconds, I do about 10 billion DPS. So I kill max HP monsters very, very, very fast. Probably the fastest that any build's ever killed them in the history of this game. Oops. That being said, I have fought time loss nodes where the essence monster in Delve took me 5 minutes to kill. I have some highlight clip here where it was a 5-minute fight. So think about that. My build took 5 minutes to kill a rare monster. Just because it had all these Arch Nemesis tank mods, and it also had recovery, and it also had 2 billion HP. So you start to get to a point in Delve where the rares become much harder than the bosses. So this is where things really change when people start to get deep. The hardest things are no longer alls. The hardest things are now like time lost rares and beyond nodes because it's the rares that are a problem. So this is going to kind of bring the transition into what we'll call deep delve, okay? I've talked about HP cap enough. You kind of understand it now, hopefully. But let's talk deep delve, okay? I'm going to be going to 6,000 this league. There's 8 days and some change left in the league. In these 8 days, I will be making it to 6,000, which is the bottom. Delve stops scaling after 6,000. That's why if you check on PoE Ninja, you'll see people quit at 6,000. It's because 6,000 is the end. Delve is the hardest content in Path of Exile, and 6,000 is the bottom. So if you make it to 6,000 depth, you've beat the hardest thing in Path of Exile. So I will also be making it to 6,000 this league. I'm 644 away, which should only take me like 4 days. I have 8 days left in the league, so maybe by the time you're watching this video, you know, getting ready for 323, I'll probably already be 6K Delve. But I decided I'd go ahead and make this video while I'm still progressing. You know, I might lose motivation to come back and make it if I finish the goal. So let's talk just the actual change in difficulty as you get this deep. So I've said this is a deep delve video, but what does deep delve mean? This is a very subjective term. Sometimes people say deep delve and they mean like 1,000. Sometimes people say deep delve and they mean like 6,000. Generally, what people consider deep delve is pretty much whatever depth, deeper than whatever depth they're at. It's a very selfish definition. If someone's at depth 2K, they consider 2K or deeper as deep delve, and 1K is shallow. If someone's at 1K delve, their opinion on what deep delve is, 1K or deeper is deep delve. 500 shallow. Everyone tends to call whatever depth they're at deep delve, and every depth deeper than that is deep delve, and every depth shallower than that is not deep delve. It's a very gate-kept term. But here's the honest answer, okay? There's a quote. To a canary, a cat is a monster. Well, to a cat, a pit bull is a monster. It's all relative. So for some people 600 is deep. For some people 1500 is deep. For some people, it all depends on what your goals are, what your build is, what your investment is. It's all a relative term. So what I am considering for this video, the definition is a very, very broad range. I'm gonna call it like 600 to 6,000. That's a huge range, but that's really the range that things start to change from like the shallower depths. So maybe you're a canary who wants to progress through 600 and just make some money. Maybe you're a cat at 1,000 who wants to fight some HP cat monsters. Maybe you're a pit bull at depth 2,000 who wants to, push to a harder challenge. Or maybe you're a Tyrannosaurus Rex at depth 6,000 that maybe didn't know some of the cap things I've talked about so far. But it's all relative. I'm going to go over what's pretty much 600 to 6,000 in this video. So, that being said, let's talk the scaling of Delve in two aspects, the Azerite cart and the numbers. Let's do numbers briefly first. The numbers in Delve, the HP actually ramps from 1,000 to 1,500. It ramps steeper than after 1,500, because when Delve League was added, the cap was 600, and then after people made it to 600, they increased the cap to 1,500. After people made it to 1,500 with like cheesy immunity builds and party play, they increased it to 3,000, and after that, they doubled it again to 6,000. So now there's no limit after 6,000. And for a while there, when they increased the limit after 6,000, it was bugged and the zones didn't have any modifiers. Since the Scourge rework, that's not the case. It just stopped scaling at 6,000. There's still full modifiers. But because of those increases in depth throughout history, there's different thresholds that happen at 600, 1,500, and 6,000. But 600 and 1,500 are kind of the like reward thresholds, let's call them. And then a few other things happen at those cutoffs. But at 1,500, they made it so that the HP increase was completely linear from that point on. After 1,500, every percent HP increase per node is completely linear. So by the time you get to like 3,000 to 5,000, you're starting to get to the point where rares have the HP cap. And by like 6,000, maybe some very tanky blues with like some one-off tank mods could potentially in a Monster Life zone have HP cap, maybe. But the damage, it works really differently though. While the HP scaling is very smooth, you'll notice here the damage scaling is a really weird looking graph because it actually doesn't really change too rapidly until about 600. Like even at depth 600, it's only a 1.49 times multiplier. It doesn't really start to ramp up very fast. Even at 500, it's only like a 30% multiplier. It's not bad. But it really, really climbs up until 1145. There's a damage soft cap at 1145 where it reaches 331%. And after that, it really, really smooths off. And then starting like 2,500, it turns into an exponential jump where it's 25% more damage every 1,000 depth. So every time you go from 3,000 to 4,000, it's 25% more damage. 4,000 to 5,000, 25% more damage. 5,000 to 6,000, 25% more damage. So it gets really aggressive around the 1K to 1,200 mark. And then after that, it doesn't actually get that much more dangerous for a while. If your build is able to get to 1150, you kind of do have the tankiness to make it to like 3,000. It's not that much more dangerous at 3,000 than it is at 1,100. But then it starts to get really dangerous up until about 6,000. Let's talk Azerite cart. You've maybe seen some people in Deep Delve and their Azerite cart. So right now I just did a node at 1,500 whatever, or 800. So you'll see my Azurite cart looks capped. But what happens if I complete a node down farther? Oh, 53. Let me go complete this node real quick. I'll just talk while I talk about this, because this will update my cart. So you'll notice here that my cart radius is really small. And you'll also notice that if I do take any darkness damage, it's a lot. I have absolutely no darkness res. It's like negative 1200%. My cart radius is kind of the same. It's like negative 1500%. If you ever watch people do deep delve, their cart stats will be, every single thing will be in the red and will be at the absolute most negative amount. This is normal because after depth 2000, it's not possible to have things positive anymore. The most you can get them to is 0 technically. But the thing is, you probably will not be able to keep up with the cost after about 12 or 1300, because what happens is, when you start progressing through the depths, you basically start off at like depth 100, and you start upgrading your Azurite cart, and by depth 2 or 300, you've got all your stats kind of caught up, and at that point, you might even start to go positive on Azurite, with like your darkness res, cart radius, and flare radius, and then you're just going for the other upgrades like more flares, more sulfite capacity, more dynamite damage, stuff like that, which we'll talk about later. That dynamite damage can help you. But after about 1,000, the costs start to really ramp up faster and faster and faster. And after 1,000, you can't really keep up anymore. Oh, there's the guy. Let's kill him. Oh, don't run away from me. What? Alright, there's a good example of the darkness damage immunity there. Alright, so hopefully this updates my Azurite cart if I, because I did that node. I think I have to go to my hideout first or log out to reset it. But I'll show you, by about 1100 then, the costs keep ramping up higher and higher, and there's my Azurite cart. This is what it typically looks like. By 1200, your Azurite you've saved up, if you've been diligent about saving, just keeps going farther and farther down. And this league, I made it to about 1300 depth, where I just finally couldn't keep up with the cost anymore. And the cost just starts to skyrocket so high that the stats start to go negative. And then they go farther negative, and farther negative, and farther negative. And then you get to the point where you just give up on them, because after negative 200, it doesn't matter. Because there's an interesting mechanism that works here. So, the radius has a minimum amount where it doesn't go below, like, the absolute minimum. And I don't know what the exact percentage on that is, but it's probably around negative 200. After negative 200, there's no difference between negative 200 and negative 2000. It's all the same. So once you get to that point, you have no sense in upgrading the cart anymore. However, darkness res, this is a fun Path of Exile fact. Ready? In this game, resistances cap out normally at 75%. Max res caps at 90%. But most people don't know there's a minimum res cap. The minimum res cap in Path of Exile is 200. Negative 200. If you've ever played a Doriani's prototype build, people did this in Lake of Calandra League. They'd play Lake of Calandra with like negative 100 lightning res on both rings and amulet. And they could easily get to like negative 400 lightning res during Lake. The thing is, res caps at negative 200. So there's no point in doing that. So anyone who's played Doriani's prototype probably is aware of that negative 200 cap. Oddly enough, darkness resistance is treated as a normal Path of Exile resistance, so it also caps at negative 200. It does a little bit of flat damage to you, plus a % damage to you, and it ramps every quarter second, more and more stacks until it can basically kill you. And at deep depth with like really, really negative darkness res, darkness can kill you in like 2 seconds. If you saw Ben's hardcore death at 1800, he died to like 8 stacks of darkness, which is 2 seconds. He got darkness bombed and then just got darkness degen to death, and then he couldn't leech because darkness also makes monsters immune to damage. His recovery is based off some amount of leech, which means he wasn't leeching anymore, and he died in 2 seconds to darkness. But the thing is, beyond negative 200, it's all the same. So that's why when you see people deep delve, they only ever, they really only upgrade, sometimes they don't even upgrade it at all. Like, Mirror was rank 1 at Delve in Sanctum League, and his cart was negative 3150 for all 3 stats the whole time. He literally never spent a single Azurite on a single upgrade of his cart the entire time. From depth 1, he just delved with no darkness and no radius, because that's what he's used to, and that's what he's going to end with anyways, so he didn't screw around wasting Azurite on, like, the meaningless upgrades. I try to keep up a little bit, but this is the main reason you don't see people upgrade their cart past that point. The other reason is because Azurite can buy resonators. Now, resonators are worth like 75 to 1 right now. So 75 of these 1-socket resonators is worth a divine. So 75 times 300 means for every 22k Azurite, you can get a divine. Which means if you're someone who has 3.328 million Azurite, that means that's 150 divines worth of Azurite. So you could understand why a person who's used to playing with negative 200 darkness resistance would just get used to it and then not spend 150 divines on an upgrade that they're used to not having. But let me just show you right now an illustration on how costly this darkness res is. Because see this 150 divines worth of Azurite? The things I do for content. So, something interesting that happens here. Remember, every darkness res below 200 doesn't matter. Because negative 200 and negative 2 million is the same. It caps at negative 200. This means the first actual upgrade that does anything is this upgrade right here. Because that puts me to 180. This is the first actual darkness upgrade that you can get in this game. This makes you take, instead of 200% increased damage from darkness, you take 180%. This is the single first upgrade, and it costs grand total 4 million Azurite. Because remember, I already had positive Azurite, or positive darkness res up till 1300, so I'd been spending Azurite up to like a 32k cost per upgrade. I'd already spent like 700 or 800k when I started spending just now. So my total spent on this right here is like 3.6 million. So it costs almost 200 divines to get this first upgrade. But I could do a few more of these too. Now instead of taking 300% from darkness, I'm taking 220. So I am now 36% tankier to darkness after deleting like close to 200 divines. You can maybe understand why people don't do this now. But I figured I'd show this for the video, just how costly it is. So all of these numbers cap out at 2,000 depth. After depth 2,000, you see this right here. The penalty for depth says negative 3150. That is what you achieve at depth 2,000. After 2,000, it's all the same. It never goes up again. So the nice thing is, though, if you do actually get to cap, it stays there. It never scales higher again, but it's just so absurdly costly to get that point. Like, I'm at depth 53, 59, and that was most of my Azurite, and I still don't have it finished yet. So you kind of, if you are going to deep delve, just kind of get used to delving without any of the card stats. That's kind of, if you go deeper than like 1,000, you're going to just have to accept that. Especially deeper than 1,500, you're just going to have to accept that you're not going to have the card stats. Alright. Well, let's talk money now. I don't know if I'm following the same order I said I was going to follow, but let's talk money. Because like I said, that was 150 divines worth of Azurite that I could have converted with 1-socket resonators. So there are a few ways to make money in Delve, and that's one of them. Although it's not the biggest share of the pie chart. Azurite conversion, I can probably make around 1 to 2 divines an hour, and that probably represents like 15 to 20% of the money from delving. Delve is a really weird league mechanic in this sense. Pretty much every league mechanic in Path of Exile is balanced around each other in a trade league, just because of supply and demand and how economy works. If there's 10 different league mechanics in this game that all produce something of value, and different people like doing different things, if all of them are balanced around making 5 divines an hour, and one of those things is suddenly only making 3 divines an hour, then less people will do that, and they'll start doing the things that are making 5 divines an hour. Or maybe there's one outlier that's making 7 divines an hour, and then they'll do that. Well, then all those people that jump ship to do the thing that's making 7 divines an hour now, you'll now have a greater supply for approximately the same demand, and that 7 divine an hour league mechanic will start to come back down. Now no one's doing the thing that makes 3 divines an hour, and so it starts to rise up to 5 divines an hour, where people will jump back to doing it. So trade leagues kind of self-equalize the currency making because of this effect. But the difference between Delve and all those other league mechanics is that those other league mechanics are pretty normalized in their income, and it's fairly independent of how strong your character is. Because the thing is, like, even if you're farming delirium juice maps, magic finding, all that stuff, the difference in clear speed between your build and a build that's worth 10 times as much is probably not that much. Like, a 50 divine build can clear Crimson Temples pretty fast. A 500 divine build can clear Crimson Temples maybe like 20 or 30% faster. 10 times the cost and like 20 to 30% the income. Okay. There's other things that are completely independent of your build level, like Heist, you know. If you make 6 divines an hour in Heist, it doesn't really matter if you have a 20 mirror build. You're still going to make 6 divines an hour in Heist. That's the opposite end of the spectrum. Delve is a mechanic on the far extreme the other way, where the money is really dependent on how strong your character is. Like, really dependent. If you're delving at depth 200, you are not making money delving. It is not good money. Don't waste your time. The first threshold where delve starts to become good money is about 600. Remember, like I said, 600 used to be the cap, so there are different things that cap at different depths, and the most common numbers is 600 and 1500. At depth 600, there's a cap for the frequency that all cities appear. On league start, alls are worth a lot of money. This league, for the first 2 to 4 weeks of the league, the average all kill, based off the price of an unidentified amulet, which is a 50 to 60% drop rate, the price of Crown of the Tyrant, and the price of the charge rings, the average all kill for a several week span this league was 7 divines. So if you're at depth 600 and you're finding like an all per hour, with a good sample size, you're making like 7 divines an hour just off all, as well as maybe 1 divine an hour off Azurite, and maybe like 3 to 4 divines off of like rare fossils. But alright, so I said a couple other things there that's money. So we talked about Azurite from Nico converting into 1-socket resonators being money. All on league start particularly is a decent amount of money. But like 20 minutes ago, you guys saw me sell a map for 17 divines. Toward the end of the league, the Doriani's Maze maps go up really high in price. Like the end of last league, I was selling these for 26 divines. Like, these don't start off super expensive, but by the end of leagues, people need this to get their 40 challenges complete, so people pay a lot of money for this. So the start of the league, Ahawaddle's bad money, and by the end of the league, he's good money because of this one map. He's also got the fragment piece that's worth like a divine, but on league start in particular, all is really good money. And then over time, that starts to go down in value because really all but the MD necks start to really depreciate in value. But there's another thing that starts to go up in value as the league goes on, and that's rare fossils. You'll see in my inventory I have some of these fossils. I have a glyphic fossil, faceted fossil, fractured fossil, and in here I have hollow fossil. Alright? These 4 fossils are only from their specific node. Later in the video, I'll go over the ways to beat all these, because they're different levels of challenge. But these are the 4 money fossils, and as the league goes on, they tend to go up in price. At the peak this league, glyphic fossils were worth 3/4 of a divine, and if I was just targeting glyphics, I could probably easily farm like 5 to 10 per hour. Faceted peaked at about 0.6 divines. Let's call them half. Hollow peaked at like 100 chaos. So like not like 0.4 divines. Fractured weren't a lot this league, but in Crucible League they were like half a divine. But like, if I delve for an hour and I just go really fast at depth 1500, and I just look for fossils the entire time, I could probably make close to 10 divines an hour just off these fossils, just targeting these fossils. And the reason I say 1500 is, remember we talked about different caps in this game? 1500 is where the fossil rate caps, or at least it's hard to prove otherwise. But like by 1500, so at depth 200, let's go back to depth 200. These are all tied to a specific zone. So in the blue zones, you get the glyphic fossils. In these kind of orangish tan zones, I'm colorblind, so don't yell at me, you get the fasted fossils. In the red zones, you get the fasted fossils, which is the second most valuable. And in the kind of like gray zones, you get the crystal spires for the hollowed fossils. But if you're at depth 200 and you look at these, you'll notice that like in the tan zones, they should be humid fissures, but they're all smuggler stashes. That's because at shallow depth, all you're going to get in these zones is smuggler stashes. When you see a fossil icon, it's probably just a smuggler stash. Like, if this was deeper in the blue zone, a fossil node would be a glyphic fossil. But because I'm at depth 190, it's a smuggler stash. But as you get deeper and deeper, the percent chance this has to be a glyphic fossil keeps going up and up. So by the time you get to 1500, if you encounter a fossil node that's in one of those zones, it's over a 90% chance to be the money fossil. So this should be Molten Cavity because it's in a red zone, and at 1500 it is. The tan zone, this should be a humid fissure. It is. If I go and look at more of these, they should all be the money fossil. This should be a time loss because it's in a blue zone. Oh, it's a smuggler stash. There's the 10% chance. This should be a molten. It's a molten. So it's never 100%, but there's also bias here too because on the way down, I hit all the time loss nodes and stuff. So chances are I already pathed through the money fossils and skipped the smuggler stashes. But like this should be a time lost. It's a time lost. That's 2/3 of divine. So once you're down to like 1600, 90% chance if you see a rare fossil node, this should be a molten cavity. It's a molten cavity. By the time you're this deep, they should all be the money fossil, like 90+% of the time. And these money fossils are worth like half a divine apiece. And you just farm those. So that's like the other way to make money. It's boss drops, rare fossils, Azret conversion. There is a fourth category, however, that's rare, but sometimes you'll get a drop that's worth like double-digit divines because Delve has Delve-specific mods that they can only drop in Delve. And some of these mods are really good for certain builds, but there's a chance for them to drop Fractured, like a 1 in 10 chance that they drop Fractured. And then it has to hit the Delve mod, so it's even rarer. But there's some items that you can get from the Fractured Delve mod that are worth a lot of money. Like, I've sold a Fractured Helmet that had Fizz taken his Ellie for double-digit divines. I sold a Fractured Convoking Wand with minions are aggressive for like 19 divines. There's just a couple of these oddball Fractured bases that have a Fractured Delve modifier that are sometimes worth double-digit divines. So that's kind of the fourth category of money. Alright. So I said this is going to be a long video. We're probably over the 30-minute mark, so I'm going to take a brief drink of Mountain Dew here. Like I said, I'll timestamp all of this. So the last thing I'm going to show is I'm going to do some of these nodes, okay? And I'm going to show you how I do them. I'll start with the bosses. So it looks... Actually, hang on. There's two more categories I have to go over, okay? There's Arch Nemesis and number requirements. I'm gonna go over those categories, then I'll get to the demos. Alright. So let's talk Arch Nemesis. Arch Nemesis is something where if you have a very strong build in mapping, you probably don't realize anything to do with Arch Nemesis because you just kill things in one hit. But because of the way Delve works, where by the time you get deeper and deeper, the hardest monsters to fight are rare monsters, because once again, they also have HP cap. But then they have all these crazy tank mods from Arch Nemesis that make them like 20 times tankier. Rare monsters are the scariest thing in Delve. So, while above ground in mapping, Arch Nemesis is not a big deal. In Deep Delve, Arch Nemesis is a very, very big deal. So I'm going to go over what some of the hardest mods are, just real quick, and maybe why a build would struggle with them and how you maybe would counter them. But a lot of people sometimes, you'll see someone on Reddit say that like Soul Eater's the worst mod in the game. Soul Eater should not be in Deep Delve. I made this full list a while back, and Soul Eater was the 17th hardest modifier in Delve. There were 16 modifiers harder than Soul Eater. I deleted that list and just remade this in 30 seconds before the video, but let's go through the problem modifiers, okay? The first one I'm going to say is Mana Siphoner. Clearly I have a bias to Mana Siphoner because I'm playing a mana build, but Mana Siphoner is the Arch Nemesis ability that screws over pretty much every Deep Delve build. There are only 3 builds this league that are going to make it to depth 6000. The third is my build, which is a Mana Stacker. The first is Armor Stacker, and the second is Eye of Winter. Now, Eye of Winter has a little bit better defense against Mana Siphoner, but pretty much every league that there's a build that makes it to 6000, they typically have the same defensive package, where they have 100% of Fizz converted to Ellie, and then they have all of their armor applying to elemental damage. So first they get 90 max res to reduce it by 9 times, 10 times, whatever. Then they get another 90% reduction from armor, so they have a 99% damage reduction. That applies to hits. So they have a 99% damage reduction to hits. And they have a very small actual like life or ES pool. And they're just relying on their massive hit reduction to stay alive. Those builds look very tanky. And these are typically like the rank 1 Delve builds, because they can deal with the onslaught of big hits very nicely. The reason that Mana Siphoner is a trouble for them is because it's a degen. It's a lightning damage degen that will just oftentimes kill them. So there's ways to mitigate this, but the builds that have low ES pools or low life pools with crazy high hit reduction, they oftentimes get screwed by Mana Siphoner. Temp Bubble for the builds I play is like the worst mod in the game. Executioner is a mod that makes it so you can't recover above half. This is a really big problem in Delve because there's a lot of nodes you'll fight, the hardest ones, where there's multiple rares on top of each other. And what this mod essentially does is it makes your HP pool half. So this basically, since most Delve builds have really high recovery and only die to one-shots, this mod basically says double damage. But it's worse than that, because this mod doesn't double the damage of the Executioner mob. It doubles the damage of everything. So if you're in a Beyond node and there's 10 monsters, or 10 rare monsters, by one single one of them having Executioner, if you're in that Executioner range and you're stuck at half, every other monster there effectively hits you for double, because you only die to one-shots. So your this doubles the damage of every single monster on the screen. This is a good example of rare monsters like stacking together and becoming more problematic the more that are stacked together. It's not the fact there's more monsters hitting you. It's the fact that they're all stacked together and their effects keep multiplying on top of you. Because there's another one that makes it so that you cannot recover. Like, imagine you cannot recover. This is just worse than Executioner for a lot of builds. It just stops all of your recovery. Like, this kills you so many times. Allies are immune to damage. This used to be a rare modifier back in the day. They got rid of it because they said it was bad game design. And then they brought it back with Arch Nemesis. There's an Arch Nemesis modifier that just makes everything immune to damage. This is very problematic in Deep Delve. Corpse Explode does not do that much, actually. I should talk about this in a second. But the on high base HP, like Essence monsters, this can kill you. Then there's the God Touch, then Soul Eater, then some of the other stuff can potentially be problematic. But Soul Eater doesn't increase the speed or max hit of the monster. So that's the reason Soul Eater's not a problem. Is because if you're a build that is mobile, you can just kite it and it doesn't get any faster. If you're a build that's perfectly stationary in Delve, that's usually because you have a crazy recovery build that can only die to a one-shot. So if you can only die to one-shots and Soul Eater just increases attack speed, Soul Eater does not make the monster any more dangerous to you because you'll just recoup that much faster. Like, if something's attacking once per second or 30 times per second, to a lot of Deep Delve builds, there's no difference because they have recovery. Corpse Explode, though, this is probably worth talking about real quick. Modifiers in Delve that are percent HP based do not work with depth scaling. So Detonate Dead does not work with depth scaling. If it did, every build would just run some form of Detonate Dead in Delve. What happens is, on this HP multiplier, if a monster has 1,000,000 base HP, and you Corpse Explode for 6% of its life, it does 60,000 damage. But if now that monster has 1,000,000 base HP, and it has a 700 times multiplier, and now it has 700 million HP, and you Corpse Explode it for 6%, you might think that you're going to explode it for 6% of 700 million, and have a Corpse Explode with a base damage of 42 million. Nope. That is not how that works. You will still get a base explosion of 60k because it's based off of the HP before depth multipliers. So anything that's affected by the base HP does not work. It applies before the depth multiplier gets applied. So that's why Corpse Explode is not actually good in Deep Delve. Although, the flip side of that is, there is a zone modifier, if you read right here, that says, monsters gain 43% of maximum life as extra maximum energy shield. If you're at depth 200 and you get a boss that has this modifier, it's really troubling because these bosses have 60 million health. If you're a build that is struggling to do 60 million damage, and then you just slap on a modifier that gives it a 30 mil energy shield that keeps recharging whenever it does its phase, like All does this phase where he goes immune to damage like every 20 seconds. So if you can't even chip through his shield in that time, you'll never kill him. The good news is this is not affected by depth. So he has a 30 million shield at depth 200, but even at depth 6k, his shield is still just 30 million. So in Deep Delve zones, this modifier is a freebie. It does absolutely nothing. Monsters that have 1 billion health that get an extra shield of like 500k, it does nothing. So that's like the flip side good thing is this modifier is a dead mod, even though Corpse Explode doesn't work. Alright. Last thing I'm going to talk about before I get into demonstrations is number requirements and scaling. Okay? So, typically in Delve, there's a certain defensive requirement. Now, I'm going to open up this POB of mine. And I'm going to... Oh, let's just do that. 1 second stationary, whatever. Okay. My elemental max hit is about 200k. That's without Arcane Cloak up, though. So with my 18k Arcane Cloak, my max elemental hit is about 350k. I would say, to make it to depth 6000, the single most important defensive requirement is you need to have a max elemental hit of about 200k, and then you need to be able to have enough recovery to get that back at least once per second. Okay? So, maybe you're a build... There's a lot of it depends here, okay? I played Mjolnir to 5300. My Mjolnir build had a max elemental hit of about 200k. However, it was only recovering about 30% of its energy shield per second. Once I got an ES gain on hit, Watcher's Eye, then it was over 100%. It had crazy recovery and would just constantly go back to full, and it felt like way tankier. But I made it to 5300 without an ES gain on hit Watcher's Eye, with only 30% recovery, with a 200k max hit. But that's because I was playing a build that had 80% evasion and was constantly moving while cycloning and almost never getting hit. I was just cycloning in a circle at full speed constantly with 80% evasion. So I remember I had this discussion where I was convinced I was getting hit like once per second. And I went back and I watched a tier 3 Azerite node, and I was actually only getting hit about once every 5 seconds. So it depends on the build. It depends how much you're moving. If you are a build that's perfectly stationary, you need to have at least 100% of your recovery per second. My Mana Forge Arrow build does this with Instant Leech. Like Aya Winter does this with the Blood Notch and Progenesis. It staggers all the damage, and then it has the Blood Notch recoup. Bone Shatter does this with Self-Harm recoup. Armor Stacker does this with ES or life gain on hit. Because they have very, very tiny HP pools. And they're hitting a shit ton of times with Molten Strike. So they're gaining like 20,000 life per second. But I would say the defensive requirement to get to 6k is you need to have about a 200k elemental max hit. Sometimes people point out that my Chaos and Fizz max hit are low compared to the others. This is going to be a controversial take, but this is correct. Chaos and Fizz max hit are basically worthless. There's just almost nothing in this game that does Fizz or Chaos damage. There are 2-ish nodes that do Chaos damage in Delve, and then there's the Chaos Weaver Arch Nemesis mob, and then there's the Chaos Explosion Arch Nemesis mob. Those are the only things that really have any requirement for Chaos Res, and I still do just fine with those. Like, I know I still have this on my screen right now. You'll see my Deathless streaks between like 4 and 5k. Even with a max Chaos hit of 57k, I was only taking, like, wait, actually, do I even have, whatever. I was rarely, like, I was going 100 plus streaks without dying. And I think all but one of those streaks was to elemental damage. Like, I have a fairly consistent build, even though it looks like my HP is bouncing around a lot. But, really, I almost never die to anything but elemental damage. So even though my PoB is really top heavy on elemental defense, like, I even had the opportunity on my boots to craft 35 Chaos Res as a suffix. But instead, I used the Essence modifier for 5% reduced elemental damage taken while stationary. That's because Ellie max hit is so much more important overall. Even if you're extremely lopsided toward Ellie max hit, it just matters so much more than everything else. Like, I know people always say, oh yeah, well, my effective hit pool is that effective hit pool means nothing. If you open a Path of Building and look at the effective hit pool, this means absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. There are builds out there, because the effective hit pool calculates based off of things like recovery and small hits and stuff. So if you put on an Aegis Aurora and you recover like 5k energy shield on block, you can have a build that has a 100k elemental max hit, and the EHP in Path of Building will say like 2 million or like infinity. That's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. Because I'm also recovering all of my ES like every single game tick. I only die to a one-shot. So whether they're recovering all that on block, or I'm just instant leeching it all back with a gajillion hits at the same time, because I do like over 100 hits per second per monster, I'm also recovering to full every single fraction of a second. So it really just comes down to what's your max hit. Do not pay attention to EHP. It is max hit, and specifically elemental max hit, that matters. Fizz max hit only matters if you're playing Bone Shatter. Everything that's dangerous in not just Delve, but in all of Path of Exile, every single thing is elemental damage. The hardest hitting Fizz hit in all of Path of Exile outside of Delve is an Uber Shaper Slam. I don't have a clip handy, but Uber Shaper Slams hit my character for less than 2k. It knocks me down to like 27 out of 29k. It is so far away from being remotely dangerous, and that is the hardest Fizz hit in Path of Exile without depth scaling. And it hits me for like 1800. Really, the only things in the entire game that are dangerous, including Delve, is elemental hit. So when I talk about defense, I'm talking elemental max hit. My build has a really high elemental max hit. This is an Uber Maven Brain Nova. It knocks me down all the way to 20k. So, yeah, the only thing that really matters is Ellie max hit. So, I would say to get to 6k, you need to have about 200k Ellie max hit, and either 100 plus recovery per second, or a significantly bigger max hit. So you're essentially recovering 200k elemental max hit per second. So maybe you have 600k Ellie max hit, and you're recovering 30% per second somehow. That would be fine. But the only exceptions is if you're a very evasive character. You can get away with less recovery if you have a lot of layers of evasion, like actual evasion, dodge, mobility. Like if your character's moving around really fast with like either phasing or just high movement speed, whatever. Like Mjolnir was like that. Let's talk damage. I would say the damage requirements for Deep Delve are bare minimum, I'm going to say 100 million. The lowest DPS character I think that has ever made it to close to 6k was Oscar. Oscar is like, has a page in the history books for Delve because he made it to 5,930 depth in hardcore. Now, the big asterisk here is this was before the Lake of Calandra Arch Nemesis rework, where they made Arch Nemesis the core game mechanic for rare monsters, which made the game a lot harder, particularly for Deep Delve. And then all these mods came in that are just terrible. So this was at a time before Arch Nemesis, so the game was a lot easier. But still, insanely impressive. He made it to depth 5,900 with like 70 million DPS. Because he had dot cap from Poison Spark, and then he had like 30 mil hit DPS. That's the... If you play to 6k with 70 mil DPS, it is painful. It is absolute pain and misery. Even 100 mil feels kind of low. I would say 150 to 200 is about when Deep Delve starts to feel pretty comfortable. I think the Eye of Winter builds have around 150 mil. Like I saw a couple clips of someone at 6k playing Eye of Winter, and they were fighting like an HP cap Crystal Spire. And it took them like 20 seconds to kill it. And that's like probably the lower end of what's acceptable. But like, I've been used to playing a build with billions of DPS, so to me that looks low. But they're very tanky and very consistently tanky, so they can get away with that. So if you're insanely tanky, you can get away with about 100 mil minimum. The less tanky you are, the more you're going to want to push even higher. You can have some like Giga Armor Stacker or Eye of Winter build, which the Eye of Winter build is probably going to get gutted without tattoos. I would say that's going to fall off next league with no tattoos. It's going to be down to just Armor Stacker probably. But insanely tanky builds can get away with like 100 million. The less tanky you get, the more DPS you're going to want to get. Some combination of either like infinite tankiness and 100 mil, or like pretty high tankiness and like 200 mil. Or you can maybe be fairly glassy if you have like a billion DPS. And by fairly glassy, I mean like 120k max Ellie hit. You're in softcore. That 120k with a lot of recovery. You'll still die to like big hits from rares, but if you're killing them almost instantly, that's fine. You'll have random deaths and whatnot, but like if you have like 500 mil plus, you can probably get away with like 120k. But I would say those are like the minimum requirements for damage and tankiness. And then the final thing you really need is some source of recovery. You can get away with low recovery, like I said, if you have insanely good chance to avoid hits, like evasion, movement, whatever. But for the most part, you need some source of high recovery. And the mechanics that typically do this are the Blood Notch Progenesis combo that Eye of Winter uses. So they use all this flask effect from tattoos this league that's probably going to get nerfed into the ground next league when they get removed. And they stagger like 75% of their damage, meaning they take it over a dot, not up front. But then they have Recoup that completely counters that. So they just recoup 100% of damage taken, like probably over 100 with Blood Notch. And so they just achieve this like immortality by having more recoup than they have damage taken and staggering the damage. The other way is gain on hit, typically. Bone Shatter also relies on recoup, but it's self-harm recoup. So Bone Shatter and Iron Winter have recoup to cover their recovery. Armor Stacker and my build rely on the on-hit effect, where when you hit a monster, you are recovering a set amount of your HP. So I have, every single time I hit something, I recover 1%, because I have Instant Leech. 10% of Leech is instant, max ES Leech is 10%, so that means 1% of my ES is recovered per hit. And like I said, I do over 100 hits per second per target, because each one of these little Storm Rain arrows does 4 hits, and there's 17 projectiles on the Blast Rain. I have 2 Blast Rains, and I have 4 attacks per second. So I have like 130 hits per second, so if I'm hitting 4 monsters on like a time lost, I have 500 hits per second. So that's 150,000 energy shield per second on 4 monsters. But you kind of need to have a source of really high recovery. Alright, it's time for some demos. Like I said, I'm going to timestamp these. Let me show you how I do some bosses, okay? And how I do some of the hardest nodes. I'll start with the bosses. So, I have a back-to-back here, I think, at 3792, it looks like. So, I'm going to try to show you guys the mechanics on these. Because, remember, I can kill these bosses in under a second, because I have a build with stupid damage. But I can't really show you the mechanics by doing that. So I'm going to deliberately do less damage on these to show you the mechanics, okay? We're gonna hopefully show you all of them. Kurgal doesn't really have much for mechanics, but he's gonna start the fight off and he's pretty much instantly attackable. The other 2 bosses have like a 5-second RP period. But he's in this inner ring, he never moves. None of the 3 Delve bosses ever move. They always stay exactly in the center of the room. Kurgal has these like this cross shape where there's 4 paths out. What he does is he makes this like spiral, or not spiral, this like star pattern around him, and it's a bunch of beams. These beams they look like they'd be a dot, and if you watch your like ES move or your HP move, it looks like a dot, but it's actually a really, really fast ticking hit, which is good for like armor builds because it's Fizz that then gets somewhat converted to Ellie. But if you have good hit mitigation, you'll take no damage from this. Because it looks like a dot, but it is actually a very, very, very fast ticking hit. The next thing he'll have is he'll have this ability where he like charges up in the middle, and then he shoots this beam after you. This beam just chases you really slowly. You pretty much just have to run out and run away from it, because when he's doing that, he has this like circle around him that's doing this every single thing is just this fast ticking fizz hit. So you'll take this fast-ticking fizz hit inside this inner ring, so you have to get out of the inner ring, and then he chases you with the beam, and you just have to run away from the beam. That's pretty much the only mechanics he does in his first 100%. At 50%, he's going to do an ad phase, where you just kill ads. It's pretty simple. During the ad phase, though, you'll see these orbs on the ground sometimes. He'll do this 2 or 3 times, where all these like orbs build up, and then they all pop at the same time. If you get hit by the pop, that can kill you. It's pretty lethal. So try to look when all the orbs are building up and they start to like pulse bigger and bigger like they're about to pop. Try to look when they're all going to pop and dodge that. Staying on the outside makes it pretty easy if you just run circles around the outside. Then he comes back and you burn him 50-0. It's the same mechanics as P1. Unlike the other 2 bosses, though, Kurgal has a final phase where he resurrects at full HP, and he goes into his Chaos phase. His first phase is Fizz, his second phase is Chaos. the arena is going to fill up with all these little beams that chase you that do chaos damage. This is very bad for my build because I talked about having low chaos hit and how that usually doesn't matter. Well, since I usually kill him almost instantly, that's why it doesn't really matter for me. But if it's a long, drawn-out fight, this kind of does matter. But there's like 10 beams spread out throughout the arena that just like slowly rotate in circles that you want to dodge because they do chaos damage. And then his big ability in the final phase is, I think I had a clip of the week like 2 weeks ago where I died to this, but he like brings his hands back and he just does these giant chaos beams, and then he brings his hands together and he does this like Dragon Ball Z attack, and he does this giant clap beam. I would really recommend not getting hit by that beam. That is a it looks like an attack that you should probably not stand in. It's definitely an attack you should probably not stand in. So I'll show you the Kurgal. I'll DPS him slow just so I can show you some of the mechanics. I won't push him to half yet. I'll get him a little close. Okay, he's going to do this, like, charge-up thing in the middle, and then he's going to have a beat. There he is. Nope, not yet. There's the beam. So this beam chases you about this fast, and you just run away from it. Because the whole circle in the middle is full of that pulsing damage. So you get out of the middle, because that's where the pulsing damage is, and then you get chased by the beam. These little pattern beams do the same hit damage. It's just this fast-ticking hit. But then he gets to 50%, he does the ad phase. I think all the beams are the exact same damage. Like I said, in the ad phase, there's going to be these little orbs that pulse on the ground that are going to explode. Try not to get hit by the explosion, because those will do a lot of damage if you stand in like 10 of them. They'll probably will kill you. Even if you're a fairly tanky character. Maybe an armor stacker would live that just fine, because it's all hits. But we'll see if I see the pulsing orbs. I haven't seen it yet. I still haven't seen it yet. There it is, over here. See, those. Like 10 of them just went off over here. Okay, he's going to come back out at half now. And then I'm going to push him to his last phase. Alright, I might die here. I could blow him up instantly like I did those other ones earlier in the video. But I'm going to deliberately show you the mechanics, so I'm going to try to not get hit here. He's going to do the clap here. Ready? Maybe I have to do damage to him first. Let me do some damage to him. Clap, come on. Here's the clap. Do not stand in this. It crosses over the whole arena, and then it starts behind him. It goes in a rotation pattern, and then it ends in front of him. And in front of him is the actual damaged part. There it is again. I'm going to be behind him. So you basically just want to... You want to end behind him, period. Alright, now I'm going to kill him now that I've shown you guys. I'll do one more clap here. There we go. These beams on the outside, they do a lot of chaos damage. If you have a good amount of chaos res and EHP, or if you're CI, it's not a big issue. But they can kill you if you have, like, my amount of chaos max hit. But yeah, that's Kurgal. This one had a pretty crazy amount of mods too. Like, he had 38 crit reduction to make him tankier. He had some energy shield, which, like we talked about earlier, doesn't really make a difference. But, so I'm going to show you next an all, because I have one of them here right afterwards. I marked this in my, on the way past it, because I'm like, oh, I can use that for the video later, because there was a Kurgal and an all right in front of each other. So I'm like, that'll be perfect to just chain 2 in a row for the video. So that's what I'm doing now, finally. I've saved that for like 1500 depth for this video. Alright. On these city travel nodes, all you have to do is click on the thing to complete it. But now I'm going to all. Let's talk about running, by the way. Most builds that do deep delve to like 6k, they use a weapon swap with the Perpetua shield and phase run, and they just turn on phasing, and then they run with phasing. This is probably the superior way to do it. I know it's not the way I do it, but the reason for that is you just run to the node as fast as possible and kill nothing, and then you start fighting once you get there. There's a couple reasons to do this, and there's a couple reasons why I don't do it. One of the reasons is because of I don't have any like on hit recovery or like recoup. So if I get hit by something, I'm just gonna whittle away and die. I have almost no natural regen, and I have no recoup. So any hits I take, I'm going to slowly die. Builds though that have a lot of recoup, like Bone Shatter, it's fine to do that for example, because you can run, and if you do get hit by something, it doesn't really matter because you'll just recoup it. The other thing is, it's less fun for me. I know it's a silly reason, but I have more fun killing stuff on the way there. I still run very fast. Like, my character makes pretty good time from node to node while also killing everything. To me, it makes more sense playing an ARPG to do that. It's more fun that way. I know it's less efficient, but a typical deep delve build will use a weapon swap to phase run, and I like killing stuff. It's simple. Okay. We have all the Crystal King. This is the money one. This is the head honcho of Delve. This is the most famous boss. He drops the amulet. He drops Crown of the Tyrant. He drops the most expensive piece for charge rings. This is the money. If you can kill no other boss but this boss, you might do all right for money. Okay. How does this boss work? He starts off in the middle. He's got like 5 seconds of RP. Then he becomes attackable. He does not really any abilities at the beginning except for his slash attack and his arrow attack. So his slash attack is just like a cone in front of him. You can actually totally dodge all of these. If you just run circles around him, you can do the entire fight without ever getting hit. If you're just constantly running circles around him, he will never hit you. Everything he has is an attack, though. It's all evadable. So every single thing he does can be evaded with evasion, and I have 86 evasion, so I will almost never actually get hit. Or it can be dodged. So you'll see a lot of really skilled players that have, like, you know, leftover skill from the ZHP meta that can do alls without ever getting hit. And I also can do alls without ever getting hit because I can just kill them really fast. But at 85% health, he's going to go into his intermission phase. This intermission phase, he sends these charging warriors that charge after you wherever you're currently at in the room. He'll stay in the center, and he'll send charging warriors after you. These do damage when they pass through you. They do damage when they explode when they hit a wall. And then the trail they leave behind does like some ticking damage. So and if you're a really, really tanky like Jug build or Armor Stacker, or just, yeah, or Winter probably could too with crazy recoup, you can just stand right in front of him and recoup through it. Because if you're inside his prism right now, it doesn't knock you back. You can just stand directly in front of him and it won't knock you back. If you're a little farther back, it will knock you back. But it's easier to aim. Because if you're right in front of him, you might aim and empower these. If you're back here, it'll knock you back, but you won't empower. But if any of these hit these 8 crystals throughout the room, they empower him. I think he does get a damage reduction. I haven't proven this, but I've just experienced that when he gets empowered, he tends to take less damage, it feels like. But however, if he gets 4 of these crystals empowered, he gets access to another ability. We'll get to that later. After his first intermission, after 85%, he gets access to a new ability called Zemzamar. He yells Zemzamar, and then he does this gigantic circle that covers like 3/4 of the room. I would run out from that. Because what it does is it summons all these crystals on the ground that all explode upwards and just make these giant spikes that come out of the ground in this giant circle. So you could technically be in the circle and not get hit by anything. It's possible. You could also get hit by them and evade them because they are evadable. Or you could be standing in a spot that has like 4 of them overlapping and you could get shotgunned to death by getting hit by 4 of them at once. So I've had very tanky builds get one-shot by this because it got like super shotgunned. So the safe way to do this is when he says Zemzamar, get to the edge of the room. If you're fighting him on 100% increased AoE, it's even more dangerous. Because then it's pretty much the entire room. Only like the exit doorway will be safe. But then he goes to 50%, does an intermission where he just summons ads again. That's pretty much like all the bosses. The ad intermission's really simple. There's nothing special there. Just kill the ads, get out of it. Then he comes back out at 50%, and you just have the final burden. In the final burden to 0, he'll keep doing the intermission charge warriors. And like I said, if you ever get 4 of them empowered, he gets access to his final, most deadly ability. This is his bullet hell ability. It's scarier than Shaper's bullet hell. It's the most like projectile vomit ability in the entire game. There are so many projectiles in the arena. It's called Not, I think, is the name of the ability. And I happen to, after so much delving, I happen to speak Ancient Primordial Ice King. I'm fluent, actually. And I can translate for you. Not means log out. Because if you ever get to this ability, like ever, like you accidentally empowered 4 of them, and he yells Not, log out. If you want to save XP, log out. Just trust me, just log out. Because I'm going to try to live it here. But it is a very, very, very difficult ability to live. I'm going to try here, though. I might die to it. I'm going to show you the ability, and I'm going to try to live to it. We'll see. It's a depth 3800, but he's got double damage with cold, with onslaught. This might be hard to live. But the final thing I'm going to show is how to do the charge warriors. So this is how I do them, is how to get hit without empowering any of them every time. The way I do it is I come in between these two. By the way, this does not work on 100% AoE. Do not do this on 100% AoE. On 100% AoE, you pretty much have to tank them. Okay? Is I stand in between these two, directly in the center. If you're standing here, you're too far, you're going to empower this one. If you're here, you're going to empower this one. You have to be right where this stone is on the table. I stand here. The first charge warrior shoots toward me. Okay? Right when it's about to hit me, like it's like 2 feet away from me, I'm going to blink right here in between the portal and the crystal, like right here. Okay? If I wait until right when it's about to hit me, the second one will also be queued up to shoot there. So the second charge will also go there. I will then do the same thing. I will wait until the third one has almost hit me, and then I will move over here. And then the fourth one will go there as well. Then the fifth one will come here, and right when it's about to hit me, I move back to the middle. And then the sixth one goes there as well. In the first time he does this, there's only 6. He adds 1 every phase. That's kind of the soft enrage on the fight. If you are in a really, really long fight, he will sometimes do like 20 of these. At which point, you're going to have to either just tank them all, if you're on a tanky enough build, or it's going to be pretty much impossible to not get hit. That's the soft enrage. He keeps adding 1. But watch how I do this, and watch how I don't get hit. It's pretty easy. I'm going to phase him here instantly, because there's nothing to show in the first 15%. After this, though, there we go. Alright, so I'm going to stand here. Right when the first one's about to hit me, I'm going to blink. Watch this. Ready? Go. I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to go. I'm going to wait. I'm going to go. Alright. So here's his arrow attack. Those hit very hard. That also did a lot of damage to me. I'm not going to kill him here. I'm not actually doing damage right now. I'm deliberately not doing damage because I want to show you something. Well, I'll show that in P2. Actually, no, I'll show that in the last phase. There's Zemzamar. See, it covers like 2/3 of the room. So you'll notice he should add another warrior here. I went in time, okay. He should add another warrior here. You can, if you need to, blink back to the middle here as he starts to add these. But there's another Zemzamar. So here's the intermission phase at 50. One thing to note about Zemzamar is it is stunnable. And the way you do that is with dynamite. So in Delve, this is something people don't really know about if they don't delve much, but dynamite, you see I have 7 there on my bar? Dynamite does damage. and it scales with your depth. So if you start to get into really hard content, it actually does like a lot of damage. On bosses, it does 2.75% per dynamite. So if you use 7 dynamite on a delve boss, it will do 20% of their HP, like 19%. So on bosses that you really struggle with, you can use dynamite to push phases faster or get extra damage. All right, he's back out. I'm gonna kill the ads, but I'm not gonna kill him. Okay. What I'm gonna do now is something you should not... Okay, I'm gonna get him a little lower here. Okay. What I'm about to do, do not do. This is not how you do the fight. This is not how you do the fight. I repeat, this is not how you do the fight. Do not do this. Not. Oh, I lived it. Alright. Success. Okay. That is not how you do the fight. Remember, her knock means log out. If you hear her knock, log out. I'm really, really, really recommending you, if you hear him yell her knock, log out. But yeah, this is why all is the good money, is because his amulet drop rate's like 60%. People think that the all amulet's rare. It's not. You're more likely to get an amulet drop than a non-amulet drop. It is not that rare. And this is Purity of Elements. Right now, this is probably only like a 4 Divine Amulet. But on League launch, this is a 20 Divine Amulet. If this was the second or third weekend of the League, this would sell for between 15 and 20 Divines. Because free Purity of Elements is very powerful. Like, that's an amulet that just gives like 50 all res and ailment immunity. That's kind of a big deal. On top of also having decent stats. It's, you know, all attributes, int, 20% ES, 69 life. Like, yeah. Alright. That brings us next to the third and final boss, which is Ahwatalti. It's the Vol City boss. So I have one of these saved at 45-41. If you saw earlier in the video me sell that map for 17 Divines, that is a drop off Ahwatalti. It's a 15% drop rate, and I've sold a lot this week for about 20 Divines. But they're not worth that much on League launch. They're only worth that much at the end of the League when people are like, oh crap, I have to finish 40 challenges. And, you know, now I need to buy this map that people have, like, jacked up the price on. So, early League, it's worthless. Late League, it's worth something. Alright. We have Ahwatalti here. This guy is probably the easiest boss. But what he does is he just does some light fizz damage. And then he does this big circle ability. And, what's it called? Quikwoke? Whatever? No, that's his phasing sound, whatever. He does this big circle, that goes underneath your feet, and it does this big explosion damage that's all physical. The reason this is deadly to some builds, but not my build, is because it leaves behind on the ground fizz degen. Armor stackers and Aya Winter characters, if they stand in this fizz degen, they will evaporate like they just got Thanos snapped. Like, it is the most deadly thing in the entire game to them because it's fizz degen. Because their entire build is based off of converting fizz to Ellie from hits, having 90 res, and then taking armor and applying to that res another 10 times damage reduction. So they have a 99% damage reduction to hits and a 0% damage reduction to fizz damage over time. The elemental damage over time, like Mana Siphoner, they still have max res. but they don't have any need for, like, it's not a hit. Armor doesn't work. They have no flat fizz reduction. They literally take 100 times damage from fizz degen versus every other damage in the game. Because even the Eye of Winter Progenesis builds, degens bypass Progenesis, so the damage does not stagger. And it's fizz once again, so it does not get affected by 90% max res. So both max res, transcendence, and stagger do not work on fizz degen. So if the top 2 delve builds stand in this fizz degen, you will be dead before your brain registers that you're standing in the fizz degen. You'll literally see the release spirit, the resurrect in town page on your screen, and then like a quarter second later you'll realize, oh, I'm standing in the fizz degen. Oh wait, why is the resurrect in town button there? You'll die that fast. The other things he does is he does escargot, which is a giant snail he throws at you. That's why it's called escargot. He just makes this giant ball above his head. It's a giant snail. And he throws the escargot at you. It locks onto a position where you're currently at. And then it goes in that direction and then just does this big fizz explosion over there. So you pretty much just want to bait it to one side and then go stand on the other side. The other thing he has is in the 4 corners of the room here, there's going to be these rotating beams. These aren't really that deadly, but they're meant for if you're interacting with the mechanics more. Like, if you're baiting out the big nuke abilities, you're meant to, like, dodge the beams, but they're pretty... They don't hit super hard, and they're pretty easy to just blink over. But they just sit there and rotate. Not a big deal. The most deadly thing in the entire fight, though, is the projectiles. I'll have to pause damage for this, but randomly, at about the 10 or 20 second mark in a fight, he'll do this volley of projectiles that they all target where you're currently standing, and they shoot out from the edges of the room, and they all shotgun you on top of where you're standing. So you have to keep moving to get to dodge them. The challenging part with this is they scale with AoE and projectiles. So if the boss has 2 additional projectiles, each one of those volleys shoots 3 that have a spread to them. And it's an AoE. So if he does AoE and LMP, it does 3 giant radius projectiles each volley. And there's like 4 or 8 that shoot out. So where you're standing will have like 24 projectiles land on top of that area. That shotgun in a huge radius, and you will just die. So it's not the hardest thing to dodge if you're just moving in a circle. But if he gets either AoE or LMP, it becomes much harder to dodge. If he gets both, it's pretty much impossible to dodge. I've had Ahuattles that I had to kill before I had like a lot of movement speed. I was playing like non-Mage Blood Mjolnir, and I literally couldn't Cyclone fast enough to get out of them. Like the speed I would Cyclone at and the speed that the projectile shot at and the radius they had, I could not, even if I just moved in a straight line, they would all hit me. So every time he did the projectile attack, it would kill me. There's a minimum movement speed requirement to not die to that. You either need to do enough damage to kill him before he does that ability, or you need to have enough movement speed to be able to get out of it. But that's the really deadly ability. He has one more ability in the final phase where he just does this big rippling Fizz Nova. It doesn't really hit any harder than his other 2 big Fizz attacks, but... I think you can move to the edge of the room and dodge it, because it only goes to like these urns here for radius. So if you move it to the very outside edge of the room, you can dodge it, but I usually just tank it. It's not like a one-shot. If that's one-shotting you, your character's probably not tanky enough to be at deep delve anyways, so Oh yeah, I have to do no damage here. Okay. Oh, I think I have to get him to like 80. I'll get him Okay. Slam of Earthbreaking is the big... So this does Fizz degen, right? Ready? See? This is the snail attack. This is escargot. I baited it over there, and then I ran over there. He just spams the Fizz circle the whole fight. Now he's going to do the projectiles soon. Okay, he's doing another escargot. I'm going to bait over here and run over here. Another Fizz circle. You can see the beams. The projectiles are coming. He still hasn't done projectiles yet. Maybe he does those at like 70. Do I have to get him lower? Maybe I do. I'll get him a little lower here. There you go. So I just ran around there. I took that escargot. There's the projectiles again. See them? I don't have LMP though, so they're just single projectiles without any boosted AoE. There's escargot. Alright. It's weird doing these mechanics instead of just killing them. There's the projectiles again. Alright, Quiquote. Now every boss has this phase in the middle where you just kill ads. It's whatever. I think you've pretty much seen every attack with the big Nova and P2. And like I said, you can dodge to the edge of the room on the big Nova, but the truth is, if you can't tank the big Fizz Nova, you're not going to be at whatever depth you're at. Like, it's not the hardest hitting ability. Your build should be able to tank it, period. Let me just do a fast kill, because I don't think there's any point showing the Fizz Nova. I'll just try to flex some damage here. No. Okay. There's a maze. So this right now is 17 divines. So on League launch, this is 17 divines and this is 1 divine. Right now, this is like 4 divines and this is 17 divines. So they kind of flip-flop. But, alright. Those are the 3 bosses of Delve and the mechanics behind them. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys how to beat the hardest nodes in Delve. Because remember, when you start... Oh, that's the wrong thing. I wanted to click the cart. When you start off and you're at like depth 1000, because of how the HP cap works, bosses at about 1000 are the hardest thing you can do. But as you progress deeper and deeper, it no longer is the boss that's the hardest thing. It becomes the rares that are harder. Because of that, there are a couple nodes that get harder and harder and harder. And by like 3000, they're significantly harder than bosses. I'm going to go over some of those nodes, okay? The first I'm going to go over is a Smuggler's Stash. This is one of the most common nodes in all of Delve. It's not the hardest, but it's one of the most common. So, there should be a Smuggler's Stash here. 86? Right here. Nope. Nope. There it is. Okay. So, Smuggler's Stashes... They're not the hardest node in Delve, but they're very, very, very common, and they can be hard. What it does is it spawns 6 exiles, and this didn't used to be a hard node, but about 4 or 5 leagues ago, maybe 3 or 4 leagues ago, they reworked rogue exiles, and they increased their health by 5 times, and they increased a lot of their damage, because rogue exiles were considered like this past league mechanic that had been like power crept out. So they buffed exiles. The side effect of this is the Smuggler's Stash node in Delve went from being one of the easiest nodes to one of the hardest. Because it got the same exact buff, and it still has all the depth scaling. So Smuggler's Stash is now one of the hardest nodes. I could go and microanalyze all 6 of the exiles and what they do, but here's the gist of it. They pretty much all do physical attacks. And so if you have evasion or like fizz defense, that'll help. But then Aura Greengate is the worst monster in all of Delve. She is the most annoying. She is the keyboard smasher. She is so frustrating to fight against because all she does is run away from you. She also curses you with vulnerability, which makes all the other exiles do way more damage to you if you're not curse immune, and bleed you. So you get bleeds on you, you get hit harder. If you're struggling with this node and you don't have curse immunity, bring a curse immunity flask and it'll make a night and day difference. But when you're deep enough that basically Aura runs away from you because she's like a ranged character that will just keep running farther away. Anytime you get close to her, she'll run farther away. So she'll just keep running farther into the darkness. And when she's in the darkness, she's immune to damage because darkness makes monsters immune to damage, which is incredibly frustrating. And she also does this Rain of Arrows attack, which pins you to the ground and you can't move. If you're like some Bone Shatter Jug that doesn't move anyways, that's fine because you don't care. But if you're a character like mine that does move a lot and kind of relies on moving a lot, and like Mjolnir on Cyclone really hates this, getting pinned to the ground for 4 seconds can be lethal. So TLDR, kill Aura Greengate. That's it. You're going to go in, you're going to look for the exile that has a bow, and you are going to kill Aura Greengate, period. If you do that, you cannot lose. The other thing is, remember how I said dynamite does damage? Well, you'll want that damage here. The other thing is dynamite stuns. So basically what I like to do is I like to go in, just bomb dive Aura, get all the others except for the summoner who stays at range to just clump on top of Aura, and then I just drop 7 dynamite, and then they just stay perma-stunned while I blow them up. And then usually it's just the summoner who's out at range that I just have to kill one-on-one, and then it's fine. So you rely on the dynamite for both the damage and the stun, and you just kill Aura. If you do nothing else on this node, kill Aura Greengate. She has the bow, kill her. I will say it 10 more times. You have to kill Aura Greengate, the one with the bow. She is an asshole. She is the most supreme asshole in all of Delve. I'm looking for a bow. Where's the bow? I don't see the bow. There she is. Fuck Aura Greengate. She's going to try to run away from me. I'm pinned. I'm just going to kill them all. And I got him. So now the only one that should be left is the summoner that I'll just kill over here. And I win. That's how it should usually go. Obviously, it's going to be different depending on your damage. Those are all HP capped at this depth. But if you just look for the bow character, you can like dip in and try to get the melee ones out, and the one that stays behind will either be Aura or the summoner. Then the second you see there's a character that's staying behind that has a bow, you just start spamming dynamite and just kill them all. You'll kill those 5, and then you'll just have a one-on-one fight with the stupid summoner that you cannot possibly lose. The other reason the dynamite's nice is when she's stunned, she can't run away. So normally, if I go to her right here, where she spawned from, she would just immediately beeline in the darkness here, and just, like, when she's in the darkness, she's immune to damage, which is incredibly frustrating. So she'll just run, and she'll just keep running farther into the darkness. So by going on top and just stunning her 7 times in a row, the stun lasts for about 1 second, so I just spam it 7 times in a row. That lets me actually kill her without her running away. Lower DPS characters are going to struggle on that a little more with her running away. But if you're going to fight a smuggler's stash, kill Aura Greengate. Period. Alright, the next thing I'm going to show here is one of the 2 Abyss nodes. This one is called an Unspeakable Shrine. To be clear, of all the fights I've shown so far at like depth 5,000 plus, based off the modifiers on this zone and the node itself, this is the first one I probably have a real chance of dying. So I might die on this one. I've been pretty comfortable up until this, but this one's got some crazy mods, and this is the 2nd or 3rd hardest node in all of Delve. Once again, this is because it's a node that summons a bunch of rare monsters that was kind of balanced before Arch Nemesis. Now that there's Arch Nemesis, it's insanely hard just because of all the rares. But this is a node that becomes a lot easier with a lot of damage. One last thing I'm going to talk about here, though, is there's 2 Abyss nodes. Unspeakable Shrine here, and there's another Abyss node that has like Haunted Remains or something. I forget what it's called. But the other Abyss node that's not Unspeakable Shrine is impossible to beat. It's bugged. You cannot beat it. It is not possible. It will spawn monsters forever. I've tested it for over 30 minutes. It is not a beatable node. So if you get to a spot that has the other Abyss node that's not an Unspeakable Shrine, it's a dead end. If you get to a spot where you're bottlenecked, where the only way down is through that node, you're screwed. It's a dead end. This has been bugged for 4 years. I've reported it multiple times. They have no interest in fixing it, but the other Abyss node is not beatable at all. You cannot beat it. If you see it, it's a dead end. Unspeakable Shrine, however, is beatable, but it's one of the harder nodes in Delve. It spawns a lot of rare monsters, and this node in particular is at depth 5.1k, and it has like 10 crazy modifiers with like pen. So this is going to be a hard one. This is a node though that does get a lot easier with a lot of damage because it's not necessarily time gated like some of the other nodes like Harbinger. It's actually, it's not bad really. It's if you can just blow stuff up instantly, it's not bad because you start off the fight and there's like these 6 crystals you have to kill. And after you kill those 6 crystals, then there's a bit of a so here's these crystals first, you'll see. I have to kill these 6, but if you have a lot of damage, it's easy. There's one right here. There's one right here. You just have to kill these, and then you start phase 2. Phase 2 is these 3 spheres in the middle that become attackable one at a time. And you just have to kill the middle sphere thing. They'll spawn rare monsters and stuff, but ultimately you just have to kill the thing in the middle. So right now that I've killed the other ones, this thing's up now. So this thing's attackable, I kill it. It's just going to shoot projectiles out at me and summon rare monsters. But once it's dead, it's just going to... Oh, I see. I told you I might lose this one. So that one's dead now. Now one of the other 2 are going to spawn. So this one's spawning now. And now it's dead because I have a lot of damage, and I decided to not... I was trying to, on the other one, show the mechanics, and on that one I decided to not screw around and just kill it. This one I'll do the same. I'll just not screw around and kill it. Oh, I lost my cloak. Never mind. Oh, I'm going to die to that scorpion, aren't I? Yep. Well, I got it. Okay. So, that is one of the harder nodes in Delve. But that one in particular is very, very deep depth. That was 5109. And it was a 10 mod pen zone. So, that was a particularly nasty node. Alright. Another node I'm going to show you here that's a little trick. Breach nodes. So, I'm going to die to this node. Not because I can't beat it, because I want to show you guys a little trick. Breach nodes are not failable if you start the breach. Some people don't know this, but sometimes you'll get to a really nasty breach node and it will kill you. But you actually can't lose if you don't release. So I could just kill everything and this one would be pretty easy. I'd win no problem. But I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna... Oh, did I kill everything? Shit. Okay, let me die. Something kill me. Come on. Well, fuck. Okay, never mind. Okay, I accidentally killed usually it keeps spawning in more monsters and I can die there. Okay. Okay. What happens there, I'll explain. I guess I can't show it now, but if you die and release, you have to start over. But the completion of this node is based on, it's the only thing it's based on is does the breach close? That's it. When the breach closes, you win. So if you die to a breach node, if you don't release and just stay there, once the breach closes, the node completes and you can move on. So you actually can't lose to breach nodes if you don't release. Alright. There are, I think, 3 to show left. Hang on. I've shown breach. I gotta show time lost, humid, and the king. Alright. So, humid fissures at 5198. Alright. Humid fissure. This is one of the, quote, money nodes, because humid fissure gives you faceted fossils. Fractured fossils. And fractured fossils, some leagues are worth, like, as much as a divine, depending on what the league mechanic is, because, you know, in the past, fractured fossils were the big money in Delve, because they were worth, like, over 2 divines, or 2 exalts back then, but back when exalts were divines, you know? And because people were doing, like, there was no limit on how many times you could split something. So they'd make, like, this crazy 100% delirium map with, like, fractured beyond, and it'd just be the most juice map ever that would have, like, a 5 divine average return. And they just get fractured fossils to keep duplicating those maps, but now you can only duplicate it once, so they're nerfed. But, the humid fissure is a pretty easy node. All that's going to happen is it's going to summon these monsters that shoot these, like, projectiles at you for, like, 15 seconds. And after 15 seconds, this boss is going to spawn and become attackable. The node completes when that boss dies. So really, all you have to do is just stall for like 10 or 15 seconds and then kill that boss. The only thing to have note of, though, is when you're standing in front, it does this attack which petrifies you. If you get to 5 stacks, see that beam that was on me? If you get to 5 stacks of that, it petrifies you, which can kill you. I tried to stand still and I almost got killed by doing it. Okay, I'm trying to show the petrify, which will probably kill me. But the node completes when you kill the thing. But there you go. But it does this little beam that targets you, and it builds stacks of a debuff that when you get to 5 petrifies you, like the basilisk boss in the maps. Probably don't get petrified. That's a good way to die. All you have to do is move out to the side. If you move it, like when it was over here and it had the pillar here and the pillar here, all you have to do is just line of sight with the pillar. So if you stand directly in front for like 5 seconds, you'll get petrified and that can kill you. Just dodge top or bottom, whatever, just to move out of the way of the beam so you don't get to 5 stacks. Let the stacks reset and then go back to killing it. All right. Time for... There are 2 nodes left. The other money node I'm going to show... Oh, no, I'll show time loss. 3 nodes left. So of the 4 money nodes, that was Fractured Fossil. Okay? That means there are 3 left. Glyphic, Hollow, and Faceted. So, let's show... I'm not going to show Crystal Spire, because there's really nothing to show. It's the easiest node. You just kill the Spire. That's it. It spawns Abyss monsters. There's no mechanic there. You just kill the Spire. There's nothing I could possibly teach you from that. But Crystal Spire in the gray zones gives you hollowed fossils. That brings us to Genix. Genix is the boss of the Molten Cavity. So, some people do not know this, but the hardest hitting monster in Path of Exile is Genix. If someone says a different answer, they are wrong. Genix is by an astronomical amount the hardest hitting monster in the game. He's based off of Izaro's pet, Argus, and he hits very, very, very hard. I'm going to see if I have one that I skipped a while back. I didn't mark this on the sheet beforehand. Okay, here's one. Alright. A depth 6k Genix, while enraged with like 8 damage mods, I've done the math on this. His auto attack can hit for 20 memory games. You heard that correctly, 20 memory games. You saw that clip earlier where I lived a Brain Nova and it only took me down to 20k. Brain Nova does double the damage of memory game. The Brain Nova is 2 memory games. Okay? The nastiest Argus ever can overkill me by 5 times. His attacks can literally hit for 20 to 30 memory games. Of all the things you can face tank, even some of the face tankiest characters I've ever seen in Delve, even they have to worry about Genix if he's got like 3 damage mods. Even the absolute tankiest characters. I'm gonna show you this just to die, probably. I could just blow him up and kill him here. I could press my damage button and kill him, but I'm gonna just show you the damage this guy does. I'm going to die here. Just to be clear, this is going to be a death. I'm gonna do it with a full cloak. Alright, do your worst, buddy. Hit me with... Oh, okay. Yeah. That's Genix. Okay. Pretty much the way that node goes is you just kill Genix and then you get the the fasted fossil, and those are worth half a divine. It's good money. Do not get hit. Do not get hit. If there's any monster in the game that you're going to purposely not get hit by, it's Genix. Alright. So, up next we have the Time Lost node. This is not going to be an easy one. So, Time Lost node is the Essence node, and it's the biggest money one in this league. These are 2/3 of a divine. So, this is the biggest money in Delve right now. So, This is also one of the hardest nodes because these are going to be HP capped rares that have like 4 Arch Nemesis modifiers and 4 Essence modifiers. These are all going to be significantly harder than a boss. Pretty much there's 2 ways to do this. If you think you're tanky, you're going to group up all 4 in the middle, and you're going to drop 7 dynamite and try to kill them. Remember how I said that dynamite does 2.75% to bosses? The good news is that it hits rares harder. Unique monsters only take 2.75%, but rare monsters take 5.5%. So 7 dynamite's going to do like 40% damage to these guys. That's really good. So, especially if you're lacking damage but have an overabundance of tankiness, the way you probably want to do this fight is group up all 4 in the middle and then just drop dynamite. Well, if you're not very tanky but you have a lot of damage, the other way you do it is if you go to one side or the other, you can just group up 2 of them and kill 2 of them. So the glass way to do it is to go just to this side and kill 2, and then go to the top and kill 2. And then like the big dick way is to group up all 4 and then drop 7 dynamite. So if you're gonna do the kill 2 strategy, I recommend identifying which is the tankiest. So this one has blocks attacks, and this one has consecrated ground. So these 2 are the tankiest. This one has suppresses recovery and extra life. So these 2 are not tanky. If I was going to kill 2 fast, I would kill these 2. And then I would go to the bottom ones and use my dynamite. But I'm just gonna group up all these. They have some tank mods, so this is going to be tanky, but I very well might fail this. This is not an easy node. I have a high chance of failure here. But I'm going to try to just do the group 4, and I'm probably going to die here. There's also chaos damage in here too. That's really bad.
Okay.
Okay, well, we didn't get the initial blow up down. That's not great. And there's chaos damage. Alright, well, so the whole kill 4 strategy I had with dynamite, the chaos damage came from Essence, which pretty much took like, yeah. Okay, that didn't quite go the way I was going to plan it because I didn't get the instant blow up because I had to bail because there was the chaos rain on top of me. Normally, if I'm going like full in, I can tank all that. But I had like 2 of the chaos firestorms directly on top of me, so I had to bail because that was going to kill me. But normally you do it like that, where you'd group them up and just drop 7 dynamite and just blow them up. But dynamite is incredibly powerful on time lost nodes. That's like the single best use for dynamite in the game is time lost nodes. Those 4 rares. Alright. Time for the second to last node. Well, okay. I was going to show a Harbinger node because they're probably the second hardest node in Delve. But there's really nothing to show there. It's a timed encounter where you just fight 7 Harbingers for 3 minutes. There's really nothing I can show you there or teach you there. But I'm going to show a Beyond node. This is the hardest thing in all of Path of Exile.
Minions explode.
I got a depth 5,115 Beyond node. This is just for fun. This is the hardest thing in Path of Exile. Oh, I've already beat this one. Never mind. Whoops. Okay, hang on. Change of plans. 5066. I got a different one. Alright. Depth 5k Beyond node. There's not many things in the game harder than this. I mean, there aren't any, actually. It's not there's not many. There are none. This is it. This is the hardest thing. No thing in Heart of Exile is this difficult. You could make an encounter that had all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses in the same arena, that you had to fight all 7 at once like Uber feared, and it would not even be as hard as like a 1k Beyond node. Because all of these rares that spawn, they're Scourge rares, which have like 3 times the base damage on all their abilities of most rares. And they have, all of them have HP cap at this depth, so they're all 2 billion health. And they all have Arch Nemesis modifiers, and since there's like 10 of them up at a time, they're all stacking. So things like Executioner and stuff all stack together, and like suppress recovery, allies are immune, like all of those stack together. And there's not much you can do about it. Really, if you have to fight this for a long period of time, it's just gonna kill you. And let me try to get... Okay, this temp bubble kind of screwed me, but... If you were seeing the HP bar on the gore there, that was like about a 1 second kill. But I was inside a temp bubble, which reduces my damage by 40%, and it reduces my ramp by 40%, so I'm doing like a third damage there. But that was still a sub 1 second kill. Builds with lower damage, though, are going to really struggle on those nodes. It's the hardest thing in the game, especially if your damage is like the normal deep delve builds that only have like 200 mil DPS. Like, if you can't kill the boss in 1 second there for the full 2 billion, you're going to have a hell of a fight on your hands. But, alright. That's it. I'm sure I forgot something. I'll try to timestamp all of this. But I think Delve's a fun mechanic, just from the standpoint that in an ARPG, you want to fight hard content. Like, some people get their challenge by hindering themselves. They do solo self-found, they do hardcore, they do ruthless, they do gauntlet. They do something that makes their character weaker in order to make the content harder. The only other direction you can really go to give your character a challenge if you play this game a lot is Deep Delve, because that's the only thing in the game that is difficult if you have a really strong character that you've not like purposefully hindered. So if you are just like the OG ARPG player mentality and you want to fight, you want to climb the highest mountain, you want to fight the hardest monster, the only option there is Deep Delve. So from a fun standpoint, that's probably why most people Deep Delve, but there is a little bit of money there too. But hopefully this extremely long video that I did in one take is eye-opening, and maybe gets a few people to enjoy Delve next league. I'll see you guys in 323.
Hi, Cicerine here, and this is going to be continuation of the Spellslinger Everything Explained. So this means we're going to finish wrapping up Act 9 and 10, and we're going to do Kitava and the starter maps. A lot of people don't always know what to do or how they should approach the starter mapping, so we are going to continue doing that now. Fuck YouTube, wow, that's mean. Wait, is my video demonetized since I swore in the first minute? Anyway, we're screwed anyway. So that's what we're going to do now. So this is a Spellslinger build, and if you've never watched any of my Everything Explained before, they're very, very long videos, somewhere from like 3 to 6 hours. This one will basically last until the patch notes come out. So, patch notes waiting room. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So, I try to explain most things, or as much as I can, while I'm leveling. To be fair, I probably should grind at least a few levels in Blood Aqueduct. Depends a little bit on the league as well. Sometimes Blood Aqueduct is good. As for deciding when I stay in Blood Aqueduct or not, that depends a little bit on how many humilities I drop. If I, for example, say it's a good league and Blood Aqueduct is a good thing to grind. In Delirium, Harbor Bridge was really, really good to grind. But let's say that Harbor Bridge is awesome in Harvest and we want to grind there. Then I'm at least going to, especially on Hardcore, grind till around level 63 or level 65. Now, by the time I get there, if I have like 5, 6, or even 7 humilities, then I'm like, well, okay, now I'm definitely grinding one out, right? And some builds will rely and get a lot more power from a Tabula than other builds. Tabulas are very common to drop while just mapping as well. So, for example, on a Spellslinger build, like the one I'm playing right now, and this is potentially, depending on patch notes tonight, going to be a very, very strong build in the upcoming league, then this does not need a tabula at all. You can run straight to maps. The reason for that is that you can just chuck more spells in, and they don't need to, you don't really need a bunch of support gems on one skill. So, if you're doing Volatile Dead Spellslinger, you could do, for example, Volatile Dead, Detonate Dead, and Cremation, or you could throw in another fire spell like Fireball or something. It depends a little bit. one downside with the Detonate Dead and Volatile Dead thing is that they are sharing corpses. So on bosses with Desecrate will not always be spawning enough. So that's annoying. But you do have like a lot of choice with Spellslinger. I'll see what Steel says first, Vero, or whatever you think you say. I mean, yeah, that would actually be nice. But I mean, yeah, it's up to you. I don't really mind. Either is fine. Could be neat. Yeah, so lastly, in Delirium, this was the cause, or part of the causes of me having the worst league start ever. Because I had between 5 to 18 FPS for the first week and a half. And it was terrible. I even changed to a dual PC setup. I tried 3 different PCs to see if any of them could actually play the game at all. And it was just really, really bad performance. And it didn't affect everybody, but quite a lot of people were hit by it on Delirium. And Volatile Dead Spellslinger was extra bad for it. I've been trying it quite a lot right now, and I have very, very stable 80 to 110 FPS. Now with Ball Lightning, I have 120. I think it's capped at that as well, so I could probably get more. But yeah, it's a great build. I hope it'll be viable. GGD have basically straight up said that there are changes to Spellslinger. Will be interesting to see what those are. There's some weird stuff with Vulcan and alt-tabbing. Really weird. Harvest looks like it doesn't really matter what area you farm. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm excited. That's a really good first one. This would actually be a really good Spellslinger one as well. Particularly for, you know, Ethereal Knives, Bladefall, or anything. Oh, and Glacial Cascade. Like, if you're using Glacial Cascade, this would be a great one. Well, I mean, it's kind of low rolls at this point. But still, pretty great. Harvest going to be so fun for SSF. I think so too. So, right now, we went and got the quest there, but we are actually... Let's see. Instead of getting the quest, the like blue thing in my inventory, we'll just go straight to Blood Aqueduct and farm up to like level 64 or 65. Isn't the Vulcan screen pause and shit going to be really annoying when you have to alt-tab while streaming? Well, I mean, it just looks like this. It just like... It'll like flicker for you guys when I alt-tab. That's the only thing. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying. That's I'm very happy with that as the only trade-off for getting stable 110 FPS. There's no way I'm not running that for that small inconvenience. 100%. Let's see. And if you like missed the start of this, do remember that we have like a early playthrough where we do like the start of this character too. So this character I've played pretty slowly because we are doing everything explained. So because I'm trying to explain everything and take more time, then it's like 5 hours 24 minutes to get here. But with practice and stuff, this exact build is very easily something you can do like at 3 to 4 hours to maps with some practice. Now, obviously there's no reason to rush, and make sure you're just playing the game at an enjoyable pace for you, but a lot of people do enjoy going fast. You have to stop farming Blood Aqueduct at a certain level. I mean, once you're like level 72 particularly, you'll start feeling that XP is getting particularly slow. But a couple of times I've farmed here all the way till 75 because I've been unlucky with the tabula. But felt like I would rather be like a little bit slow to getting maps and have a tabula for increased, you know, like survival. And some people are now going to be like, what do you mean survival? There's no defense on the tabula. And while, yeah, that's true, but having a shit ton of damage is a big defense boost. Chain of Unraveling is insanely hard to beat for damage early on first and strain. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I will probably just continue going down. We just want more like tank. As we see, we already have enough damage. Oh, nice though. Just spam ball side areas. Yeah, that's another alternative. That's definitely something I do a lot. Kinda hate using smoke mine. Such a pain, but it's so much faster. I probably just have bad hotkeys for it. I have it on space and then D to detonate. Could explain Barrage versus GMP for Spellslinger? So, like actually I only have GMP. I don't think I have enough Dex for Barrage. I can't remember it, but right now there's oh no, I didn't have an alchemy to buy Barrage. So for for Volatile Dead and Desecrate, it's really, really good to use Barrage support. The reason for that is in one salvo, you'll be desecrating and spawning the Volatile Dead balls. Whereas if you're using LMP or GMP, you're only spawning one at a time. However, with this, like, I'm just cursing more monsters. There's no massive benefit to me using LMP. Like, I could take it out right now and it wouldn't really matter. Wouldn't really matter. And you can take it out for like less mana cost too. It's just cursing a bit more. Can you bind detonate to left click? Yeah, but I don't think you'd ever want that. Spellslinger Reserve count for Commander of Darkness? Haven't checked. Excellent question. Haven't checked. The reason we have Commander of Darkness at the moment, it's a little bit laggy at the moment. Like something's wrong with my internet connection. The reason we have Commander of Darkness and part of the reason why I love leveling with Arc, Ball, Lightning, and stuff like that is... oh, and actually, I should buy Volatile Dead and Detonate Dead, so I actually have leveled them up as well. That's a good idea, because we will be switching to that so we can show off both. But yeah, part of the reason why leveling with Ball, Lightning, Arc, and Wave of Conviction is so nice, because it lets us take Commander of Darkness as our first ascendancy, and that means you're like super early and super easily resist capped, while also getting a decent amount of damage. You're getting 30% damage here, and then 15% here, so 40%, 45% damage. Whereas taking Plaguebringer, which we're going to use later when we use Desecrate and Detonate Dead, sorry, Volatile Dead and Detonate Dead, obviously, like, doesn't really matter until we have like both of these nodes, and it's not something I usually swip to super early. Detonate Dead, Volatile Dead, and then we're gonna do, let's see, we'll just buy those. Actually, I should actually chrome that, or get a different one. Let me get, that's fine, and then just there, and then throw a jeweler on here. Damn. I want like one green. Okay, that was terrible. Okay, I just want to find... Is there anything red I would want to level up? No, not really. Will you try the winter run? What, as a league starter? No, not at all. 100% not. I don't do anything risky as my league starter if I'm ever racing. I usually do that if I'm like, if I don't give a shit about stuff. But if I'm racing, then I have to go for things that I'm like, hey, this is a good bet. Is it worth doing the quest if that give you only red points? If you need them, yeah. Holy fuck, Vulcan looks good. I don't think it makes much of a difference in looks, but it's mostly like the smoothness and FPS. There, that's fine. Right, so, and this is another thing very, very worth mentioning as well. You should ideally, at least by the time you get to Blood Aqueduct, always be leveling 6 gems in your offhand, no matter what build you're playing. Either as gems for a future build, or for things to sell. Early on, volleying gems to level 21 is very, very expensive. So say for example I leveled up 4 Essence Drain gems, right? Volleying that to like level 21 can easily be 2 to 3x early on in the league. Don't know what they're on softcore, but definitely worth it there too. And yeah, having future like level 20 gems, especially spell gems for other builds that you're going to play is very, very big. So now for example, actually wouldn't be bad for me in and what I will probably do on League Start if this is what I play. I would be then doing like 4 or 5 Volatile Deads and 1 or 2 Detonate Deads. Right now, let's just say we do like Arcs instead. It doesn't really matter obviously because we are not playing that character enough that it's going to matter. But that's like an idea. Because they get full XP and don't, so there's no downside. It's just 100% you should always be leveling gems in your offhand. I'm playing SSF Hardcore and probably SSF Hardcore for the entire league. So now that we are level 60, we're also going to go to, not this, we're going to go here to the Menagerie. Can we make a POB guide to this leveling? Yeah, it's on YouTube. I have a Spellslinger guide already. Let's see. So here we have an instant recovery one, and this is like a huge tip. Make sure that you remember that if you only have a prefix, you can add a suffix. You can't add like adrenaline to Quicksilvers, and you can't add alchemist in any way, but for like life flasks or like silvers and stuff, this is really big. So I actually don't have bleed immunity, so I am actually going to do that. Quite a lot of the time, I like having freeze immunity on my life flask, but Veritania and delirium makes that a lot worse. There, you're gonna do that there, and then here we have a unique flask. So we could get, for example, Wise Oak would be really, really nice. Pretty common as well, because that was a level 26 goat, so there wasn't a lot of options in unique flasks. It was like Rot Gut and 3 or 4 other flasks, so it was around a 25% chance to get a Wise Oak there. And that's why finding the unique goat early on for flasks is very common. And Wise Oak is very common as well. Obviously, this would mean that in maps, I would really want to balance my resists. And now that we have it, I might as well explain how it works. So Wise Oak has nothing to do with these resists, the 75, 75, 75. What it does, during fast effect, 10% reduced damage taken for each element for which your uncapped elemental resist is the lowest. So that means that if I use it right now, I will take less fire damage, right? And because I have 117% lightning resist, I will penetrate more lightning, which is great for us. So right now, we could use this as a damage boost. Yeah, you know what? We could use it right now. We'll get more lightning damage and we'll take less fire damage. Now, if you line up all of these resists, so if I had, for example, 83, 83, 83, we would take 10% less any elemental damage, and we would deal 10% more all elemental damage, or up to 15% more. So it's a really, really strong flask, and adds another fun element there that you're gonna hate for balancing your resists. So if you're a little unsure on how to balance your resist, it's a lot easier in Trade League, obviously, where you can search for items, but you particularly want to use the implicits of items. So for example, like if you had like a sapphire ring, using blessed orbs to go from like 30 to 20 and tuning it exactly how you want there. So once you start getting them within 5 or 10 of each other, it's usually pretty okay to change the crafts on your gear, like recrafting that, or your implicits with blessed orbs. And then in a bit, we're going to be switching to Volatile Dead, probably after Merc Lab, but right now we're just going to do this. As you see, it's like pretty fast and a nice pace for leveling through here. Pretty fast. If you're wondering what kind of like crazy gear that we have, and here's another goat. At this level, it can definitely drop a Taste of Hate, which would be very, very useful. But if you're wondering what kind of crazy gear that I'm using right now to make it look so smooth, well, we can go over that real quick when I get to town. So right now I'm using some like pretty expensive gear. A lot of it is not going to be easily accessible. So for example, these prices, oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. Nothing good here either. Just cold resist and lightning resist. Just crafted movement speed, 50 life, and 1 resist. This one's actually not bad. 40 life, try rest. And that one. So the rings are good so far. Just life. Life. Oh, no. Chest, just white with nothing. Oh. Helmet. 18% fire res, and then like just a I would quite like to like explain more about the weapon too, so people understand how spellslinger works. But as you can see, the gear is pretty trash, and we could upgrade it just by, for example, throwing an alchemy or an essence on here. Boom, instant upgrade. And we have an open suffix, which will make it easier to resist cap once you get to cold. Now, you never really want to transmute, for example, this. What you would do is you would just go to your hideout and craft cold rest. So at least use an essence or an alchemy, don't transmute for links. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about how Spellslinger works in case you missed the first part and you don't want to watch the first 6 hours. So Spellslinger, and what it does is that at the moment you see that supported skills have added spell damage equal to 84% of the damage of an equipped one. Well, what does that mean? So the 26 to 48 flat physical, that's the implicit on the one, the second line of the item, that becomes spell damage. So if I go look at any of my spells right now, you'll see that they actually have physical damage. 61 to 116, and that's just from the wand. So that's a lot that we're getting here, which is really, really nice. And then the 26 to 41 cold damage to attacks, that also gets added into the damage. So it's really, really nice and lets us have like pretty much any wand is great for leveling. You get spell damage, that's great. We use spell damage. You get cold damage to attacks, fire damage to attacks, lightning damage to attacks, physical damage to attacks, that's great. We can use all of those too. Fire damage to spells, cold damage to spells, lightning damage to spells. That's great, we can use it all! The only thing you don't want is crit chance, because we don't care about crit with the way we're doing it. Cyril, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Bob the Builder, thank you for the 18 months. Vita Fair, thank you for the 6 months. Templock, thank you for the 14 months. Never Sink, thanks so much for the raid and the host. Appreciate it, dude. So that is, in my opinion, what makes Spellslinger the strongest starter. It is incredibly good. Is crit an option? Yeah, crit's always an option. I don't like it though. And it's getting nerfed nicely. So we're going to continue leveling. We're going to get at least level 63, and that's generally just to make it a little bit safer. Part of the thing that, especially with spells, makes it so fucking good to overlevel is that spells gain a large chunk of base damage per level. Whereas melee, going from, for example, level 15 to level 16 dual strike, could take the damage from like 62.3 to 62.8, right? Which is not really important. It's going to matter more and more endgame when you get good weapons. But you on most builds with melee, you would be completely fine with a level 1 gem and a level 20 gem. Like, you wouldn't notice the biggest difference there. Whereas obviously if you're playing a spell build, the difference between a level 1 gem and a level 20 is everything. And that's why for most builds, and like the one of the tips that I will say the most on my stream is when people are going like, hey, I have low damage, especially if they're trade league, I tell them to open up your trade and go buy a level 20 gem. Especially 1 month in to the league on softcore, you can get level 20 corrupted gems for like 1 or 2 chaos for pretty much any build. And going from a level 18 gem or 17 gem to 20 can be like a 30 to 50% more damage. No, you cannot spell sling Winter Orb, it's a tunneling. It is not the 0. Unless you become Reflect Immune. And for those of you who are wondering how I'm like farming this area over and over again, you have to hold control when you're entering the area. Control when you're entering the area. This league will be super boring. Every build will be slow as fuck. Why? I think Spellslinger is going to be fast still. We'll see. Do you farm Tabitha Rasa on this build on day 1? No, you don't need it at all for Spellslinger. If by the time I'm level 65, which is probably what I'll go for on League Start, either 65, maybe 68, probably won't do more than that. But if by then I have like 6 humilities, it depends a little bit on how good farming Harvest is early, or if I'm even doing Harvest early. But yeah. Then I would probably farm a Tabitha, but honestly, for the way I'm building, it doesn't matter at all. I don't need it. I can go straight to maps on a 4-link. Real Mountain Monkey, thank you for the 14 months, dude. But I think it's a good time to swap to VD. I could swap to it right now. I love Arc and Bow Lightning's cool. This is like a really cool setup. So I'm leveling the other gems in my offhand and just doing this for now. How do I get the PoE Vulcan client? Options, but you need to be like logged out. You can't be on a character. Options, and then on the render it says Vulcan. Or, you know, not. I'm falling in love with Frostbolt Vortex Energy? Yeah, it can be cool. But like, I haven't decided what to League Star yet. I'll be deciding that once we get the patch notes tonight. Should be, Chris. Depends on the patch notes. Will Vulcan help with VD? Massively. I tried one of my other builds and I have stable 100, 70 to 100 FPS. I only like whole screen clear builds, 1 button preferably. Nice. If ED is unchanged, do you think it's worth to farm a Tabitha? Yeah, ED is pretty decent. Definitely pretty decent on ED. Do you need a 6-thing at all for SS? No, because on Spellslinger you can just throw in more Spellslingers in your other gear. Like even in a 2-link you could do Spellslinger and another gem. And because if you do something with really high damage effectiveness, like take Fireball for an example, that has like 170 or 180 damage added effectiveness, and that's why I'm like kind of considering it's the League Starter, depending on what the new Fireball Threshold rule does. Hey Amber. So right now I'm going down to Marauder. There's a lot of nice things down there. And being like the Marauder and Templar area is going to be pretty good. Glancing Blow is probably going to be here off this strength node, so then we could just like swoop over there. And then I can't remember. Does anyone remember where the instant Warcry node is? Because that could be pretty good as well. If it's very, very short investment for us, like auto casting, Enduring Cry, could be pretty nice. I can't remember if they've exactly said where it is. Bottom, fuel list, somewhere down here at Iron Grip. Okay, so if that's here, that's going to be 1 point for us. So that I can very likely see that we're going to be taking the Enduring Cry. That'll give us permanent endurance charges and the whatever Enduring Cry gives. So it's nice. Noxon, thank you for the 6 months. You always say something important, so I don't want to go to the bathroom. Well, I mean, this will be on YouTube as well, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I always feel like I'm not like talking enough about tips. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying the series.
Oh, howdy all. Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile discussion. Let's talk inflation and let's talk bugs. There has been a major economy warping bug that's been found today, and it's something that's resulted in huge inflation across the 3.25 Trade League economy. This relates to the very specific choice of divination cards that were given to the Burial Chambers map. Not that you can actually use this in Burial Chambers itself, but that if you can get those divination cards to exist somewhere else, perhaps in a tier 1 map, and then you were to use them with a very carefully chosen scarab, you might be able to generate dozens and dozens of divine orbs every single map that you run. This is the story of how 3.25's economy started looking a lot like 3.24's. For those that don't recall, in patch 3.24, there were a number of mechanics added to the game that multiplied loot together in various convoluted ways. So there were scarabs, there were all flame embers, and there were necropolis mods. There's a whole lot of different things going on. If you use these casually, none of them individually felt particularly impactful. If you knew how to min-max them, they were pretty strong. Grinding Games got a lot of negative feedback about this, and at some point during week 1 of 3.24, they released a patch that caused lots of problems. In fact, it broke the league. That patch massively buffed a lot of these loot multipliers. Now what this meant was that if you were a more casual player, you started seeing appreciably more loot in every map that you ran. Not massively more, but it was a little bit noticeable. On the flip side, if you were a min-maxer that knew every single trick in the book, and you knew exactly how to make everything stack that was able to stack, then you were able to go from getting 20 or 30 unique items every map like you might have been getting before, to getting literally 100,000 a map. And once you start getting 100,000 of them a map, a couple of them are going to be Headhunters, a couple are going to be Mage Bloods, a couple are going to be Defiance of Destiny, a couple are going to be Squires, a couple are going to be Calandra's Touches. This was the reason that all of the tier 0 unique items cratered in price last league. It was because of the combination of Back to Basics, All Flame Embers, and a number of other mechanics that all stacked together and all multiplied with each other, so that players could get so much item rarity that every item that dropped was a unique, and ridiculous amounts of item quantity. Grinding Games completely reworked all of the drop mechanics in 3.25 in order to try to prevent this happening again. As part of this, they took one of the lesser offenders, which was the divination card scarabs, and they made them weaker. But it was the way they made them weaker that caused all the problems. Let's have a look at the Burial Chambers again. Brother's Gift is the only divination card that could drop if Burial Chambers was tier 1. And in 3.25, they added the Nameless Seer, who allows you to scry a map. What scrying a map does is it lets you swap its divination cards with another tile set. So you take the divination cards that are native to Burial Chambers, which is this set of 4, and you swap them with the divination cards that are present in Siege. Now, every time that you run a Burial Chambers map, you could get Home, Side Quest, The Trial, and you can't get Broken Promises because Broken Promises is tier 13+, and Burial Chambers by default is tier 10. But you're not concerned about that. What you're concerned about is what happens when you run tier 1 Siege maps, because the Thaumaturgus is banned, it's tier 2+. The other 2 divination cards are banned, they're higher tier again. But Brother's Gift is not banned. So, you're playing normally, you're using these 2 things together, what happens? Well, you pretty much get no divination cards. You're running around your Siege maps, looking for that elusive Brother's Gift, but Brother's Gift is a rare card, you don't see it very often. Where things really break is if you find a way to force divination cards to drop. Isn't it convenient that Grinding Games just reworked all of the divination scarabs, and one of them has a text up to 3 packs of magic monsters in area drop additional divination cards. This is divination cards from the area, although that's not made clear. And those divination cards, they're just drops. So let's imagine that you're running a map where the only two legal divination cards are the Fortunate and Reign of Chaos. In this scenario, you kill one of these magic monsters and it drops the Fortunate or it drops Reign of Chaos. But it's not a 50-50 split. It respects the relative rarity of those two cards. Reign of Chaos about 100 times as common as the Fortunate, and so about 99 times of 100, you'll see a copy of Reign of Chaos. The other one time in 100, you'll see a copy of the Fortunate. That, however, goes out the window when there is no other card that's legal. Very similar to the old Kirak mission tricks that existed with Lava Chamber, but this is much, much, much more significant than that. This Divination Scarab of Plenty trick was causing you to get literally dozens of Divine Orbs every map that you ran, and you weren't really capped in the number of them that you could run. What's been the consequence of this? Well, the players who are printing Divine Orbs using this were able to buy most of the Mirrors of Kalandra that they could find on the server, most of the Tier 0 uniques they could find on the server, and push the price for these chase items right up into the stratosphere. At some point, Granny Gear Games realised what was happening and they stopped this interaction, so now no one else can do it. But that also means that that lead that was established is now locked in. There is now no way for anyone else to replicate that economic advantage with the exact same method. You'd need to find something else, and that's not going to be easily done. That's the facts of the matter. That's what's happened. Let's talk about possible resolutions from this. I think a number of people's first reaction is to think, oh gee, this looks like cheating, this looks like item duplication. The problem is, if it was that, it'd be easy to solve it. You permanently ban the people who are involved in it, and you do a write-up tomorrow saying, yep, this is what was happened, this is the amount of items that were duplicated, the people who did that, they're permanently banned from the game, and when we did that, we were able to delete X number of the items that were duplicated. And that would solve the problem. But the problem is that that relies upon some sort of guilt on the behalf of the people doing it. The reason we've gotten into this mess is that before the patch went live, Granny Gear Games didn't talk about what divination cards were going to be in what map. If they had, this interaction would have been found. I would have found this if they'd given out this list of divination cards earlier, and I would have gone public about it, and I certainly wouldn't have been the only person to do so, and then Granny Gear Games would have been able to emergency patch it before this current mess. But there's been no exploiting, there's been no cheating involved in this. The way I suggest they resolve this is to start out with an emergency temporary ban on trading. This would be something that would be unfortunate, it'd be really awkward, but it's kind of necessary to stop things getting any worse until tomorrow when New Zealand comes online and they can come up with a more permanent solution. The more permanent solution is to have a look at the amount of raw divines that were actually created this way. If it was of the order 5,000, that's just going to be a blip on the radar. That's the sort of thing you say, oops, we stuffed up, but it's not going to be a long-term problem. It's not going to cause long-term ripple effects throughout the economy, and we're just going to leave it stand. But if it's more like 50,000 or 250,000 Divine Orbs that were printed this way, then in that case, they need to do something more drastic, and I suggest they move the stashes of the people who did most of this into Standard, and by way of compensation, they give the people who are involved in figuring this out one of the Godslayer MTXs, which are awards Granny Gear Games give out to people who do extraordinarily well in certain limited events, or one of the Demigods items. This is a way of saying, congratulations, you won this event, but we're not going to let it be a boot stomping down on the whole Trade League economy for everyone else. Ultimately, I think that's the least bad solution they've got. Something that can then save 3.25 from being a repeat of some of the debacles of 3.24, where there are a number of things people could do on days 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the league to generate an enormous economic advantage that then everyone else that didn't participate in these was hopelessly behind and really, really struggled to ever catch up to. That's a bad situation. That's not something that I think they should repeat. And the best way to fix that, I believe, is to yeet that entire stash into Standard. And then because it's not a flagrant exploit, make the apology in the form of giving some sort of unique MTX. Something that allows the people who are involved in this to show off their mastery of the game, that let them come up with such a tricky interaction. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. May Volorbs have interesting results, and don't use one on the entire league economy. Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile discussion. We're now 2.5 days into the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, and I've got a really simple guide as to how to get your town set up. There are sometimes guides that need to be super in-depth because there's a lot to go through. This one, though, there is one fundamental principle you need to know, and then there's a couple of small nuances on it. That fundamental principle you need to know is that the people that you have access to at the start in King's March are terrible. You need to upgrade them, you need to replace them with decent people. Rolf the Recruiter is key to that, The problem with Rolf the Recruiter though is that he starts out very, very limited in what he can recruit for. When you go to the town improvements window, you'll see I'm currently rank 9, looking to upgrade to rank 10. Basically every time that you rank up your town, you'll gain access to people who have higher skill levels. Higher skill levels are a really big deal when it comes to everything King's March related. Going from a 6 to a 7 skill level is basically like being 50% better than just being a level 6 person alone. And there's a whole write-up on Reddit, which I'll put a link to down in the description below, that goes into some of the numbers on that. And that's the same for pretty much every level gap. Every time you go +1 level, you roughly go plus 50% more effective. This is critical because a lot of the other upgrades you need to do in order to get things running here require reasonably large numbers of materials. You'll see here that I am limited on or good, and the reason for that is I just don't have enough farmers producing it because I haven't been able to recruit very good farmers just based on RNG from Rolf. So what you want to do is upgrade your town center first. You want to ruthlessly prioritize this. All your resources go to upgrading your town center unless you are blocked by not having access to something. For example, at the moment you can see I am blocked by not having enough gold. What I need to do there is simply go out and map. And I'm also blocked by not having enough or good. Now you're not going to need to remember that or good and blue xanthemium are plants. All you need to remember is a simple rule of thumb. There are 3 categories of resource. Firstly, there's anything that's a bar. Anything that's a bar comes from the smelter and it requires an ore as an input. So if you're unable to produce a particular bar that you need, then what you're going to need to do is upgrade your smelter until you're able to do that. That was definitely one limiting factor on an earlier upgrade. I did not have access to Verisium bars for a period. If it's something that is an ore, then it is produced over here at your mining. You're going to need to go and tag mining deposits inside maps, and you can get a meaningful start on this during the campaign. It's been my personal experience that Verisium is extremely rare in white tier maps and uncommon in yellow and red. Other people, however, have reported seeing it in Act 10 as well, and have reported seeing it a little bit more than I did while in white tier maps. Verisium encounters, interestingly, use the mechanics from Path of Exile's Crucible expansion, although you won't need to engage with it quite as often as you needed to in that expansion. Anything you're limited by that's not an ore, not a bar, and that's not thaumaturgic dust comes from the farming area. The farming area is something that you will be limited by a fair bit. Fundamentally what the farm does is it allows your workers to turn gold into the various farmable resources. That's all the farm is. It's extremely passive, but this is where the biggest delays are. The smelter as well can be a bit of a delay at times too, but this is the main delay. What I would suggest you do in order to optimize this process, if I was starting again now, I would just play through the campaign up to the end of Act 9, and along the way I would try to do at least 3 or 4 of each type of encounter with the new League mechanic. So by that time you'd have a modest number of each of Crimson Iron, Orichalcum, Amber, and also Bismuth marked. You're not going to be able to mine them until you've got mining established, but at least you've got them marked. That means that when you've got the miners can go and find the places even though you've long fled the area. Once you come to the town, the first thing you'll be able to set up is your mining, and you'll then be able to start your miners going and mining those ores. The first one you'll be able to do is Crimson Iron. You'll pick up the rest of them later. And then after that, just follow the upgrades that you need to do in order to get your town upgraded. As long as you do that, that's your path of least resistance to getting everything going. I recommend rock up here in Act 9 or so, get it started, go back to clearing the Atlas, and then once you finish white maps, come back a second time and do everything that you're now able to do that you weren't able to do before, and then go back into your Atlas, keep going until you're mostly through yellow maps, then come back and do another pass. The key thing that's going to limit you is going to be gold. You're going to need a lot of it in order to do this, but you will also get a lot of gold, especially as you keep pushing up the Atlas. To give a bit of a sense as to the level of gold drain you'll face when you're a bit further into the King's March system, you can see here that Sindani is a character who has rank 6 in shipping. It also has rank 2 in mining. Now, the way that it seems that these wages work, it seems to be the sum of all of the different skills they've got. So there's a range for shipping rank 6, and that might be something like 110 to 140. And then there's a range for mining rank 2, which might be something like 10 to 20. And then these two get added together, and in the case of Sindani, it adds up to 139. At least that's the way I believe it works. I'm not 100% certain. Anyways, in the case of Sindani, they're a pretty good crew member because they don't have much waste from their secondary talents. You're paying for the secondary talents whether you're using them or not, and as a result, you don't want to have many of them there. If you've got someone that's shipping rank 6 and has no other abilities, they're going to be better than Sindani because they'll do the same job in practice, but they'll cost less to do it. Ultimately, versatility is not very useful in King's March. You're going to be paying for the versatility, and you're not really going to be using it. You'll see for an example of what versatility looks like here, Martjan Brew is an example of a person that I'm not really that keen on hiring. And that's because they're a mapper rank 6. That's impressive, that's a high stat. My highest is 7 at the moment, and that means that they'll be pretty good at clearing white tier maps in a team of 4, and potentially even yellow tier maps when I unlock the ability to do it in a team of 6. However, they're also a rank 6 smelter. Now, if I was to assign Martjan to be a smelter, I would be paying the entire salary of 782 an hour, when someone else who is just a smelter rank 6 would probably only cost me 100 or 115 or so. So that's a complete waste of gold. But at the same time, even if I send Martjan into mapping, I'm not really getting any return on the fact they're also a smelter, but I am paying for that additional talent. Ultimately, this is the sort of person you want to avoid. The absolute worst is where you've got 2 abilities on someone that are both roughly equally costly. For example, someone that's shipping rank 6 and someone that is a farmer rank 6. Both of these talents you're probably paying about 110 an hour for, but you're only going to be using one of them at a time. You're going to be paying for both of them all of the time. You don't want this. 2 things you need to know about the recruitment board. The first thing is if you've got someone that is no longer useful, like Venot Gilsleth here, you can send them on their way. Venet, sorry, but you're fired. You're of no use to me anymore, and whilst I'm not paying you 17 an hour while you're idling, I'm not really interested in paying you 17 an hour to do anything, and I'd rather have the space left in the town. The nice way is to let them go the way I just did. The cruel way is to send them into a map on their own, and then they'll end up having a little bit of an accident in there. But it's up to you how you want to deal with these people that you don't need anymore. The other thing you can do though, is you can press this button to re-roll recruits. You'll see that it costs an amount of gold, and that amount of gold escalates the further that you upgrade your town. Don't worry about that, it is still worth doing, because these people are your biggest resource. I know there's a line that people say everywhere, no matter what line of work they're in, if you're working for someone, human resources is not your friend, they're there to protect your company. Well, in this situation, you are human resources and the company. You are not the friend of the people that are applying to your jobs or the people who are on your existing board of workers. So you can just get rid of them, treat them like garbage, because ultimately there's no real person there. These are just imaginary people in an online game. No real world ethical considerations need to be considered here. Remember, they might be human, but they're still resources. You'll find that in the campaign, gold will really dribble in. It'll turn a corner at the start of Act 9, you'll start getting meaningfully more, but it'll still be slow. It'll turn another real corner when you get into Tier 1 maps, and then it'll just keep getting better from there. It doesn't increase as explosively as Delve Sulfite, but it does definitely go up a lot. Really, that's all you need to do. Upgrade the town whenever you're able to, and whenever there's a resource that you don't have access to yet, go and build the building or upgrade the building that produces that resource. The other thing that you will come up against though is you're going to need to get your thaumaturgic dust production started, and that's going to require setting up the disenchanter. Don't worry about this until you're solidly into maps, but definitely do it. And the other thing that you're going to want to do at some point, although this can definitely be put off much later than I did, you're going to want to start your harbour, and you're also going to want to start your runesmith over here. These things need to be built at some point, but these fundamentally are rewards that don't punish you for not engaging with them earlier on. There's no time gating to them, so you can just wait until you're ready to use them in order to get going with them. As for the ships themselves, there's a bunch of information that's circulating around about the rewards. This isn't quite finalized yet. A bunch of people are working on it. I've been trying to figure out a few things, do a few tests myself. For instance, I'm running a bit of an isolation test at the moment. I'm taking one variable difference. One of these boats is sending 1,000 bismuth bars with nothing else. The other one is sending the same 1,000 bismuth, but is also throwing in 50,000 thaumaturgic dust. I have my speculation. I believe both of these are going to bring back gems, but there'll be higher gem levels, higher quality, and also other esoteric states that might exist with the one that's got lots of thaumaturgic dust with it. But I'm not sure I'm right on that. That's the sort of thing that's still being worked out in the background. As well as that, there's a whole bunch of information still to be discovered about the Atlas runners and the rewards that they can get. So far, they've provided me 1 raw Divine Orb, 1 raw Exalted Orb, and just a bunch of other middling tier stuff. Things like reasonable cluster jewel bases, including one that sold for 66 Chaos, and a whole bunch of other miscellaneous stuff, most of which is rubbish, but some of which contains a few little gems. Ultimately, it's mostly a big source of gumball currency, as can be the boats a lot of the time, although it is worth noting the boats have given me a number of fairly good rewards as well. Anyways, that's all you need in order to get your town set up. There'll be a lot more information coming over the next few days as people start to work out more of the reward system in this league. I'm going to leave it there. May your boats carry interesting loot.
Yo, what's up? Tuna here. Just woke up on the 3rd day of the new league, and yeah, there's a few things that I wanted to show you guys and also talk about with the build and in general. Yesterday I crafted a new claw, so this claw is actually pretty good, and I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit through the process of how I crafted it, and then in general how the build is feeling at this point of investment, which basically all that's different from yesterday is I did this claw as well as you know, the Darkness Enthroned. Darkness Enthroned is huge, don't sleep on it. It's very cheap. I bought this one for like 1.2 divs. So yeah, a 99% increased effect, and then I just did some searches from Path of Building. If you don't know how you search for jewels on Path of Building, I actually did a video of it a little while back, but just to give you guys a quick little rundown of how that works. So you will have the Path of Building here. I'm always going to be using my endgame PoB as reference. So once you've opened the PoB, you want to go over to items, and then you have this button here, trade for these items. You will find best here under sockets, and then you will select Abyss Jewels. And from there, what will happen is it will generate a trade link, and this trade link will just generally actually give you a stat weighted kind of search that you can put here into Path of Exile Trade. So you just copy that over, and then you will just get a ton of jewels popping up. But the thing about this search is that the parameter of the minimum sum, which is like essentially the amount of damage it gives you, is not set. So you want to figure out what the current highest sum is by sorting it like this, and you can see that it's 50, but in reality it's not 50, it's just that it doesn't show enough results. So you can type 50 here to begin with, and then it will narrow down to 100, and you do the same thing with the arrow. You can see that it goes up to like 74, so on and so forth. So then you can actually just go here and type something like 65 or something like that, and then now you'll start getting some really good jewels for really cheap, as you can see here, like 30, 60 C and that kind of stuff. Now keep in mind that penetrates, if you haven't killed recently, is only going to be useful for single target, but still a really nice stat for that. So how did I craft my claw? The claw is actually a very easy craft, and one trick that I used to save a lot of currency is I used wild bristle matrons to spam getting basically the meta affixes on there. So essentially what I did is I bought a Critical Strike Fractured Noble Claw. You can buy a Noble, you can buy an Imperial, or you know, any other claw. If you want to see what the stats of claws are, you can go on the wiki, and what I'll do here is just go B claws, and you can see here basically the stats that you want on claws. The thing about like these claw bases, you don't really care about the base physical damage of it, but what you do care about is the attack speed and critical strike ratio. Because in proportion to how much elemental damage you're going to have on a claw, this base physical damage is pretty insignificant. So yeah, you're just looking for something with like as high attack speed as possible, with good critical strike chance as well. And ideally, if you can, like a flat life gain per hit is really useful. So yeah, like something like Eye Gouger is fine. So now that you know that, you could just go back on trade. So pathofexile.com/trade, and then you can make a search. So for example, I would look for, you type tilde. Tilde is going to help you like basically do an approximation of a search rather than having to search for the exact name. Tilde fractured crit, and then you can go increase crit, you know, like 35, and you can also go like tilde fractured attack local, or rather than attack, just go like local damage. That's the one. So I copy paste this, and I go for lightning, I go for fire, and I go for cold. And what I will do is I'll just type 100 here on all three of them as minimum, so sort of just like an approximation, and then set the search to count 1. And I forgot also to search for fractured attack local. Fractured attack speed local, and that one rolls up to I don't actually remember. I think it rolls up to 30%, so let's go look for 28. And then we will specify that we want to look for a claw. Now you'll basically get all of these fractures popping up. Now you can see that this is actually T3, so you can just bring the lightning up to like 150 maybe. And then maybe we can go like 120, go to 120, and then we just search for that. And now we start getting like some claws. So yeah, you definitely don't want Vol claws or this because the attack speed is like so low. But this claw is actually like not terrible aside for the fact that it has Fizz Leech or something like that. But generally I would go for like not such a terrible base since, you know, you're going to be stuck with this claw for a while. Now another thing to keep in mind is the item level. And the thing about the item level is that item level 82 is the item level that you need to hit T1 elemental damage. But hitting T1 elemental damage is, you know, really uncommon. So you can see here by the list, you see 82. And then for T2, you need a 74 minimum. So I wouldn't buy anything below item level 72. But I would say 82 is ideal, right? So then we can go back into our search here. We can look for item level 82. And you can buy any of these claws. So the next step that I did is I had a fractured claw. And I used anger essences because anger essences are actually the cheapest at the moment, but this might differ depending on when you look at the video. So you just spam anger essences, and I better go D&D because it looks like I come back online and one of my items is much more expensive now. But yeah, you spam anger essences until you hit. So if you have fractured elemental damage, what you would want to do is you would want to hit critical strike chance or attack speed, and vice versa, right? So what I did is I spammed the essence until I hit T2 lightning damage, and at this point you can actually clean your claw by crafting cannot roll attack modifiers and annulling so long as the other mod that you rolled isn't an attack modifier. And this way you can kind of force having a claw with you know, 2 elemental damages and you're fractured for pretty cheap. But the trick here is that I actually bought a bunch of wild bristle matrons, and that's these things here. So search that on PoE trade. We'll look for wild bristle matron. So wild bristle matron is about 30 chaos, and divines are about last I checked they were like 120. I'm not really sure. I don't have any currently divines. I put all my money into veiled orbs, but yeah, they were like 120 when I last checked. So that means that you can actually just craft. You could put 4 attempts at a meta mod instead of spending 1 divine on the cannot roll attack modifiers. So the likelihood of getting cannot roll attack modifiers is more, so it's like less than a 1 in 4. And you can also have like chances of going for can I have 3 crafted modifiers and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's just always worth trying to spam wild bristle matrons to get the meta mod that you want rather than using the bench, especially since wild bristle matrons are so cheap. So that's how I got cannot roll attack modifiers. I annulled off the intelligence that I had on the claw, and then I spammed bristle matrons again until I got can I have 3 crafted modifiers, and this actually saved me about like 1.5 divines while instead of using the meta mods on the bench. Yeah, that's basically the process of how I made my claw, and as soon as I did that, like my damage felt just infinitely better. It's so nice. And the last thing I'd like to mention is, of course, a lot of people are complaining about the Light of Meaning being expensive, and rightfully so. It is very expensive at the moment. If I was to price check this real quick, the Light of Meaning with armor is currently, you know, 7 divines, which is actually not so bad. But at the same time, a lot of people can't afford that, right? So what I would suggest to do is you can actually get a Light of Meaning with evasion rating. So 7% increase, and that's 70 chaos. It's super cheap. The only thing you have to swap when you do this is you would have to swap your flask from a granite to a jade, and then you would have to swap termination to grace, and ideally you should 100% have Dawnbreaker by this point for the fizz taken as, and you should go for a lightning coil instead of whatever this shit is. Yeah, which honestly, like, I should just get a better chest. But basically, you should have a lightning coil, because if you're a pure evasion, then you have no physical mitigation at all, meaning that you ideally want to have a way to, you know, reduce the damage that you take, which fizz shifting is a good way to do that still. So lightning coil plus Dawnbreaker with grace, Jade Flask, as well as a Light of Meaning with evade is probably the best way you can get a tanky early without having to spend, you know, 7 divines for the armor Light of Meaning. So yeah, but keep in mind that, of course, like if you buy like lightning coil, you can use tainted jewelers as well as tainted fusing orbs. to 6-link that. You don't have to do it with traditional fusings, and that is the cheapest way to do that. And as of yesterday, the Black Morgan was actually kind of bugged, but Black Morgan is another way for you guys to get that 6-link. So yeah, that's pretty much all the tips and tricks that I have for you guys. At the moment, my build is pumping. I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot of fun, and I'm still farming my sort of like Alkengo map find with a bit of heist. So yeah, I'm just like boss rushing type thing with altars. And today I'll probably just do like a different strategy. I'll probably just go full copium and farm some rituals or something like that to see if I can lose money. But yeah, thanks very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this little recap / update of tips and tricks and things that I've learned of the build. And if you enjoyed the video, you know, like, subscribe. Like, I even have a hard time saying that. It's like I'm dying inside. But like and subscribe. Hope to see you guys on the stream or in the comments. Yeah, peace out, guys. Have a good one.
Hey guys, Boschon here, and today let's talk about my day 2 update for my Lightning Strike Ward. Yesterday we kind of talked about how you can actually level efficiently, bark skin, all that good stuff. Then we talked about early maps, how to progress. And today will be all about getting into endgame. I just got a ship right here. Wow. With endgame, I basically mean pushing into red maps, getting your defenses tight. I already talked about in the last video, kind of getting armor base, but I'm going to get a little bit more into tinctures this time around. And even more than that, I will also get into gloves because those are quite important. First up, I'm going to quickly show you a run. So I'll talk about this Atlas passive tree at the end of the video because I think this is really good for Lightning Strike to make some early money. But in general, we're doing quick maps with Searing Altar. We have strong boxes in there, shrines to make us a little bit stronger. But in general, it's also about Legion. Now, usually I would, if it was a good layout like Beach, I would chug in also a Legion Scarab. But in this case, I will just, oh, we got level 2. In this case, I will just do the one Legion. I can also put Deli in here. Now, I'll quickly show you how this one works now. Now, you can see that I have a double tincture set up now. And the fact of the matter is it is up 100% of the time, or 95% of the time, depending on how fast I am with reaction. So this is something you need to get used to. You basically need to press it every 9 to 10 seconds. It's 2 buttons. You put them right next to each other. For me, it is absolutely not a problem because we already kind of a one-button skill. Actually, I'm going to loot later just for the video. But in general, the clear has substantially increased, and that is because of a few factors I'm going to go into. The biggest one is the +1 strike on my gloves. This is one of those things, just like the mastery, right? This is one of those things that I forget every single league, basically, where I don't, like, I know how strong that mod is, but I always get it too late. Let's just quickly do the Legion right here. I'm not sure if I can do it with 5 stacks right here, but let's just showcase this right here. So currently, I'm still not great on damage. It looks good here, but if you were to go into, for example, an actual daily map or like Affliction or something, you would definitely see some damage lacking. But right now, clear-wise, it is incredible. So I still have some bosses to do. I obviously did the normal Searing Exarch Eater stuff. We're gonna do Maven and Uber Elder tomorrow. But in general, the defenses are feeling really, really tight now. And I'm super, super happy with the clear. Personally, it usually takes me a little bit longer to ramp like this. This is kind of like, I mean, if you get a Headhunter for this one early, you would absolutely dominate, but I don't even think it's necessary. The clear speed is quite clean even without, but once you have that Headhunter, it's quite big. Now, one of the only issues with the tincture setup is, like I said, you have to press 2 extra buttons, but the difference in damage is ridiculous. So I will tell you all about it and how you can set it up, how it's the least annoying. So the way I've set up my tinctures is the least annoying way possible. There are other ways to do it as well if you don't care about it, but I've made it as quality of life as possible. I'm having an absolute blast with this right now. I'll see you in Hideout. I gotta loot. I'm poor. But let's talk about tinctures because that's what we're here for. In my pre-league video, I said I'm probably gonna go tinctures in endgame, but I don't know how hard they are to get, how hard they are to roll. Are the mods even that good? Turns out they are incredible. They're even better than we thought. And the setup is really easy. And I'm gonna talk about that in a second. But I first want to just show you what I currently get from 2 tinctures. So I get 401 increased crit chance, 243 damage, 72% increased attack speed, and 44 LE pen. Out of all these things, while it's not the strongest effect, this 72% attack speed has really catapulted the build into just feeling incredible. Feeling like something that a Deadeye could be, but with more damage. Now, how do you get this? You want two different tinctures. One is called Prismatic. It has increased LE damage with attacks, and then Rose Thorn, critical strike chance with melee. Just because people pointed this out, this does not just work for the melee part. It says melee, but it says with a melee weapon. So the projectile part of your lightning strike still comes from a melee weapon, so it works. It's not, if it said melee critical strike chance or, I don't know, melee damage or anything like that, it would be different, but it just specifies with melee weapons. We have a melee weapon. Same is true with the suffixes melee weapon damage and melee weapon attack speed. So in general, these are like incredible. But two things I want to note is the first one, they're quite easy to roll. If you look at the mod pool right here, there aren't actually that many suffixes, and almost all the prefixes are good in some kind of way. Now, the mod that you really want in prefix is actually increased mana burn rate and increased effect, but increased effect is also good. The increased mana burn rate, I'll show you in a second, does absolutely nothing really to anything. But yeah, you can see right here, these are like what, 3, 4, 5, 12 mods? 12 mods, 13 mods, maybe I miscounted, that you have to roll. So you can just spam alterations on these. Do not sell your alterations. And I mean, if you have seen alteration prices, now you kind of get the gist of why they are a little bit more than usual. Important to note when you're crafting these is if you hover over melee weapon attack speed and the pen, you want an eye level 85, and these can be a little bit more expensive. I think I paid 20 chaos for each of them. If you're just starting out, you can go for lower, but you cannot roll the highest tier, which makes it harder to roll, right? Because even if you're rolling for only 14 to 16, now you have 2 outs instead of 1 if you're going lower. So it's kind of harder to hit. You're just going to spam alterations and augs until you hit either effect. So you can see right here, this one's not perfect. I think this is even, it is tier 1 pen, but is only tier 4 increased effect. I could get up to 35% with the mana burn mod. And this one is actually tier 1 increased effect and tier 1 attack speed, but it's not perfectly divine. And I could get even more effect. As well as that, the quality on tinctures, which is also why glass blowers are like almost 3 chaos right now. The quality on these tinctures is a more multiplier to your effect. So you can see the stats visibly go up on the tincture when you apply quality. And this could be even higher, at least I assume, if you corrupt them, if they're anything like flasks, which I don't want to try right now. I don't have the money to play around with that, but yes, that is something that you could definitely do. So your tinctures could still get, from what I showed you here, your tinctures could probably get 20 to 30% better even. But how do these tinctures actually work? Well, basically what happens is, so you can't do this in your hideout because you're not burning for mana in your hideout. But once I press, let's just press 1 for example. Once I press it, you will see mana burn stacks right here. And these will go up and drain your mana more and more. Whoop, at 12 you will see it all of a sudden disappeared. And that is because I have a certain mastery right here, which is the tincture mastery, that deactivates when you have 12 or more mana burn. Why that is, doesn't that kind of sound stupid? I will explain in a second. But basically, when you have 2 of them on and 2 active at the same time, all that will happen is the ramp is faster, but you're actually draining less because now the time in which you drain is shorter. And you might think, oh, that's bad uptime, but that is where Warden comes in because Warden has tincture effects linger on you for 0.5 seconds per mana burn. So this goes up to 6 seconds if you do the math. At 12 stacks, you perfectly get the 6 seconds linger. So you can see right here, with the tincture CDR, and at 12 exactly, it stops. You get the perfect linger overlap. This is literally, this whole thing is literally made by the devs to make this work. So what I'll show you right here is I will press them, and then after the 12 are over, you will see some buffs up here, which is the linger effect. So it goes to 12, it falls off, and now you have these linger effects. And this is not the best example. Is this actually a temp chains map? It actually is. But usually it would have already fallen off, and now you press again, and it's basically up all the time. So we can wait right here. Boom, it goes out, and we press it again. Usually there would be like, I don't know, maybe 0.5 second time where you can't press it. Obviously human failure, so like human mistakes. So maybe like 0.5 to 1 second where they are not on. One of the things I will say that's cool, it sounds like nothing, but since the attack speed makes your whirling blades so much faster, you will very quickly notice when you do not have your tinctures on. So that means that's also a little bit of a reminder. So to summarize that again, your tinctures have a orange outline here whenever they're on. After, so you click them, right? The mana burn stacks are up top. Mana burn goes from 0 to 12 in about 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds and the 12 stacks, with the mastery, it goes off. The tincture falls off and you get the lingering buffs, once again, up here. And once that happens, you have uptime, and Enduring Suffusion adds another 6 seconds. In this case, obviously temp chain, so it's not a perfect representation. And after that total of 9 seconds, you press them again. So it's basically, if you put them next to each other, it's like for me, it's like, boom, I put it on, I do this, boom, and they're on. It is kind of like pressing a divine blessing in a sense, and it has not personally been really annoying, especially since sometimes you don't even need the damage, you're just whirling around and you're like, oh, I'm at a new pack, let's press it again. Now, you don't want to press it too early though, because if you press it immediately again, it hasn't ramped up yet with its mana burn stacks. So if you double press it, it will actually have bad uptime. But all that really happens then is that you just do it later again. So it's not a perfect solution, but it is, for how powerful it is, in my opinion, the best solution. And the second way you can play it, and I've also seen people play this, is you just, I don't know, just activate it. You don't control it at all, and it will just be up again, right? The reason you can do this is because you have mana leech. So if you, for example, in a map and you're just constantly mana leeching, there are instances where you don't have to press it for like, I don't know, 15 seconds. And it's like, great. But the one problem I have with that is that it will burn down your mana into 0. So what can happen is, for example, you have a no regen map or a no leech map, and at some point you get to 0 mana. And if you're in a very weird situation there, unless your lightning strike literally costs 0 or like 5 or something, you could get into a situation where you get killed because you don't have damage uptime and your leech is not up. We don't really have passive regen or anything like that. So that mana situation might really come back to bite you. And I just really like when they're synced up. I exactly know when to press it. I have the divine blessing in my blood, right? I press it every so often, as long as it's not like 3-4 seconds. I did this on Pathfinder with my life flask. I did this on divine blessing. So this way it's just more efficient for me personally. If you don't want to do that, definitely play around with it. You don't need this mastery. Also, I guess people ask me about the first 6 mana burn applied to you have no effect. I know I said this might be good before the league started, but as you could have seen, the 6 mana burns were like nothing. So that mastery seems completely worthless to, as far as I know. You could take the 10% increased effect so far. I don't think these are all that great. Also, I will not be anointing Nature's Concoction, because what I actually thought was going to happen is, while the effects linger, they still count as being up. But they are not. They're just lingering. That is not the same. Which means that Nature's Concoction is not up all the time. It's only up like 30-40% of the time. So sure, you get a little bit of flash charges here or there. But personally, with how competitive the annoying slot is, I will not be taking this. Okay, so the first part of the info is for everybody, right? Like, this doesn't just have to do with Lightning Strike. This is now specific to the build that I've been running, the Lightning Strike. When can you actually respec if you're playing this exact build? I would say roundabout at level 86 to 90-ish, when you have your armor and Dawnbreaker set up, and I'll kind of explain why. So this part of the tree has a ton of efficient points, as you can see right here. Ranger has such efficient nodes that you all want to take. Like, I'm not even done with Mark the Prey, right? That's how efficient this is. And that means that if you do this too early and you go into these too early, you might have to cut some absolute crazy points, which I don't think is worth it. As well as that, you're not even going to have the tinctures. And also, if you don't have your armor or Dawnbreaker set up, you're going to be too goddamn squishy. It's just not going to work out. You first have to work on that, because you will have to remove Bark Skin. And Bark Skin all the way to red map has been a blessing. Just absolutely great. But at this point in red maps, once you are this kind of content, it doesn't make much of a difference. Also, I've seen a lot of people linking me non-armor, non-Dawnbreaker setups that are basically just squishy as hell. I don't judge you. I also don't mind squishy builds. But the thing is, on League Start, a lot of your power comes from the passive tree. And if you're not leveling, you're losing. You're like, there is never a situation where you shouldn't be at least at level 93. I'm probably going to cap out at like 96, 97, and then I'm going to run content where I just get one shot sometimes, right? It is what it is. But up to 93, there's absolutely no excuse. Even 95, So that means you should build defensive early, and then once you have the passive points and the currency, now you go into damage because you're none the faster. You're just missing passives. You're missing power, right? Free power. You are spending divines on small upgrades. Meanwhile, you won't even get the free ones. Then as for tinctures, 1 prismatic, 1 rose thorn. There's also one more tincture that I want to talk about. And that's the oak branch tincture, which gives you 3 rage on melee weapon hit. Now, few reasons why we're not using this. 3 rage is only on melee weapon hit, which doesn't always happen with lightning strike. A lot of your clear will actually just happen with projectiles. But the most important thing is this doesn't really scale well with percentage increase, right, on anywhere. This is like a good tincture for non-wardens. People who are not warden would want this because their tinctures kinda suck. Our tinctures have these mods right here. And if you look at PoB, even if you discount the fact that you first need to ramp up rage and it immediately falls off because we have no support and it's super clunky to play with, even if you discount that, 30% more damage is actually not necessarily more than what this would give you or this would give you. Especially the increased damage is probably just straight up more, and even the crit chance, unless you have perfect gear. So Oak Branch Tincture, not very good. It doesn't scale well with increased effect. Okay, so now you have rage on melee weapon hit. Okay, I get 86% increased effect. It doesn't do anything. Now you go to 5 and it's like, it's wasted. So that's all I would say. If you are a warden, don't use this. If you are anything else, it's actually pretty good, right? It's not bad, but most likely if you're anything else, you're already in this area right here, and you're already going to have stuff like Veteran's Wrath, which, by the way, if you wanted rage on this build, this would be a great node to take because it would also delay the inherent rage loss, which is quite annoying. And I guess at the end, what you need as well is you need to respec your ascendancy into Enduring Suffusion and Experienced Herbalist. So right here, you can see it pretty straightforward. The Shock node, which might make a comeback if you have a kind of a Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh later, and Bark Skin, which isn't very good anymore in red maps. These go away for the tincture nodes. Also do note that these small nodes are also very strong for increased effect. If you can make the shock work, you can make a point for cutting Avatar, especially if you're just mapping. I can definitely see that if you're doing Oath of Springs. Personally, I think once you reach endgame and you have a big chunk of lightning damage already, your normal shocks will already be at like 40% or so. So I don't necessarily think Oath of Spring is well positioned on lightning strike. But if you're a madman and you want to cut Oath of Winter, which has been so far the most broken node on this whole ascendancy, then be my guest. It doesn't give any damage technically. Now, another point I want to make is why were tinctures a little bit under the radar before release? Some people said they're OP, but most people kind of say, you're losing a flask. What you realize when you play with tinctures is even if they're not up all the time, even if you're non-warden, they're still up more at, for example, bosses than any other flask would be. Even 50% uptime, like it is on like a Slayer or a Berserker or something, is still better than you would get from any random utility flask during a boss fight. Not every boss fight has adds, and if you're not a Pathfinder, you probably have 0 sustain. Having that burst of damage is just incredible, and I would honestly, even if you're not playing a Warden, I would highly recommend shooting for one of these tinctures and just trying it out. There's usually a flask that you can cut for it, and yeah, that's all I can say. Also, flasks did lose their increased attack speed, just so you know. So if you want to get it, it will also be pretty much from a tincture. Now then, I want to remind you, get +1 strikes on your gloves. Most people know how busted this mod is. I always forget about it. I'm always like, oh, lightning strike needs +1 strikes, and then it's fine. But yes, it's fine. You can now double hit a single target, but in terms of clear, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's basically akin to getting +2 projectiles from your Deadeye, and all of a sudden your build just feels infinitely better. And if you see at the start when I do the map, the difference to my day 1 footage mostly comes from this. It's not just the attack speed. It's just absolutely incredible. Now, what should you do to get these? Because spamming them can be quite expensive. If this is later in the league, it's not going to be as expensive. You could probably, it depends on when you're watching this, but if you're watching it right now, you will have to spam these. And I have an Atlas strat where you can basically farm them yourselves, but it can take you 50 to 100 to get this mod. So they're like a chaos right now, so you could also be selling them. That means you want to put it on good gloves. Now, good gloves will kind of look like this. If you don't know, there's an Alva mod that has 3 different versions. So right here, you can see that the cold res and the damage with hits against chilled enemies is actually a hybrid mod. These are both the same suffix. This is a temple suffix that you can drop with Alva and in the temple, right? And it is ridiculous. It gives you a tier 1 cold res, and then it also gives you up to 50% increased damage. There's also a fire res version with flat fire damage to ignited enemies, and there is a version with crit chance to shocked enemies with lightning res, but you want the chilled one. However, what some people don't know is you can actually res swap these. So you can buy whatever you want. You can buy the shock version, the fire damage version, or the chill version, which are right here on Craft of Exile if you don't know. These 3 mods right here, and you can res swap them. So you can go to Harvest, for example, and if you swap the cold res to lightning, it will also swap damage to shield enemies to crit chance against shocked enemies. So you can basically swap that. I see this a lot because this is the most sought after mod. In terms of efficiency, 50% increased damage is just better than the other 2 most of the time. So that's what everybody wants. So they're more expensive, but all you have to do is like swap it with Harvest. It currently costs like 5 chaos or something. And this way you can also divine it, right? So you can swap it back and forth, and the roll will change. This is why I have a perfect roll of 50% here. So don't waste your money. But the second thing is you want other good mods. You want attack speed or chaos res or spell suppression. Or like I have right here, I got lucky. I bought these for 3 divines. I actually spent a lot on these because I wanted a good pair. I think gloves are incredibly important for these kind of strike builds. I got tier 2 chaos res and tier 1 attack speed. And those are premium. Those are the 2 best mods you can get, followed by spell suppression. The reason spell suppression is not as good as in other builds is because we can easily fix it. We would maybe save a point or 2, but we can easily get spell suppress cap without any problems. It's still good, as is if you just got a random resistant as your first suffix. Prefix wise, you want life and then armor and evasion percentage. Important here, I actually have one of the new bases, Chimera Scale Gauntlets. There is new bases that go up. Do not just buy some trash evasion base that has 0 armor or an armor base that has absolutely no evasion. I mean, maybe an armor base would actually be fine. Then you couldn't roll spell suppress, but it's not the end of the world. Strength is also okay, or res. But in general, that's what you want to do. All right, so you got your gloves. You spammed lesser average embers on it, and now you have a +1 additional strikes. What you will notice is that at tier 5, this actually goes up to +2, which is another game changer. Not as big as getting the second strike, because one you already get from the passive tree. Getting the third strike is not as big of a deal, but it is still a big deal. This is something we're going to do later, and I'm also going to describe how to craft it, but for now, this is all you need to know. Now, what else did I upgrade? First up, I went for a Anoint, and I went for Disciple of the Unyielding. Since we're not Shock anymore, I will not be going for Static Blows. I simply do not need it. You could go for some freeze shenanigans, like freeze duration, but honestly, the freeze is already so good. Disciple of the Unyielding, this gives you a minimum endurance charges, which is straight up 4% less LE damage taken and less fizz damage taken. But then while you're mapping, you're also getting up to 24% increased damage and another 2 endurance charges. I think this one is extremely efficient, and the Anoint right now costs like 8 chaos. The only other Anoint I'm looking at right now is Sion's Ambition, which means that enemies that get targeted from the additional strikes, you can hit 40% further away. This one I'm probably going to get pretty damn soon. But for now, the endurance charges are extremely potent. This is probably really good once you get +2 strikes on your gloves. Another small tech, I guess, which I just bought, which I completely forgot about, is Tattoo of the Thessalia Warrior. Just put it somewhere and get 5% chance to blind enemies, which is a very potent stat. You hit so much, it's always going to be up, and it just means you basically get more evasion. These currently go for 60 chaos right now, so put them somewhere where you know you're not going to respec them, and also it's not high priority, so if you don't have the money right now, do it later. I also automated my flasks, both my granite flask and my jade flask. Now, if you don't want to roll these yourself, a good trick, which doesn't always work, because especially when I say it, but if you have 2 flasks like granite and jade, and everybody just always thinks, oh, granite equals armor, jade equals evasion. If you just get them the other way around, often you will get stuff for 10 chaos that usually cost like 100. I'm just telling you right now, it might not work for you, but it always works for me on League Start, so I just get a Jade with percentage armor and a Granite with percentage evasion, and it's exactly the same. Also, don't forget to quality your flasks, although this is a lot more expensive than it usually is because glass blowers are so expensive, but it is definitely worth it for the uptime. We're not a Pathfinder after all. Otherwise, I guess I got 1 jewel here, which is just attack speed, life, perfect rolls, and then a fire res, which actually I don't need right now, but I was like, okay, I have a jewel open. I don't want to spend too much. The good ones cost like a divine, so it is what it is. And at the end, I'll quickly talk about this right here. I'll leave this atlas down below in the description. This is nowhere near min-maxed. I'm already at the 3rd tree because I experimented around quite a bit and I don't have perfect order of my makings. I'm still going to link you this down below. So you can kind of do this. In order to do this, you need to have your defenses up, because otherwise you're going to die to Legion. You will have to have the +1 additional strikes and a decent claw, because otherwise you cannot even break open all the Legion stuff. But I'll just say right here that even if you cannot break everything open, Legion is just incredible. Even if the scarabs go up, which I'm currently using, just the rusted ones, the polished ones are quite expensive. Even should they go up, which I don't think they will, just skip them and just do the normal Legions. I mean, you're making like 3 chaos there, 5 chaos there. You're dropping a lot of bubblegum currency, and some of these, like for example, instilling orbs and especially Glassburst bubbles, are actually quite expensive. As well as that, I mean, you can look at the stuff that I dropped at the start of the video when I did the map. That is exactly with this tree right here. And yeah, it just works perfectly because Lightning Strike is very much like, for example, a bow build. And it has good clear once you invest into additional strikes. So it just works. And what I'm currently doing is just run any map I find. But the best map for this would definitely be Jungle Valley. On Jungle Valley, you would not get the boss altars and only get the minion rewards, which gives you a ton of these bad boys right here, which once again, you need to make all your gear. You need it to get reduced mana cost of attacks on your helmet. You need it to get, I think, in this case, crit multi, which is not the one I want. I want fortify, but whatever. On your chest, and you needed to get +1 additional strikes. You also needed to get action speed on your boots, which I'm actually going to roll for, but only once I have good boots. But yeah, on the side, everything I farmed up has been with this right here. You also drop a few scarabs that you can sell or just throw into your map as you want. This is a very straightforward tree. I'm sure I'm going to have like a little bit more of a min-maxed version. If you're wondering why Strongbox is, I just had some points open and it doesn't slow you down. I just wanted to do as many maps as possible because most of your money straight up comes from altars and then the free Legion as well. So yeah, hope you guys are going to make some money as well. Get those upgrades. Hope some of the questions have been answered. I will be doing more updates, obviously. Not sure if it's going to be straight tomorrow because I will be doing bosses, unlocking more of the league mechanic, which right now I've up to like, I think tier 8. So far my shipments have mostly been garbage. If you guys want to have a good video, actually, I'll leave it down below in the description by Ziggy D. He has a really good video about the league mechanic in general. There's a good chance I'll make one as well, but that needs further time. But yeah, hope this answered some questions, and yeah, really happy that this build worked out the way it did. And I'm probably going to improve the character quite a bit. I usually dip out after like 20-30 divs because I want to reroll, but this build has just been ramping. I mean, it's Lightning Strike. It's going to be an incredible endgame build. It's going to be one of the premier endgame builds in whatever form. But yeah, hope you guys' league starts are going well. And since I still don't have a slogan, see you next time. Hey guys, Postron here, and today let's talk about all the spoilers that we have so far for 3.25. So around about a day from whenever this comes out, we're going to have the live teaser and reveal for the new league, the Settlers of Kalguur, which from what we've seen so far from the teasers looks absolutely great. We don't know really anything about the league mechanic, but just the quality of life stuff they've given us so far is pretty overwhelming. To be fair, some of this is stuff that is already a normalcy in other ARPGs, but I mean, better late than never. And honestly, I gotta say, I really like the route they went this time, revealing upfront stuff that makes the game more fun, and then going in depth about the mechanics later. So let's kind of start. Now, there have been reveals over the last 10-ish days or something that I kind of compiled here. I will go after how big and impactful I think these are, and we just have to start out with the pickup range. And the pickup range, as you can see right here, has been increased from having to step on it to actually having, like, I don't know, a hand pick it up. And that's a pretty big deal. If you've been playing other ARPGs where that is possible, it is kind of a game changer. And just how much of a deal it is, we will have to see. One thing I will say is that it will especially come out in loot heavy strategies, meaning that strats that have a lot of bubblegum currency that they have to pick up will get a lot more from this than, for example, a Sanctum Runner. Also, I don't think it's confirmed yet, but this should also work on breakables and also therefore doors. So yeah, it's definitely a game changer for everybody. But for example, for builds like Welding Blades and Frostblink, you also have the thing where these have fixed travel distance. So very often what would happen is you don't want to scale movement speed because you can just move with Welding Blades and Frostblink. But then if you have to move around the corner or you have to loot, you still often want a Quicksilver in those builds. And some people literally just did it for looting, because otherwise it feels really bad. That might actually not be necessary anymore. So this change might, in essence, free up a whole flask slot for those builds. And the same is kind of true for Leap Slam builds, which now can be way more sloppy with their targeting. And of course, since it's a lot nicer to pick up stuff right now, it might also mean that you can run a less strict loot filter. Either way, without even having played this and without having seen the patch notes, I would be shocked if this is not one of the biggest changes that PoE has ever seen, and it's kind of going to be kind of slowly creeping in just how much more fun this is going to make the game. Now then, the map device is getting a 6th slot, which basically just means instead of 4 scarabs, you can now use 5 or a combination with scarabs or frags. And I think this is a good idea. I guess they're kind of backtracking the removal of sextants, and sure, we had all flames last league, but they probably won't go into the main game, so they still want to give you a little bit more customizations for what you want to farm. However, the change that I would like to see with scarabs is actually that you have a maximum of 1 of each scarab that you can use. Otherwise, I don't think this will actually change much. You will just still play the same just 1 note strat, and you will just add an extra breach or add an extra this or add an extra that. And you're just going to use another one of your common scarabs, and it's not really going to change much other than give you a little bit more juice. I would like to see a 1 maximum, simply because then you would kind of have to mix and match if there's not enough scarabs that are actually good for your strat. And I think that would actually help creativity quite a bit. Plus, it would be that are kind of synergistic with each other, maybe a little bit more interesting. And yeah, that would be a pretty big nerf for some scarabs. You could kind of just adjust the numbers and be fine. In general, I think this is only a good change. There isn't really anything else to say about it. The only thing I would say is that we're going further and further from kind of the old Alk and Go playstyle that is less and less incentivized, because scarabs are now just so goddamn cheap. And if you're not just using any at all, you're kind of trolling. But that's just a personal grab of me, because I absolutely love just boss rushing and not caring about any frags and just map after map after map, 30 seconds. That is, I kind of like that playstyle, but we're kind of moving away from that. With more and more customization, I think for most people, this is a straight up buff. Then we have static life bars. Now, these apparently only are on Act bosses and Pinnacle bosses right now. However, they do show a Simulacrum run, which we're going to get to later, where the boss also has one. So maybe ever since they made that video, they implemented on more bosses. And I think that's an incredible change, because if I think about my boss fights, especially the ones that take longer, especially on League Start when you're not just one-shotting bosses, it's really nice to not have to hover over the boss. Some of these fights are stressful enough, having to hover over and then see what's going on. This will give you a lot more information if you're looking for that. And in general, it just looks epic. And more than just that, it does tell me that they are willing to put stuff from PoE 2 into PoE 1, even more so than they already kind of talked about. I think that we are going to get quite a bit of the quality of life that has already been implemented, but maybe even content. But that's all just speculation at this point. Really like the change. Now then we have bandit rewards getting reworked. Straight up, they now look like this. So instead of 2 skill points, you now only get 1, and your trade-off for that is 15% all res, 8% movement speed, or plus 40 life. Now, if we compare this to the current bandit rewards, we will see that Alira now only has 15 all res, and it lost mana regen and crit multi. I think good riddance for crit multi. It was nice in endgame, but usually in endgame you wanted 2 points, because maybe you could fit in another cluster jewel, and the 5 mana regen were extremely strong early. So that is kind of annoying to have to go, but most builds relied on mana flasks anyway. So I think it will be missed. It will be quality of life missed. But getting an extra point and only keeping the best stat on Alira is a big buff. So 15 aura is incredible. Then we have Kraton, which now got actually playable. It used to have 6% move speed, 10% chance to avoid ailments, and 6 attack and cast speed. Straight up, it's so much better now. You only get 8% move speed. If I think about which builds want 8% move speed, most builds on not just the left, but also on the right side would want that. For example, people are already picking up Quick Step, and the special suppression doesn't even do anything. So 9% for 2 points, people are already taking. If you're on the left side, I think everybody would agree. If you just had a 1-pointer here that would give you 8% movement speed, I mean, that is an insta-pick. However, it does have to compete with the 15 auras, and this is kind of a mindset thing. It's like, do you want to be fast and maybe a little bit squishier, or do you want to have it comfy? If I write, for example, a league starter for people, then I'm definitely going to pick the auras, because if you're experienced with the game, you're just gonna say, screw you, pal, I'm gonna go move speed anyways, and it's gonna be fine. But if you're a new player, I think the 15 auras is just an absolute game changer, and only for 1 point, so you're not even really delaying a lot of your main points. And you can also mix and match here. You can go purity plus movement speed to have kind of a little bit of a balance. You can also go haste plus auras. whatever you want to, or if you're good at the game, you just go haste and move speed, of course. But yeah, this is just a lot of good stuff. The plus 40 max life, I mean, you'd have to ask a hardcore player when they would take 40 max life. Obviously, it's very good early. It's flat life. People love this mastery over here. But this mastery is 50 life, and I don't know if you would ever sacrifice any of these for that. But that's to be seen. I think Oak is still the worst by a mile. Now, funnily enough, people have called this a little bit of an early game thing, and you would always spec out of it. I actually disagree with that. If you look at 15 auras in the grand scheme of a build, especially after Mage Blood plus Res Flask got nerfed, I would say that most endgame builds would take a 1-pointer that gives you 15 auras. It's kind of a suffix. I know not in every build, but I think we'll see a ton of builds actually keep Allura in endgame, even if they are something like an Adorn setup. Now, don't get me wrong, I think this is a lot better than it used to be. I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't make it more meaningful, because if we look at the whole campaign, this is the only choice that we have for permanent stats. Sure, you can respec it later, but this actually affects your character. Otherwise, it's just you get a passive point, you can do whatever you want with them. But this is different, right? And it's the only thing of its kind in the campaign. So you would think maybe it has some kind of bigger impact, but it just doesn't. That kind of always bothered me. It's like you make such a big deal out of bandits, and people are asking, what do you go for bandits? It doesn't matter. Like if you misclick 40 life instead of 15 auras, nothing's gonna happen, right? So this choice doesn't really matter. It would have been cool if they made it something more impactful, maybe, I don't know, go for stuff that actually feels good, like, I don't know, extra AoE, make this a ton more movement speed and make it 2 skill points, maybe even 3. I don't know. It just feels weird to me that this exists at all, but still, I will take my 8% movement speed. Now then we have Simulacrum. I have not ran Simulacrums for the last 3 to 4 leagues. I did like a kind of a challenge where I ran 100 in a few days, and it completely burnt me out. Ever since then, I'm not really interested anymore. You had to do 30 waves, now you only have to do 50. However, if you've ever done Simu, you know this is a straight up, just a straight up buff, because the first 15 waves had maybe like 5% of the loot, and the rest was all hidden behind the higher ones. So they basically said that we're expecting that if you enter a Simu, you're gonna have a geared character, which is very true. I don't see anything wrong with this. I think it's gonna be pure upside. Simulacrums are gonna be way more money, and probably the entry cost is going to be way higher. And honestly, this could be a replacement for Sanctum. Whereas in Sanctum, you want fast builds or very specific builds that can one-shot targets. Maybe you just have a very high power level character. Now Simulacrum looks a lot better, especially at League Start. But this will depend on some things, because the rewards in Simus are still very spread out. And sometimes what happens is the League mechanic actually is the best way to acquire everything. In which case, Simu stocks will go down. Either way, I think compared to any other leagues, Simu will be big money. Then we have new annoyance. It's kind of hard to say how impactful these are going to be. The 2 we've seen so far, I don't think are that strong, but they do show me that they want to go freaky with the new annoyance and not just basic, which I like. So that means that down the road, we could see some real big ones. Incorporeal is elusive on you, reduces its effect 50% slower, which doesn't really do anything. It gives you a little bit, it's basically just more burst. But in the whole grand scheme of things, over a long time period, it doesn't really do anything. Still, getting your effect up front is still really strong. And elusive is removed from you at 20% effect. It just depends on how much effect you already have. This gets better or worse. I would say I don't really know which build would want this as their annoyance. Usually when I think annoyance, I think anything that would give like 10% more damage to your build. Or if you can fit it in another curse. Or maybe you want some max res. Or I don't know, maybe you need the rest of your spell suppression, or obviously charisma, sovereignty. There's just so many things I would pick over this that I would be shocked. The problem is that currently you cannot refresh elusive anymore. Back in the day, this would have been pretty busted, but right now, But maybe there is some new way to cheese it. And then the second node is quite interesting. Mixed munitions, 5% CDR for throwing traps per mine detonated recently. A lot of people have been theorizing about a mine trap playstyle, like mines that throw traps, which is possible. You would double dip on some increased damage, some multipliers. For example, on the tree, there is a few nodes that have both mine throwing speed and trap throwing speed, both trap damage and mine damage. Those would double dip because they're in separate columns. So they would double dip, yes. And you would also have medium cluster jewels. So for example, you could have something like this and kind of double dip with trap and mines, but also trap and mine throwing speed. But at the end of the day, the issue is that the CDR that you get is only really good if you actually have a CDR trap. And if you have a CDR trap, you don't want to throw it with mines, because you cannot throw that many mines because your cooldown like kind of stifles you. You just cannot throw them out, because if, in case you didn't know, if you throw out traps with minefield, they still adhere to its cooldown. So if you throw out 3 mines that have a seismic trap in them, they still remove 3 cooldown charges. And yes, the more realistic version is that you here or there just throw mines randomly, so your seismic trap gets 100% CDR. But then again, that's a really cancer playstyle. And also, if you have no mine throwing speed, that sounds really bad. So once again, we're back to having to scale mine throwing speed on a trap build. I guess one more thing we could talk about maybe that is quite interesting is actually Pyroclast Mine of Sabotage. This one gives kind of an aura buff around it, which is incredible. But you have to remember that you would first have to throw them out, detonate them, and then replace them so you actually get the aura. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure any of these fit, but I'm sure somebody's going to figure something out with these. Maybe if we have the context of the patch notes. In general, I think these are great. A lot of the annoyance that we have currently are a little bit wishy-washy. I think Vengeance Cascade is like okay in its current state. Hardened Scars is quite nerfed. Cleansed Thoughts is really wacky. So is Aspect of Stone. I would really like if they keep stuff like Crusader with the Transfiguration of Mind, Transfiguration of Soul and Body, because those are already on a helmet, so it's very unlikely they're going to get removed. They are already kind of in the game. So I think they're going to keep these. They are quite basic, though. Those are the only ones I would like to keep. All the other ones, I mean, yeah. I'm just looking forward to what they're going to be. Now, then we have Atlas Divination card hovers. And the first thing I was thinking when I saw this was, does it have to be this big? I'm not really sure. So I have a little bit of a problem with this. I really hope it's not just a hover. It's maybe you have to press Alt or Shift or anything, because this seems very intrusive. And maybe I'm wrong on this, and maybe the SSF players are going to be pissed off about this, but I don't think it's as important of an info that you have to put it this big into the screen. Don't get me wrong. It's important, but like, is it proportional? I mean, unless you have a very specific farming strat, it doesn't even really matter all that much which div cards drop. What matters is a good layout, right? So you're putting this in my face, and if I'm a new player, I'm thinking, oh my god, everything in this game revolves around running the right zones where I can drop the biggest divination cards, and it's just not. It's just kind of weird. I don't know. I should be happy about this, but I would have been happy if it was just somewhere in the corner. I think it's good info to have, but I don't know if it needs to be this in your face. Now, another theme that we've seen, it's not really a reveal, but it's like a small thing in every video, is that dead totems are underground, and they look like melee totems. So everybody's assuming that melee totems are gonna get axed, and that assumption is pretty much correct. GG is very, very particular with how they make their videos, even up to what flasks they're using. For example, in one of the videos they show, I don't know, a diamond flask on a bleed build, which could signal something, maybe a perfect agony rework. So most likely they are going to nerf totems for melee builds. However, what would be nice if maybe melee totems are actually an archetype now, because so far they have been balanced around what they can do in a melee build, and it's very hard to get maximum totems. They're kind of out of the way. There's no support for them. I would just love to play an Earthbreaker build where I can just slam down 5 totems and they all volcanic fissure of snaking all around the screen. I'd be totally in for that. I would love if that support gem maybe gets a little bit of a look at. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they get some activation range, because right now they feel extremely cancer to play. One could dream. But other than that, if you now die on softcore, you can reactivate your auras. You don't have to reactivate them anymore. They are just activated per default, which is really nice. Log in with those cast on death portals. Then we also have waypoints automatically activating. Not much to say here. Nice. Now then we have a big one, which is the quality of items. The default quality got changed. So whereas before on weapons, 1% quality would mean 1% increased physical damage, stacking additively with anything that is on the weapon. If it said 100% increased physical damage right here, and you had 20 quality, it would be 120 total. Now it multiply, so it would be your base damage, let's say 100, plus 100% increased, which is 200, and then that goes to 240, actually. So just 20% more at the end. And obviously it scales higher and higher the more quality you get, because there are obviously things where you can get over 20 quality nowadays, which is quite a big deal. Now, we don't 100% know if they're going to compensate for this buff on weapons and they just want to make quality more significant, or if they're trying to already buff melee with that. This combined with another change that we're going to go over in a second actually has a big impact on leveling. Now, there's a lot of things about the quality changes that I won't be putting in this video. Both Sergog and Dreamcore made really good videos about that. I'll link them both in the description. But one standout thing I want to say is about the GG new Fizz weapon. It might be Apex Cleaver. So right now, the way it works is basically, even if you override the maximum quality here, you can still first get the quality and then, for example, get synth implicits. So with the new changes, that would be incredible, even though you do only have the 1.35. This is something we'll have to see. Maybe they're going to remove that. Maybe it's just a bug. It should kind of make sense because you have the mod, then you apply the quality. It probably won't subtract it anymore. This is definitely something to look out for. Not the only thing, but definitely very strong. But then we also have armor, which the armor's basically got 1% more defense per quality. So now if you get something like an armor roll already, that will get multiplied with the quality. Huge, right? Really good change. The issue is that we also know that auras will get nerfed because there has been determination that we saw, which has only half the amount of flat armor. However, it still seems to have the same amount of percentage. So I forgot the exact numbers, but it is round about halved in terms of flat armor, and the percentage should stay the same. Now, I don't know if I fully agree on this change. I totally understand that, especially Grace has been an absolute force on softcore. People have been loving that aura. In my opinion, defensive auras can't really be too strong. I think if you made something where softcore players are actually interested in doing something defensive, you just kind of made it. You made a really good decision there, and I don't think that should be taken away. If you guys remember back in the day, phase acro, I thought that was a very toxic meta. And nowadays, people are on softcore. Like, if you told me that 8 years ago, that people are going to be running around with D-Term and Grace on softcore, I would have said, no shot. And now they want to take some away from that and basically put it on the gear with the quality. But that has some issues, like, for example, if you're running uniques and whatnot, and especially on the right side of the tree, losing that flat armor can straight up make D-Term go from viable to not viable. And especially since people are already going Lightning Coil and Cloak of Flame mostly, which I hope they don't get nerfed, but they might actually, because otherwise they are now just an absolute no-brainer on right side instead of being slightly better, right? A lot of the time. If that doesn't get addressed, then we're just gonna all be running around with Lightning Coils once again. But either way, I don't know what exactly they want to do with this. It would make sense if they wanted to nerf armor stackers. I don't think that's really necessary though. And as well as that, they could have probably done something else to stop that wouldn't disrupt everything else. In general, I think this change will be quite rough for builds that just wanted to have like 20, 30k armor to not be complete paper against Fizz hits. Those builds will now always go for Fizz taken S, which we don't know if it will survive. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I thought it was fine. Not really sure why it needed to be nerfed. A lot of softcore players are probably going to go back to haste now. Gonna look for other alternatives if they want to be tanky. We'll see. Now, another huge change here is quality. On items, how much quality you get from one blacksmith whetstone or one armorer scraps is going to depend on the item level. So for example, he has a low level rawhide boots here at level 1. If he applies the quality, he straight up gets 20 with just one application. But if you look back here on this, he only gets 1% because it's an end game item. Now, you might not think this is a big deal, but it actually is. If you've ever leveled a Fizz build, if you found a decent Fizz weapon, one of the issues is you can't really blacksmith it because it would just be a waste. But like, you would have to actually craft it before. And you don't have that many blacksmiths to spend anyways. You just don't want to do it. So now you can most likely just throw one blacksmith on and it's going to get like, I don't know, 17 to 20 quality early. So that's just straight up a huge buff for example, Marauders. However, they also clarified how this is going to go on maps. Now you get 20% quality on a white map with one single chisel, which means it's actually worth, kind of. If you find one and you have problems finding connected maps, maybe it's now actually worth. It's one chisel, 10% for yellow maps and 5% for red maps. This is also pretty interesting for endgame because before you would have to scour, if you would like, I don't know, you have a whole quant app full of maps, you want to prep for your strat or whatever, you would have to scour first. Now you really don't have to because the rarity doesn't change anything anymore. You can just chisel them all. So in theory, that would save you on scours, which could be pretty damn huge in solo Saffron, but also just a nice time saver. And last but not least, I guess, is Valdo's puzzle boxes are dropping more often, which means twice as often, and we all know what 0 times 2 is. No, but in total, I haven't really seen any Valdos boxes, I'll be honest, last league. So I'm happy they reintroduced it into the game. I don't know what drops more means, and they did say they made them worse. But then he says that then Mark also says the Mage Bloods are still going to be the same drop rate. So I don't know, is he just referring to Mage Bloods, or is it worse but it drops the same amount of good uniques? I'm not really sure what this is supposed to mean. I guess we got drop changes in the spoilers here. It's cool. I think that's a good thing. I think high power builds should have an outlet. I thought personally that would be tier 17s. This might actually signal to me that they're going to downscale tier 17s and have Valdos like above that, quite above that. I think if you can actually be a Valdos farmer and you have enough maps in circulation that you can specialize on it, that's just a good thing. Depending on how much extra the drop is, though, this might be another 50 div Mageblood or 5 div Headhunter League. We'll have to see. So that's about all we have so far. Some people have been asking me what I'm looking for next league in terms of builds. I don't really know. I tested the Hex Boss of Contradiction and I absolutely love that build. So if nothing changes, maybe that, but maybe there's going to be a Transfigured Gem I really like. I would love to League Start Cyclone, but I have a feeling that melee buffs is not going to extend that far. But hey, who knows? Either way, I'll be streaming the reveal over on twitch.tv/Palstron. So if you want to join in, as always, you know where to find me. But yeah, so far, very hopeful. Feels like the break from PoE has done me really well. I feel very refreshed. I feel like I'm ready for another league. And this time, there's nothing really interrupting me. No Last Epoch, no Torchlight. There's just 2 months of straight PoE, so I'm really happy about just going back into it. I've been doing very little content last league. I've just recently looked at it. I was kind of like, I made 6 videos or something after league start. I made 3 times as many videos before as I did after. So yeah, I guess we're maybe going to do better on that part, but I'm really stoked for this. I think this is going to be a hype one, and yeah, since I still don't have a slogan, see you next time.
Hi! Welcome to another Play With Me with Scissorin. These are very, very long videos, and the purpose of these videos is to move into a new character. They're usually on a budget, and a lot of the time I end up not using a tabula because I want to like show like how to do anything like cheaper. So we can show the end result here of what this build's going to look like endgame.
See ya later, yep. Okay, this is getting nerfed. See ya later, yep. See ya later, yep.
So this is a Ground Slam Impale build. It looks very strong. And the main reason, endgame, this isn't going to be super budget. I mean, Noogi's playing it right now with like a 450 or a 500 PDPS 200 5-link. So that's pretty budget. The only reason that I was like, you know what, let's actually play melee, was because I found this in a heist, and I was like, really? You're really making me play melee? So I'm basically forced into this. I also have a Discharge Play With Me lined up, which technically should have been before this one, but I was just so damn excited to try this after seeing other people play it and having the mace. So we're doing the Discharge Play With Me on Tuesday. I'll make a short video about that as well. But let's go over what we're leveling with. And for this series, I try to explain everything I'm doing a lot so that new players can learn while we're playing along. So we have a limb split here that we're going to be using at level 13. We actually might be able to use this. I mean, I'll 4-link it, I guess. We actually might be able to use this all the way until like 10. That's what at least SciTV and a few other people were doing. Other than that, like we're going to be using some like generic currency, like a few jewelers, chromes, etc. But generally, I try to use as little as possible while leveling. And I have like set aside some like low essences here in case we do need a new weapon, or we can see like the difference that makes. And a couple of orb of binding so that I can get some like 4-links early on for leveling items. As far as uniques, we have rapid expansion. It makes the ground slam. I don't actually have a second one, but I think that would work too. Makes it like more of a radius. We have Lord of Steel and Lord of Steel. There's 3 actually. We have one here. This is like large AoE, which I think is probably what we're going to end up using late game stuff for mapping. And then here we have this that does more damage. So there are 2 different ones. And there's a third one too. They all have the same name though. And they're all Viridian jewels. We have a Belt of the Deceiver, which we're going to use at 20. Really, really good. And nearby enemies are intimidated, makes that they take 10% more damage from melee, or from attacks. Meganor's Girdle, just really nice early on. Honestly, that could take you all the way to Act 10 too, and they're probably cheaper. I don't know about prices. As far as gems, I don't know if we have all the gems. Like, part of this is these aren't like always like completely prepared. A lot of it is also about finding problems during leveling and solving them, so you guys can see what problems I run into. But I have Ruthless, Added Fire, Maim, Ancestral War Chief, which actually we're not going to be using any of the Ancestrals because they will be stealing Impales. So we don't want to do that, actually, in hindsight. Well, I'll probably use Protector early until we go Impale. Ground Slam, Onslaught, Fortify, Melee Fizz, Second Wind, Seismic Cry, Intimidating Cry, Impale, Flame Dash, and Smoke Mine. And we also need a Steel skill. We need one Steel skill just so we get the Call of Steel ability. And then as far as the POB, it's going to look something like this. This is Nugian's tree. And as you can see, this is what he's using. So he's using a 480 DPS weapon and he's one-shotting bosses too. This is on a 5-link. So yeah, I mean, this is particularly good. And when looking for a weapon for this build endgame, honestly, I would look for as low attack speed as possible and instead look at the high end. So see that this weapon has 355 to 566 DPS. That's actually not that much lower than mine. Mine is 356 to 636. Even though mine's like a way better like P DPS, his is like really, really high top end for how slow it is. So a slow weapon can like very, very easily beat other things. And then yeah. So we can link this, but it's important that you need to have a splitting steel for the thing. I don't think I'm gonna bother with a Volground Slam, but we'll also like figure out what the 4-link is. Nugi's using a 6-link obviously with a tabula. His character name. I can't remember what I imported. Oh, Nugi baited by Ventura. So Ventura is like a lot of people are copying him, and I think Ventura is copying Karn. Another thing I have as well is a career ward with diamond skin. This is more important for hardcore than softcore. It's just literally just 10% movement speed, and then the oils we're using is teal, sepia, and clear, and that gives you diamond skin, which is really nice because it gives you resist early on. Let's grab a second Quicksilver just for early. Quickle silver. But yeah. Generally, very, very easy and accessible things. Can you show the mace again real quick? That one? So on the tool sack's not viable. Should be. I don't have one. And for this playthrough, alerts and stuff on Twitch are off. Let's see. We can go ahead and just buy iron rings here. Don't need to alch them or anything. Just a little bit fist damage early on. Put on some like Ori music or something so we have some nice background music. Yeah, Rebel.
That's actually a
as long as it's not Essence Strain. Not Essence Strain, you use ED, not Wither. I'll link Pastebin in chat too. In Twitch chat. Try to remember to put it in the YouTube video. That's not necessarily like exactly what our tree is going to look like though.
Stay sharp out there.
Let's see. Is there any red gloves I buy? I think it's some 4-links. There isn't. Okay, well hopefully.
Stay sharp out
Please
there.
give me like. Let's just imagine that these were red so it'd be easier to chrome. Actually, this should be fine. For early. I'm sure that's fine. We just have that there. So we're leveling it. We can go grab a rustic sash. We could just go bonk. We could just go bonk early and throw an alchemy on that. I don't have any like low level leveling weapons. Actually, the best thing we could do is just show the rustic recipe. That's the best thing we can do. We'll buy 2, one for me and one for the recipe. So if you there's a recipe for weapons that you can do this. Is it really level 8? I didn't actually know that it was level 8. What's the blue one?
what little help I can offer you.
Okay, right. So with a rare one, apparently it's minimum level of 8. But yeah, you can do a blue one. And that gives it up to 42. We'll do that early. Oh, I do really want be red. We'll figure something out. We'll get a new weapon soon. There's not really many other like skill options you can do. See, I'll put this on my other screen just so I like don't get lost. My memory's terrible.
Holy.
Solo Gamer, thank you for the 19 months, and Codin, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Smoking, thank you for the 5 months. There, let us proceed. I think we have everything. We have all the gems in my inventory. We should grab Protector with us. There, and we'll grab that. Awesome. Alright, it's bonking time. We'll grab things as we need it. The music is loud? Really?
Not the most pleasant of arenas.
Yeah, we can start the timer.
For now.
Timer. Oh, well. I was gonna say we need to get dash, but we don't get that yet. I have Smoke Mine and Flame Dash in my inventory. That's like the only thing I can think of that you need to buy from another character. Everything else we should get from like this character, I believe. Believe being the key word. And if you're on Trade League and you want to have a more like twinked out experience, there's like loads of unique axes you can do. You could do Limb Split into a Cauterizer. Until Limb Split, it shouldn't really matter much what weapon you're using. You can use the unique Iron Rings, Blackheart? Ironheart? I can't remember, something like that. You can use Octonial Gauntlets. There's not that many good weapons, or sorry, unique gloves early on anymore, or rare gloves you can craft anymore. And then, as for a belt, you could use the Darkness Enthroned. I don't actually have one. I love showing off Darkness Enthroned. But I do not have one. Even though I've killed like 2 liches. No way, I've only killed 1 lich.
It seems this new arena suits me.
So I should do some Abyss and get one. They're very, very good because you could get Murderous Jewels with item level 1. Dude, Ground Stomp is such like... It's just so nice. I love it. Bonk. Get level 4 down here. I don't have to do Hail Ray for anything, I think. And like, if I need a gem from anything else, I would probably log on to a different character. And if you don't have a different character, then you'd kind of be stuck like waiting for the library, which is not great, obviously. That is not ideal. We're gonna go grab Dash here, which if I had it already, I wouldn't have to go back to town. I'm gonna try to make this like fairly quick too. Yeah, if you're in Trade League, somebody in chat might be able to help you.
Stay sharp out there. Stay sharp out there.
There, we'll have a Protector. We'll just shove that here for now. We can worry more about links later. We can grab a chest at some point pretty early too, because we do get Art of the Gladiator, which makes that we don't get a penalty. Where's Dash? No music? Oh my god, I'll turn it back up. Better? Yep, this is going on YouTube. That's why I turn off alerts and stuff. Make it like slightly less annoying for the YouTube crowd, especially the people that don't give a shit about Twitch. Very, very nice bunks. Can't wait till we get close, Seal.
You die rather well.
Yes.
Fucking bitch, man.
I did die a lot this league. I'm gonna put a TP here. The reason I do that is that we can, like, we don't have to do so much backtracking. Like, then I can go back at the lower prison waypoint or the climb waypoint and do that. You should come over to Twitch. Well, I mean, it depends, right? It's just like a very, very different audience. On Twitch, it's like people that want to be part of a community and want to watch regardless. But a lot of the people that watch on YouTube, they come for a very specific purpose. Sometimes they want to see like a build guide. Sometimes they want to see, you know, usually it's like a specific purpose and that's why they're watching. So it's just different audiences. YouTube's going insane. 2 million views in the last 28 days though. Which is crazy. I'm very happy with that. Scry is doing an insane job. Your sad Quinn died. F. Rest in peace. So right now we don't have anything like crazy. It's pretty like mediocre leveling speed at the moment. We'll grab like a new weapon at level... Well, actually I don't even know if we need a new weapon at 8. I guess we could do. Throw a contempt on something. I hate Earth Shudder. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not my skill. I've never liked it. Oh, you know what? I should have bought Blood Rage. Blood Rage is so nice. Probably end up using Precision as well. I'm pretty sure we get that. Oh, nice multiple. That's awesome. He ripped his Impulsive character. If I die at mine, that's why I'm playing it so little until I get really good stuff. I would be very sad because like Impulse is so rare. No, this is not ED Contagion. I do have a ED Contagion build though. There, we can put on Career Ward, making it slightly faster. That's the only thing it does. I think there's a replica Career Ward that has... Is it AoE damage and AoE radius? If so, that'd be awesome for this. So if you do have a replica Career Ward, that'd be perfect for leveling this. I could have had one, but I didn't grab it, which I definitely should have. Like, that'd be insane, actually. I would love that. I wish I had one. Wait, what even gave me shards? Removes Impaled, but I don't have Impale. What did I even get shards from? It's weird, no? Did you find level VD? No.
It's to be a cage fight then.
I don't have a way to level with that. Helmet enchant maybe. Alright, let's see.
Farewell.
I don't need any of this. We already have everything.
Take care.
I hate you, dot mods. So much. Right, let's see. We'll just grab a level 8. Nice. I tried talking to dot mods so much earlier and it just never replies. No, that's fine. Lift their hands. I cry. What's even the worst contempt? Is it muttering? Do I even have the worst one? No, it's whispering. I don't even have that. So I actually can't do the last one. You know, let's just throw an elk on it and get a really good one. That's like honestly the best thing you should do in games. Just like get it on the first try. Hello. That's what I recommend. Just be lucky. And if you're being unlucky, try being luckier. Honestly, like changed my like outlook on games in general. I don't have a mana for.
While we live, we are blessed.
Something I don't have this, and I might have to make one. But something that's really really nice for leveling, is getting a jewel with mana leech, like mana physical damage leech as mana over time. No, I mean it just hit fizz. I could have just used the recipe. I'm level 8 now. Not that pog. One, get good. Two, be lucky. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, it takes you very far. Just be lucky, lol. Bonk. Can't remember what level we actually unlocked the slams. Do we have one already or is that a 12? It might be a 12. I don't play melee that much, so this is like a nice discovery journey for us as well. So, while watching this, you'll see that I don't do like every side quest. There's only like some that I do. See, we can chrome this for like 3 red. And then we'll have that at 12. Wait, we gotta cry level 1? Which one? Oh, but it's not any of the good ones. Okay, we get intimidating at 10. How does Impale work? It sort of like stacks up, and especially as champion, starts adding flat fizz per Impale. It's insanely strong. We're gonna be going, well, I want to take Art of the Gladiator. Feels very good early, and then we'll rush straight for the Impaler. Blood Rage is good too, that's level 16. It's a dead end. But yeah, we're only going to be doing, like, we're not going to do every side quest and stuff. There's no point in that. We'll do, like, skill point quests and then skip everything else. So you'll be able to see what quests that I normally do. And we'll try to go at a fairly decent pace. And I'll try to rush through just so that the YouTube VOD isn't super long. Because if I go slow, they end up being like 6 to 8 hours. And I try to keep them under 4. Ideally. Yeah, we should get there around level 31. Should be around perfect timing. Around perfect timing.
I have to
medium mana fast. Hog. And then early on we don't wear a chest because it slows us down. Somebody's now wearing a chest and going, I'm wearing a chest. Oh no. Not the end of the world. It's only like 3 or 5%. I never remember. I just remember chest equals slower. Generally, you see most racers won't wear a chest until, well, I mean, if you grab this node, then it doesn't matter, obviously. But a lot of racers won't wear a chest until like a 4-link. Same reason a lot of people don't use the Tabitha until like level 18 or 31.
Your frightened heart echoes from these stones.
My bonk is better than your bonk. Oh, poor totem. He almost killed my totem. That like
skill beats
reprehensible behavior. You'll see a lot of racers also like log out when killing bosses. And if you saw at the start of the Brutus fight, so that I was like moving not in at a straight on towards him, but like slightly to like at an angle. And that works with a lot of bosses in general. You'll notice like very, very quickly that most bosses in Path of Exile, as long as you're moving at a decent like angle like that, they just can't do anything. And like moving around bosses in like a counterclockwise circle as well is incredible how much defense it offers you. A lot of deaths, you'll notice that people are, when people die to bosses, it'll be when they're doing a boss fight for the first time, they're not 100% sure how to do. Oh, actually, yeah, I should have War Banner. I should go buy War Banner and explain how it works, because it's actually really good for bosses. Bonk. So nice bonking. I haven't bonked in a while. Sometimes when you haven't bonked for a while, you just miss bonking, you know? Bonk. Bonk, bonk. But yeah, no, mobility in PoE, very, very, very strong. You'll notice when I'm doing like Awakener stuff, obviously not on the Righteous Fire character. There, I'm literally just standing there. Depending on the boss, like clockwise or counterclockwise. Depends on its attacks, which you sort of learn just by doing it. Like for example, it makes a very big difference on Hillock. You can practice auto-attacking him to death. It's actually a really, really good practice for getting used to how important movement is in PoE. Because if, I can't remember which direction now without seeing him. I'm pretty sure you have to move clockwise. But if you move counterclockwise, he can hit you. If you move clockwise, he can't. Once you like get the movement down. Can't remember. I'm pretty sure that's the way. We'll go here. We'll grab this. Kind of want 13 before Morel, just to like limb split on her. Limb split is so nice. And then if you have the prophecy to upgrade a cauterizer, that's insane. I just hate Earth Shudder. I don't like it. I don't like the skill. Did one Earth Shatter character and I just detested the skill. Alright, let's see. Time for 1 skill point. You don't actually need to kill that thing either, by the way. There's a few things in PoE. Same with like in Act 6. In Act 6 you also don't need to kill like the there's a side quest where you get a amulet or a jewel or something. And you don't need to kill that thing either. You just need to pick up the weird layout. Oh, I guess it's straight down. I guess we'll just go here. Excellent.
It pains me greatly.
Pains me too. How long you take now, Fairgraves?
I'm sure were the circumstances
So the steel skill, Call of Steel, the way we're going to be using it later, is we're going to be we'll be going full impale, and because of the node, the impaler. Where is it? There. The impaler, it's basically going to be impaling nearby enemies as well. And when we pull it in, it's just kind of like, it's like you're like basically you turn into Magneto. You just rip it out of them, and then it does loads of AoE damage, and you just clear the entire screen basically in one-shot bosses. No, I haven't tried that Artorias. There, we'll just grind up to level 13 real quick. Well, moving to Merveil. Oh, we can do Smoke Mine. We'll put that there for now. And then Flame Dash we'll put... I don't have enough we're not smart enough. That's annoying. I guess we'll only use Smoke Mine then. So it's always faster to detonate it yourself. But if you're lazy, and I do this a lot myself, you can do detonate mines on mouse button 1. There's always like some delay when doing that, but then it's basically, as long as you're... The way this works is any instant skill can be on mouse button 1. You can use this with like steel skills, you can use it on Warcries once you have the instant Warcry notable, and it'll just be like basically auto casting. So technically, because of this, you have access to 1 auto cast in Path of Exile. You can do Immortal Call. Anything that's instant works there. Obviously, you could have Warcries there even if they're not instant, but then you're pausing all the time, and that's really annoying. And nobody wants that. Well, some people want that. The reason why there's a bit of a delay, I think, is it probably isn't like picking it up all the time, and you can't have this on. The reason you can't have this on is because this refreshes every zone. So you'll see that it's on now, but now it's off. So that's annoying. I think it would probably be smoother if you could have always attack without moving on. So that's annoying. Yeah, Enduring Cry is a really good like left mouse button click when you have the instant Warcries. There's a lot of nice things with it. A lot of people do Immortal Call, Steel Skin. Like, it depends a little bit on your character, what you have, and what you need. But there's a lot of good uses for it. I wonder what gives me charge when I don't... Can I just always... I don't know. It looks cool though. It's like MTX. Let's see. That's Merveil. So I just want to get level 12 real quick so I can like one-shot her with Limb Split. There we go. There. Put you down here. I want Onslaught. You can keep Smoke Mine here, I guess. Wait, actually, I probably don't want to Ruthless this early. We can just put that down here. Excellent. Val Double Strike, by the way, is... Do I need Times to Bleed? Would be nice to level it, so we can just do this. Val Double Slam. Val Double Strike, sorry. It's actually a really, really nice ability for leveling. Does it scale? Well, very. Let me just grab the skill points. We don't have to come back to town later. I don't know. Everyone seems to be using Ground Slam. Maybe the multiplier is higher on Ground Slam? 124? I don't know. Maybe the multiplier is higher. Whether you don't like... I think Earth Shatter gets most of its power from using the Warcries. Whereas on this you want to use the Warcries before combat and then one shot. You should always be leveling... I normally do this when I... Oh, I could have had Warcries. I normally do this when I... Do I have slots for this? I think we could just like leave the protector and then do cries instead. Intimidating cry. Oh, seismic 16. Sorry. Yeah, so you should always be leveling with 6 gems in your offhand because they get the same XP. You're not getting less XP on any of your gems. It's just better. It is just more better. Custom has the highest base damage? Okay, cool, yeah. And also, like, yeah, with this build, the way you want to do it, you want to, like, do all your shouts before going to the boss, hit it, and then use Call of Steel, and that'll one-shot the boss. That's how we're going to be playing later. Nice. Instant. Nope, not even instant. There. Yeah, gang. Seismic should have 1 charge left and then use Intimidating Cry and Slam insta kill. Yep. And then you get crazy, crazy damage. We can have a chest now. So we can just find an armor chest and throw a binding on it. I mean, I guess hybrid's okay. There, now we have a nice 4-link chest there. But I could have put the ancestral in that I just threw out. Well, double strike would work too. I don't think, I mean, we could show it off actually because it is pretty cool. Do need an extra green somewhere then. Okay, you know what? We don't even need it. But Val double strike's really, really nice. Does ground sound good without the weapon? Yeah, so I showed the weapon Nugi was using. That was just 490. That's showed at the start of this video. And it's important to like look for just like, it doesn't matter if it's slow. Slow is actually good. Obviously it doesn't feel the best while like mapping and stuff, but slow is actually really good for this. And then you just get, what do you call it? Crazy damage on bosses when you have slow, high damage weapons. Should have been here at the start, CO. Let's see. Everything gets explained at the start. If not, other people have to explain to you if you're late. And then remember we're doing a Play With Me Discharge on Tuesday as well. So here, always also important to remember to pick up the waypoints of things that you're going to be going back to. Always pick up the waypoints of things you're going back to. So we're going to go here now on the right side and we're going to go do Fidelitas first.
A place of soil
And then we'll get Herald of... We'll use Herald of Ash and Purity early on. Dude, Sam's just feels so good early. I want to get the +1 exert skill too pretty early, which I don't remember where he is.
I'm starting to think there's more to life than prize or
put that on there. Let's see. 2 more levels, 1 more level to seismic. Right now we have intimidating, which is just 2. And then later on we can have it with a +1 mace and exert on the skill tree. We can have 4 intimidating cry hits. So the only reason we're only using any steel skill, we only want Call of Steel. We're actually not using a steel skill. We're only using a steel skill for Call of Steel, not for like splitting steel or anything like that. Let's see, can I get int anywhere without taking that stupid int node? Not really. What's the best way to farm chaos? So many, but like generally when if you like say like, you know, level Purity of Fire Gem to 21, then loads of people start doing that and it ends up being worth less. Flight maps is really good. Depends how many people are doing them. You have to like scout around and find things that aren't being used as much. Do you think permafreeze Arctic armor is getting cut soon? No, not middling. Very rarely, if ever. I would be very surprised if they nerfed anything this late middling. Chaos Recipe is like the #1 thing you want to avoid generally. I never ever do Chaos Recipe.
Remember,
You have to do it like insanely fast for it to be worth your time. And it just drains your sanity. And it is horrible. Let's see. I think we are able to pick up Golem's Blood and still hit Impaler at 31. So let's do that. A little bit more life early. True, it is very, very good exit chaos. I would still never do it. I would still never do it.
I can't do this just yet.
Now it makes sense to do it. Chaos Orbs are so valuable in software trade. Right, but even when Exalts are 30C on hardcore, I've never done Chaos Recipe. They've been 15C and I never did it. I hate Chaos Recipe, it's horrible. You can just get so much more currency by in other ways. Boss killing. To be fair, boss killing isn't worth much on software, I guess. Sucks. There, now we get Seismic.
And now, the end is near. Jujutsu Kaisen's final curtain, my simps. I'll say it clear. Sukuna's cooked. Of that I'm certain. Today, holy fuck, today we're talking about chapter 264 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't usually do chapter reviews for every single chapter, but this was big enough to warrant even me, the real life Satoru Gojo, to talk about it. So today, we're talking about the end is near, manga spoilers are ahead, and let's start with a 264 recap. So I'll ask you all to remember that at the end of chapter 263, Sukuna is looking up as Hana and Angel are about to unleash a Jacob's Ladder on Sukuna. Now, a lot of memes were made about this topic, a lot of discourse about how Sukuna is going to survive it. Is he just going to climb Jacob's Ladder? Yes. That's exactly what he did. Okay, Gege. This manga is so unserious at times. It's quite unbelievable. So congratulations, Sukuna. I tip my hat off to you. You're the GOAT villain. You managed to shrug it off as though nothing happened, and you went straight for Hana and Angel like a smart villain. Now, the effects of Jacob's Ladder this time aren't limited only to Sukuna. In fact, they hit Yuji and Todo as well. And this is important because our boys are also getting hurt by the light. Now, there's a classic Angel telling Hana not to sell moment, just like when Sukuna was in Megumi's body, she did the same thing. Of course, Hana never wants to listen, so Sukuna winds up his fist and is about to evaporate into red mist fucking Hana until Todo, of course, saves the day. This man has come in clutch perhaps more than anyone else in the manga. Tip my head off to fucking Todo. You are indeed a Jujutsu sorcerer. And when you think about it, Todo didn't even really have to do this. I don't think that they're going to use Hana for the rest of the series. So the fact that he came to protect her instead of letting her die, truly a gentleman moment. And then Yuji hops out of the Pillar of Light, which is burning him, by the way, just to throw hands. And he gives Ankh the Naruto special. Yeah, he dunks him. He fucking WWEs him. He throws him into the Valley of the End. It's so fucking satisfying to see Sukuna ragdolled like this. Now, while we get this incredible display of Yuji's physical strength, unfortunately, Sukuna does regain his reverse curse technique, regenerates his two arms, but ask Gojo how that goes. What happens next? So using his newly regenerated arms, Sukuna continues dogging on Yuji, but he realizes, I should not fuck around. In fact, he says, there's no need for me to make risky moves like Satoru Gojo was forced to do. Sukuna knows this because Yuji is him, and this is proved later in the chapter. The fighting continues for a little bit, and Yuji's trying to get Sukuna with his soul-crossing dismantles and cleaves, and Sukuna specifically says that Yuji can deal lethal damage to incarnated sorcerers. Therefore, he is the hard counter to Sukuna. This panel specifically tells us that if Yuji touches Sukuna, it's over. It's cooked. Suki's donezo, presumably. I mean, knowing Gege, he could always fucking amend this with a bounding bow, but you know what I mean. Next, we get a sighting of a goat. We get Jogo for a whole one panel, and then remove all the other pictures because Gojo sighting, Gojo return in chapter 265. The agenda, no, the truth will never die. And the Jogo and Gojo sighting was really important because it's a flashback of Gojo talking about domain expansion. Now, at this point in the fight, only Yuji and Sukuna are present, so what could possibly happen next? The waiting was worth it. Yuji finally, Ryoiki Tenkai. Thank the fucking heavens. I mean, there was so much discourse about whether Yuji would ever be able to do this, and I'm so glad that he managed to fucking pull it out the bag at the very end. And shout out Kusakabe, because Yuji was only able to do this due to his soul swap training. I mean, the man really kind of did carry Jujutsu sorcery on the back. So at the end of the chapter, after all of this, after Yuji's domain expansion, an old man finds himself at a train station. Now we can talk about each of the characters and the implications for the next chapter. Starting with Sukuna. Now I'll repeat. He actually did it. He actually up and went and fucking climbed Jacob's ladder. Did you like that? My ladder climbing? He climbed Jacob's ladder. He pulled out a technique that he hasn't used since the Higuruma era. break weak and cliffhanger doesn't matter, I'm gonna survive the attack technique. Jesus fucking Christ. Memes aside though, it's actually kind of symbolic that Sukuna climbs Jacob's ladder all the way to the top because biblically Jacob's ladder is like a gateway, entryway to heaven. So, Sukuna's cooked. Now I've said this also in other videos, but his hubris is unmatched. And he's also quite stupid, because if we take what Uraume says at face value, they said something like, Sukuna is still not holding back, Sukuna still has yet to go all out. Dog, if Sukuna ends up losing because he did not go all out, this is so fucking stupid. Why did he not go all out when he knew there was a chance of dying? So, I have a new agenda to push, the Heian era were bums agenda, because there is no way, you cannot convince me that Sukuna was not holding back against them. He no-diffed Yorozu, and Yorozu was supposed to be fucking strong. So Heian era, bums, modern era, goated. New agenda, push this shit. And tag me on Reddit. And blow this video up, and subscribe or die. I love you. Anyway, back to the chapter. We also realize that Sukuna very much regrets picking Uraume as his right hand because, you know, for 10 months now she has been fighting Hikari. This is probably the fucking worst companion you could ever pick. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point that Gege just off-screens both Hikari and Uraume. You know what? Hikari's an ice block, and Uraume ran out of cursed energy forever. Yep, book it. And last but not least, as the chapter ends at the train station, we realize that Sukuna is actually just a broke boy who could not afford a plane ticket. Gojo was at an airport. Buddy, where are you trying to go by train? You can't even fucking cross water. Come on, be real. So Sukuna enjoyers, Sukuna glazers, Sukuna agenda pushers, it's time to come to terms with the fact that Unk is cooked. Next up, we're talking about Todo, because there's only a few people in this chapter. Now, he is a true Jujutsu sorcerer. There is not much else to say. Ryomen Sukuna, the fucking king of curses, says it himself, and I'm very, very glad that he did not get the spotlight of him taken away when Yuta showed back up in Gojo's body. Overall, another goated performance by Todo, but we couldn't even expect anything less. He's him. Next up, we've got Hana and Angel, and a couple weeks ago, I made a top 10 most useless characters in Jujutsu Kaisen, and they were honorable mentions, and some of y'all really thought that I spoke too soon about them. Hell the fuck no. They're still ass. The only reason Sukuna survived another Justice League attack, Jacob's Ladder, in case you didn't get that fucking shitty joke, is because their output is actually just fraudulent. Yeah, they're missing an arm. It doesn't fucking matter. Yuta, again, took their technique and used it better than them. Classic Yuta moment. Puh. Jesus. Speaking of Yuta, he's lying face down, eyes open, thinking about life, realizing that his life is in fact over in 1 minute. Still a bum. You don't even get a picture on this slide. Moving forward. I will push that agenda till the day that I die. Am I jealous of Yuta? Perhaps, but not really because I don't want to date a minor. And last but certainly not least, we're talking about Yuji. I fucking told you. I made the Agenda Kaisen tier list on last Wednesday. If you're watching this video the day it's published, I knew that Yuji was going to come through. I knew that he was gonna lock in, and I knew that he was him. Bro brought out the double middle finger domain expansion signs. Now I know that's not what this is, we're gonna talk about that in 1 sec, but this also is fucking symbolic to Sukuna. Actually, shove it up your ass, dog. The man's not messing around anymore. He knows what it's like to be a shonen main character. He's about to talk no jutsu Sukuna. I don't think so really, but it looks like he's going to. Look at Sukuna's face. He knows what's coming. And dog, he looks hard as fuck for, well, he's missing an eye. I don't see anybody talking about this panel with the 4 faces, but holy shit. Yuji, he's still not speaking. He is locked the fuck in. Unlike Megumi, he is the GOAT. Let's go. Remember, 6 months of sorcery. He has been a sorcerer for 6 fucking months. This is what he's come to. My fucking GOAT. And the last thing we're talking about in today's video are some theories or predictions for the future of Jujutsu Kaisen, starting with number 1. Sukuna is already dead. He got hit by the strong off-screen attack. Very similar to Gojo in 236 where he meets Geto, Sukuna is now meeting Yuji in the afterlife. And there are a couple things to mention here, starting with the fact that not talk no jutsu necessarily, but Yuji might be the guy to teach Sukuna about love. Remember, this is a theme that has been explored throughout Jujutsu Kaisen this entire time. This does not mean that he will redeem Suki, but he might show that his philosophy was the correct one. And remember, Yuji was the only person that Sukuna did not want to lose to. Sukuna would have been proud to lose to Gojo if Gojo was a strong enough fighter. Yuji, he just fucking despises. Once he sees Yuji's philosophy beating the fuck out of Sukuna himself, he's gonna lose it, and it's gonna be awesome to watch. And there's evidence to support this theory, starting with the fact that Yuji's mudra, his domain expansion hand sign, obviously all of them are rooted in Buddhism. It relates to guiding souls without redemption and being the guardian of deceased children and aborted fetuses. Does this strike a chord with you? Does this ring any bells? Yes, the cursed wombs.
It is all very intertwined with Yuji's story. Now, I obviously added this little picture here. You can pause the video and read it if you'd like. And one last thing I'd like to say regarding this theory, Yuji might also be dead. We might not even be able to see his domain, but I think that not seeing his domain or having Sukuna off-screened is way better writing than Gojo's off-screening, just because we didn't know what Sukuna could do. This is not Gojo Cope. We didn't know that Sukuna could kill Gojo. By all means, Gojo should have probably seen it coming with the 6 eyes, dodged it in some ways. At this point, Sukuna was 1 HP. Anything would have fucking killed him. We know that the technique is lethal to Sukuna. Yuji's, I mean, it's better. And that idea leads me to theory number 2, where we're actually in Yuji's innate domain right now. Remember, we've only ever seen them interact in Sukuna's. The theory here is that Sukuna kind of got off-screened again, that Yuji took inspiration from Mahito. He made some sort of binding vow where he couldn't shoot cleaves or dismantles. Maybe not even binding vow, maybe that's just how his curse technique works. But as soon as he touches something, the cleave or dismantle takes effect. That's why Sukuna didn't want to get touched, obviously, because he could attack the space between Megumi's and Sukuna's souls and separate the two. Now that's what happened when he opened his domain. Yuji could have eaten all the fucking fingers again because Sukuna wouldn't have died because they didn't want to kill Megumi, and Yuji is now willing to sacrifice himself. So if Yuji did make this binding vow or related his curse technique to Mahito in any way where he instantly wins against incarnated sorcerers with his domain expansion, it ties really nicely into the fact that yes, I'm you. That panel still goes hard, and now it would go even harder. And my personal favorite theory is that Yuji will show Sukuna love by giving him back shots. And I'm actually going to make a video about this on a different website, going really into detail about how this might work. So in conclusion, what does the real-life Satoru Gojo say about Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 264? This was the moment that we were all waiting for. I mean, I've had so many discussions with my friends waiting for Yuji to use domain expansion, how cool a moment it would be, and man, it surpassed a lot of expectations because now Sukuna is really feeling the same thing that Gojo felt, really feeling bad that Yuji is in fact him, as much as he didn't want to admit it. Fucking loser. And obviously, we can't gloss over the fact that JJK is such a goated meme manga. I mean, it's right up there with JoJo's, but it's basically confirmed at this point that Gege is on forums, he's on YouTube, he's listening to what people want to say just to make this manga as unserious, while being serious, as he possibly fucking can. He's having a good time with it, we're having a good time with it, hopefully, even though you guys are lying that you're not. It's pretty stellar. And this is just a reminder to a lot of you guys, Luca is right about every single character always. Whatever he says, whatever agenda he's pushing, I did not speak too soon. I know who's a bum. I know who's a fraud. I went to Stanford. That's why I know all this. Actually, that's definitely not why. And the more I say this, I feel like the more higher chance that I get my fucking diploma revoked by them retroactively. Anyway, Sukuna is about to lose because he didn't go all out. I know that there's going to be an agenda pushed about that, but man, he fucking deserves it. If this is actually how you lose, shut the fuck up, Sukuna. Strong off screen. And last but not least, this is not a sponsored video. I'm just trying to help you out here. Kayak.com, Expedia.com, Skyscanner.com. All of these websites help you find cheap plane tickets so that next time you don't have to end up at a train station. Sukuna, I got you. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing, my lovelies. Let me know what you thought about the chapter down below. Sukuna PR team, what's the excuse this time? What can we say about it? Everyone else, are we happy with how it's ending? What do you think will happen next? I'd like to know, honestly. It was a really good day when this chapter came out, man. Gege was cooking. Not like some other chapters that made me want to rip my eyes and tongue out, but you know. You do what you can. If you have any other suggestions for future videos, also leave those in the comments down below. Any other series, characters, games that we can play, any websites to visit, just let me know. If you're new to the channel, go binge my content. I have over 100 videos now. And it's not only Jujutsu Kaisen. Imagine that. Things outside JJK. Couldn't be me. Regardless, you are looking so lovely today. Dude. You brown-eyed, beautiful, beautiful person. I love you. Until next time, I'm out. I don't know what devil possessed me in order for me to do this, but you guys have been asking for Chainsaw Man content and the manga has been pretty gas so far. So today I thought, why not talk about every single devil in Chainsaw Man? And let me just say, it took forever to find every single devil in Chainsaw Man and the order in which they appeared. So today we're going to be really briefly explaining every single character. We're going to go more in depth into the important ones. So today we are talking about something that took forever, I'm not going to lie. Also, I'm an idiot for even wanting to do this. Manga spoilers are ahead. And before we do get into it, because I'm the actual king of yapping and I managed to take like a 3-minute video to a 45-minute video, I'm going to predict that I can do this in 24 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's begin. First of all, what is a devil? As per the Chainsaw Man wiki, they're a race of supernatural entities appearing throughout the world. They're creatures that feed upon humanity's fears. Yap, yap, yap. And as per Luca, they're big scary fellas that get scarier depending on how scary they are to people who are scared of them. So basically they feed on your fears, man. If the concept of something exists, chances are a devil exists, because for some reason people are scared of fucking everything. Now there are a couple types of devil. First of all, a regular devil is just a regular devil. A fiend has a couple of different interesting factors. It possesses a corpse of a human, becoming weaker than the devil counterpart of itself, and it can be killed through fatal damage. And finally, a hybrid, as we know, like the protagonist, it can retain its human consciousness and appearance. It can transform into a main devil kind of version. What I mean by that, for Denji for instance, is when he pulls his cord, he becomes into his Chainsaw Man form and he does not retain his human appearance. But he is still not the full version of the devil. Now importantly, hybrids are also immortal, they regen through blood, and their official name has actually been eaten. We don't know anything about them, but we know about their existence and we just call them hybrids. Okay, semantics out of the way. I feel like I spoke fast and I didn't yap that much, but I'm yapping right now, I just can't help myself. Let's start with Denji, the Chainsaw Hybrid. He is the protagonist of the series, an overall horn dog. There's a lot to say about the kid, but ultimately there's already a video on the channel, so go check it out. He also fused with Pochita / the real Chainsaw Man to become his hybrid form. So put a pin in that. He's kind of reminiscent of Wolverine when it comes to pain and regen. Chainsaws from his arms, chainsaws from his head, sometimes from his legs. That shit hurts. That shit makes him lose blood. So just like Wolverine, he needs a healing factor, and that he does have, but he also needs to ingest blood. Famously, his main goal is to have sex, and he's come close many times. Probably much closer than you and I combined. However, he's also nutted. More on that later. Next up, we've got the Tomato Devil. This is what we call exposition. It's the first devil that we're actually introduced to. No one is actually afraid of tomatoes, unless you're my friends, for some reason who don't want to ever eat pizzas with tomato sauce. Tomato Devil, however, can also regen from his own seeds. It sucks. It dies. It's there just to show us what a devil is. Zombie Devil. Actually a pretty powerful devil, and only the third one that we're ever introduced to. It actually has the ability to turn people into zombies. Unlike a lot of traditional zombie media, it can also possess corpses, and it is capable of speech, thus rendering it powerful. When a devil can speak, you can assume that it's pretty strong. However, it is ugly and it tortured Denji. These are two things that I cannot forgive it for. Particularly the former. Next up, we've got the Muscle Devil. Man, I should have worn a different shirt. Anyway, anime onlys have never heard of this motherfucker, but I'm above you because I actually read manga and I'm literate. It has the ability to control any muscles it touches, so if it touched me, the world would be doomed. If it touched Bradley Martin, it would lose to Logan Paul, and then subsequently Logan Paul would scam people. He would make a whole issue out of it, and then his 8-year-old fans would fucking go out of the woodworks and defend him. This video is becoming something else already. Next up, we've got a fan favorite character, Power, the Blood Fiend. Thankfully, we already know what a fiend is, but Power was the introduction to fiends, and it works with public safety and Denji. It needs to be said, she's not particularly smart, but we still love her. She's a great character, maybe the best character in Season 1. She controls blood, she's able to make blood weapons, she stores blood for future use, and she heals other people. Incredibly potent ally. Huge spoilers, she is killed by Makima, but she lives on in Denji by giving him her blood, and she also drinks Pochita's blood to turn into her full blood power form, which just makes all of her attacks stronger. And honestly, to show how cool she is, when she is in her full form, she resists Makima's control. Put a pin in that, we're talking about that later. And she likes cats, and she is surprisingly never shipped with Denji. I appreciate this. Thank you, community. I like the kind of friendly vibe that they have. That's all they should be. Anime fans, try not to ship Object A with Object B challenge. Level impossible. Next up, we've got the Sea Cucumber Devil. It gets one shot. It fucking sucks. Next up, we've got the Bat Devil, otherwise known as the Fugly Devil, in my opinion. It can speak. It has its own, almost completely brain-dead thoughts. It's fucking ugly, something I truly cannot forgive it for, and it blows. Its literal ability is to blow the house down, like the big bad wolf. It can also fly. Denji fucking ends up killing it, and it appears in part 2 while retaining a different but also still ugly appearance. So honestly, Bat Devil, 0 out of 10, I hate you. But hope is not lost, my fellow humans, because the Leech Devil is the fugly lover. It is the lover / partner / situationship to the Bat Devil. It is also ugly. Leeches don't look like this. What are these nipples? Fujimoto, what are you doing? It appears very shortly after Denji kills its fucking lover, and then it uses these sprawling tentacles to attack. I don't think leeches actually have these, but again, we're gonna give Fujimoto the pass, and it has a very sharp tongue that it uses to attack. I also have a sharp tongue, but in a very different way. Cool. I'm leaving that in the video, I don't care. We're talking about the Fox Devil next. It's spammed by devil hunters. It likes humans, that's why. You make a contract with it, boom, it helps you out. It uses its mouth or paw to attack, but really just the mouth. Can you remember what this scene is from, honestly, in the manga, that it uses its paw? Fuck no. The one downside to it is that while it does want to help humans, it is a very picky eater and will not eat anything. It does have the Rinnegan and it does not want to appear, literally, this is part of its lore, it does not want to appear in front of ugly people. So rip Bat Devil, if you were a human, you could not do it. Next up we've got the Pig Devil, and this time I'm not talking about your mother. It was one shot. Next up we've got the Eternity Devil. I love stuff like this. Super cool idea when it comes to devils. It creates a whole new dimension, much like the Mario 64 Stairway. If you haven't played that game, you don't get the reference, but basically it makes a pocket dimension that is continuous. It is an endless cycle, and while you're in this infinite loop, in this infinite cycle, time is stopped, so you can only save yourself. You should not count on anyone outside coming to help you. It has a physical form which tears you apart, unless it's in part 2, in which case it just looks at you funny. This is probably because it ate a piece of the Gun Devil and it became stronger in part 1, and in part 2, I don't know, it had fish, that's it. Ultimately, however, for as cool as it was defeated by Denji's ability to go burr, so rip you. Next up, we've got the Cursed Devil, a devil that appears a couple of times throughout the series but doesn't really accomplish much. It's a contracted devil that does damage to a victim that is stabbed by a nail. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nails hurt when they stab you anyway. It can also make addendums to contracts by sacrificing something. For instance, Aki's lifespan was sacrificed in order to get more power from the Cursed Devil. Unlike its name suggests though, it's a very jolly devil because it does like Santa Claus as its favorite fictional character, and it does not kill Katana Man. Or anyone. So, hell. Next up we've got the Ghost Devil, classic anime devil, a contracted devil used by our favorite eye patch, Himeno. It gives you an invisible, long-range, intangible arm, so basically you can jerk off in secret if you really want to. It usually doesn't fully manifest, but it can given a large enough price, like your entire body and lifespan. It copies literally every anime character ever, and it uses a bunch of hands to fight. Shout out Hashirama, shout out Netero, shout out, again, any anime character ever. But the interesting thing about it is that it can't see. It can only sense things based on fear. So if it was fighting me, I'm chilling. This thing would get washed. Ultimately, pretty cool in theory, pretty ass in practice. I like the design, I like the ideas, doesn't do a whole lot. Katana Man, the Katana Hybrid. Boy is he a character. He enters his devil form by removing a hand. I always thought that was funny for some reason, like, why? I do want to say, this is a character that we could make a short video on because he is pretty funny, but ultimately, to keep it super brief, he hates Denji because he killed his grandfather. He's actually King Gambit in disguise. He uses Kowtow Cleave as his... Kowtow? I think it's Kowtow. Kowtow Cleave as his main move, and he gets nuts kicked in repeatedly. But the fun doesn't stop there for Katana Man, because then he joins public safety a couple of random times and even works with Denji. He wants to stick Denji up Denji's own ass, literally, and he owns a brothel. But it burned down. And last but not least, indirectly he's responsible for Denji getting some. Rip Condom Girl. You will be missed. Next up we've got the Snake Devil, Rip Ghost Devil. It eats devils. It throws devils up. It heals devils and removes their contracts. And it uses a fingernail per summoning. That sounds like some cartel shit. Ultimately though, it does not like snitches. So ultimately, if you have a contract with the Snake Devil and you get caught, bang. I guess that makes sense actually. Snake is like snitch, huh? Good job, Fujimoto. The Future Devil, a character that was really cool when it was first introduced. It's a contracted devil that really enjoys strange motorboating. That's how you use its power and use its contract. You just do this. Clip it. But ultimately, its contract payment depends on what it saw, and it's kind of a sadist, so if it saw you die and it's interested in your death/person, it doesn't actually require a lot from you. Based Future Devil, I guess. Next up, we've got another character that people like a lot, Beam the Shark Fiend. He can swim through walls and the ground like that One Piece character. I can't remember his name, but he's always pissed me the fuck off. Then again, who hasn't? I'm doing a pretty good job on not yapping fucking awfully. But now I'm doing it again. Anyway, it's always Shark Week. He really likes Chainsaw Man. He gets mounted by Chainsaw Man. He's scared of bombs, specifically Reze, and he is scared of the dark. Ultimately ends up dying against the Darkness Devil. But he's really cool, helps Chainsaw Man out a lot, and I like his personality. He's kind of just an idiot. But someone that I like even more is Golgali, the Violence Fiend. For no reason other than I like violence. No, that's not good. Anyway, he's such a baller that he needs to be sedated to be controlled by this Plague Doctor mask. If he takes the mask off, he looks like any random strong character with the 4 eyes. This is what he looks like. Can someone explain to me why? I honestly don't have a lot of good examples. I have Sukuna. I have Forearms from Ben 10. Why do big muscly characters always have 4 eyes? Have you noticed this? Regardless, tangent aside, he's actually quite polite. What a gentleman. Whenever he speaks, he does it in a proper way, and he's the only fiend that came close to even damaging the Darkness Devil. Spoiler alert, the Darkness Devil is strong as fuck. But the most impressive thing Golgali can do is randomly vomit limbs. I don't know why. Violence is disgusting. Next up, we've got the Angel Devil. It turns human lifespan into weapons. It's honestly a really interesting devil. I just don't like it for some reason. Maybe because it has to actually touch you in order to use its power. And while I didn't really like this devil in its introduction in the anime, I realized it's really base because it hates working so much that it's willing to die. Until it's not, and I went back to disliking it. Next up we've got Princey, the spider devil. Why does it have a name? Who knows, but people love it. It can also swim through walls. I guess that's kind of interesting. Not really sure what that says about spiders. It does not in fact have spider legs. In fact, those look like knees. Makima abuses her because she's actually quite powerful, and she can open her body and summon devils to hell. I didn't want to bring this up, but as the arbiter of everything good in the world, this either confirms that women or spiders are the gateway to hell. Take your pick, Fujimoto. What side do you stand on? And while it is the last devil on this list that was introduced in the anime, it also dies. Rip Princey. Next up we've got the Typhoon Devil. It has the ability to use Tornado Kirby's ability to spin its body, communicate through water, which is honestly pretty normal because water is a good sound transferring medium. It can cause rain, I guess. It fucks with Reize, which is really cool, but who doesn't fuck with Reize? Ultimately though, it does not fuck with Asa. It killed her parents. Hell move. Asa. Alright, here we go. Reize, the bomb hybrid, everyone's best girl. Guess what? She uses bomb abilities. Surprise, surprise. And I don't just mean boom boom. They're pretty cool, I guess. She can hop through air using explosions, although Rock Lee can do that just by taking off his weights. Unfortunately though, she cannot explode well when wet. And there's a joke to be made here, but I'm not gonna stoop to those levels.
Hello?
She was fighting me. She's also a Soviet girl. I remember Chainsaw Man takes place in an alternate universe 1997, and she manipulates Denji into thinking she likes him. She ends up actually liking him, but then she dies, but then she comes back.
Yeah.
And then she's never introduced again.
Okay.
Next up, we've got the Mold Devil.
Alright,
It's never actually
so-
shown in the manga, so this
sorry.
is my artistic rendition of what it
I-
might look like. Green, red, and purple
No, that
mold.
seemed like
It grows in the bodies of people, which is pretty nasty and
ended
deadly
up down
in
a
real
rabbit
life.
hole,
I would imagine it's actually pretty strong.
before
Too bad
I
Reza is the
actually
person
got
who's
in the
used on.
shower.
Next up, we've got the Skin Devil. Another artistic rendition. I left it completely blank
It
so that you
started
can
with a
interpret it in your
TikTok
own skin tone. But basically what it
of
does is that it gives whoever has a contract with
some
a fake face.
fucking
Okay, pretty cool. And next up we've got the Doll Devil. This is not what the Doll Devil looks like. This is what the Doll Devil looks like after
lady
stealing Tolkien's
and
body. Pretty simple power
the
set the Doll
owner
Devil
of
has, but
the
pretty big narrative implications. It turns
Nightmare
anyone
on
that
Elm
touches its
Street
dolls,
house.
much like Sasori from
Like,
Naruto.
apparently-
The dolls then play ultimate tag, so any doll that
It
is created
seems like the
from
guy
his
who
initial
owns the
touch
Nightmare
can
on
also
Elm
create
Street
other
house is
dolls.
like a very
Unfortunately though,
angry gay
devils,
man.
fiends, and hybrids are actually unaffected by this ability because they don't like
Very
fun.
angry gay
And do you
man?
call this ultimate tag when I'm it and I tag
Yeah,
you
I don't
and
know.
then
He
we're
was
both it and
arguing
we
with
have to
some
pet
lady
everyone?
and calling
Is
her
that ultimate tag or
disrespectful
what?
for
That's what I
saying
called it as a
something
kid,
about
but,
his
you know, that was
house.
fucking
But
years
you know,
and years
it's hard to know whose side to be on
And
because
then it eats a
like
piece of the darkness devil and it becomes
didn't really
way, way
catch what
stronger.
she said
Next up, we've
before
got
the
the Stone
video
Devil. It's a contracted
started
devil
that
whose
he
power
took
seems
so
pretty
much
ass.
offense to.
I'm sorry, Kishibe. I mean, at the end of the day, who's scared of rocks? Maybe if you've seen that one
But
movie where
that's
the dude
not the
had to, like,
rabbit hole
saw
I
off
went
his
down.
arm,
That's
but
just that's what
gives you the ability to
started
make an
it.
alchemy circle and then blow
And
on
I went
someone
to
to
the
get the power that
comments,
Medusa
like,
had just by looking at someone. So Stone
hoping
Devil,
to find more
you ain't
context.
Greek like that. Next
And
up, we've got
all
the
I
Octopus Devil.
found
It's Yoshida's contracted devil,
was, like,
which is immediate negative aura points because I hate Yoshida. Fucking annoying character. I know some
Oh,
of you
this
like
is
him.
like the
Don't give a
lady
shit.
who owns
Someone's
the
a tentacle.
Breaking Bad
Very
house.
nice. Very cool. Can also
And
make ink.
I'm
Wow.
like the lady that owns the
Hell
Breaking
Devil is
Bad
next.
house.
Holy
Okay,
shit, this
well,
devil must be so
let me click on this
powerful,
fucking
everyone
link
says in
because,
unison. First of all, it
you
needs
know,
a high
people
body
talk
count to
about
be
it in
summoned.
the
And no,
TikTok
again, I'm
fucking
not talking about your
we'll
mother.
link it
But
on
it
the
is really
video,
cool
so
the
that
way
was,
it's
like,
summoned. For instance,
great.
look at this
Hey,
panel.
stop
You
it.
see how this finger is going over the three children's heads while it's also going outside the scope of the frame of the box? Fujimoto is really cool when he does stuff like
apparently
this. and
the
I think he's
lady that
super
owns the
creative
Breaking
when he's
Bad
using
house
devil
is like a
powers. It also has
very
6
angry
fingers when
woman.
it's summoning that
And
entire
like
hand to bring that department store to
you
hell.
see
Ultimately, though, it tries
videos
to kill
of
Akuma
like
and fails,
people
and it's
just
one
wanting
tapped
to
by
like
Chainsaw Man. So again,
take a
it's an
picture in
example
front of the
kinda
iconic
ass, but
Breaking
cool
Bad
in theory.
house, you
But someone
know,
that's cool in theory and cool in practice
she's
is the
just like
Darkness Devil.
mad as hell
Dudes,
about it,
dudes,
like
brothers, sisters, I
calling
fucking
people
love
all
this guy.
kind of
First
names.
of all,
Like
it's a
some girl
primal
was
fear,
taking a
thus it's
picture
unkillable by
from
human
like
means.
across
I don't
the
really know
street,
what
and
that
she's
means.
like
Can a
over there
devil kill
yelling
it?
at them,
What
calling
the
them
fuck did a human do to
badasses,
this
and
shit
just like
other than shit its
mad as
pants?
hell that
Something I've
people want
always
to
thought
take
that is really
pictures in
cool
front of
about
her
it
house.
is that when it appears showing
And
dead
you know,
astronauts
it
bisected,
seems like
I
she's
think it's
fucking
maybe
Karen.
because
Like
it suggests
she
the
says she's
inability
owned the
of
house for
humans to
50
conquer the
years,
dark.
which
Fujimoto's
means
good
she
at
was
stuff
the
like this
one who
too.
gave
It
them
basically
permission
ends
to
up
film
one
in front of it in the first place. So like people were pretty much like, what the fuck did you expect to happen? Like your house is famous now. And like, yeah. While on the one hand, I agree with that. Like, I did watch an interview with her talking about how, like, it's constant. It's like multiple people every fucking day outside her house harassing her and shit. And it's like, I could kind of understand how one could become a Karen a little bit when it's like every fucking day. But it's not just people taking pictures. in front of her house. It's people trying to throw pizza on her roof.
Yeah.
And I fucking get it. After so many people trying to throw a motherfucking pizza on my roof, I'd be pretty pissed off.
So true. I definitely
Yeah.
would not be happy about that.
Yeah, so that's what I spent like the last hour doing. I was only actually in the shower for like 15 minutes. Did I fucking tell you? Did I tell you that I'm already growing hair over my fucking burn? Did I tell you that yet?
No.
Huh?
Not yet. No, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm growing hair faster than I'm growing skin. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. So, like, on the one hand, like, you know, the downside is I'm not going to save any time shaving. On the plus side, the fact that I'm regrowing hair probably means the scar is not going to be that bad. Because the bad scar, like the worst scar that I have, the scar on my arm, hair doesn't grow on that scar. Like, I grow arm hair, obviously, I'm fucking Italian, but like, it stops around the perimeter of the scar. This is like, I noticed the other day, like, my knee, like, I saw like some peach fuzz on my knee, and I'm like, fuck, I'm already regrowing hair. And then on my calf, like, I'm already regrowing hair thick as fuck. Like, just as thick as it's always been. So it's like, even though the calf looks worse, it's obviously not. Like, it'll probably actually, like, it's pretty flat, it's pretty smooth. Like, once that redness goes away, I probably won't even have really a scar, I think.
That'd be good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of annoyed because, like, fucking hate body hair, but if that means that my shit is healing properly, then bring it the fuck on, I guess. I still have to call my insurance and arrange to get fitted for the compression legging thing that I'm not looking forward to wearing, but I think it's going to help the redness go away, so I kind of have to. But yeah, so that was my morning. How you doing?
It's alright.
Yeah. How far are you? What did you get done?
I didn't really make much progress today. At all.
Really? What you been doing?
Not much.
Not much? Well, you're sick, so you're probably going to be a little bit slow today. Were you sick yesterday, or is this just like, you just woke up and realized you're fucking sick?
I just woke up with a snotty nose.
Aw. I was gonna say, you sounded fine yesterday. You don't sound that bad today either, though. Maybe like a little congested. have to wrap my leg up by myself today. I kind of just want to leave it out. Like, the fucking... I told you about the shitty thing I was wrapping my leg with. It was like fucking Halloween spiderweb fucking material bullshit. And, like, it was falling down all night last night. So, like, my shit was just, like, out chilling in the open air while I was sleeping mostly because I have so little medical supplies that I didn't want to rewrap it and, like, waste more supplies.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't order me anymore. And I'm not trying to go out and, like, buy this shit. First off, like, where do you even buy these little wrap things? Like, I could go buy an ace bandage, but I need, like, disposable ace bandage. I really don't think I'm going to have to wear this beyond next week, though. Like, there's still that one little spot that kind of needs covered, but I'm going to say 2 to 3 days. It's going to be completely fucking healed to the point that I don't need to. But my doctor appointment is until the 8th, so I should still, like, wrap it until the 8th. I don't think I have enough medical supplies to wrap it until the 8th. I think I'm just going to wrap it until I have enough medical supplies to only wrap it one time. And then I'm just going to freeball it a little bit until the day of my doctor's appointment. And then I'm going to wrap it that day so that they think that I was still fucking wrapping it all that time. But don't tell my mom because she's going to be like, your leg's going to fall off. Extreme manja? What? Cuff and Bout Manchete Extremo Manja. I don't know what this is. Oh, these are gloves. Are these gloves? They sent me a lot of gloves. I have not put on gloves for any of this, so I probably will lose my leg, actually. Yeah, this is literally just gloves. You know, and they stink. Do you eat?
No, I actually haven't eaten at all.
Why not?
Because I haven't.
What?
Because I haven't.
Eat. You gotta eat so you can get big and strong and not be sick anymore. I'm gonna do this. I'll join your stream in a few minutes, but I gotta wrap my leg up and then I'll join your stream and I'll probably also play some PoE. Cause I don't have to leave here until like, wait, what time is it? 12. Maybe like 2:30, 3 o'clock. Which I know is late for going to my mom's on a work night, but she's a doctor's appointment, so it just has to be this way. Which is fine. Like, I love my mom very much. I don't really feel like spending an entire day at her house today though. Like, I'm still in my I want to be home era, and like I'm happy to go over there for dinner. Did you hear that?
No.
I have no idea what's going on right now. But yeah, like dinner and like hanging out for an hour or two is fine. But I didn't want to wake up super early and leave the house. I've been really enjoying these like 11-hour sleeps. I feel like my body has healed so much like faster since I've been able to like sleep normal.
That's true.
Okay.
Oh. I'm gonna put some food in the oven. I think we only have fucking pies. I'm so sick of pies. I've had pies like 3 times in the last 5 days or some shit.
I know, sweetie, but you gotta eat something.
Well, it's because Denham's in Queensland right now for some work shit.
Huh? Work shit?
Denham is in Queensland for some work shit, and my auntie's asleep, so I couldn't, like, I wasn't gonna order shit for myself if she was asleep.
Yeah.
It's for nothing. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. What you say? What you say? It's over there. Don't. So don't.
See my face when I slide through every place I will find you. Every time we fell apart, girl, I see it in the scars. Baby, hold my hand. Let me be your man. Let me take you away from the cold. Baby, be my diamonds and gold. Wander through the dead with you caught up in my head. Thinking I'ma flip and fill my brain with lead. I'ma end my life without you. Baby, let's just see what these clouds do. I'm not so perfect, baby, are you worth it? Come right here, hey. Girl, let me see you work it. Now we closing curtains, come right here. body up and down. I wanna tell you how beautiful you are, but you're nowhere to be found. Hey, I tried to protect you from my hands, you left you. Broke my heart right there. All I do is stare, no, you never fucking care. I thought you were different, telling me what isn't. I was wrong. I never thought of you as ignorant. Now I'm getting lifted, you're in my soul. Baby, I'm about to die. Baby, wanna watch me die.
I'm back.
Baby, don't you wanna know why?
I didn't accomplish anything while you were gone. I got gold on face. Don't need to put my shit on. So what kind of pies are there? Are they all the same flavor? Are they all just like beef pies? Or?
Just beef pies, man. There's some slightly fancier ones with nicer pastry, but less meat. I think they're like 50% more expensive, and they're worse. But my auntie likes them, so fucking whatever, she can have those.
Wait, what's in them?
Just beef and gravy.
Mm.
Beef, like off chunks of beef. Gravy.
And that's the worst one?
That's all meat pies, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's all.
Wait, what makes it worse? It's just that it's an off-brand, or
there are ones that are like fancier, which have like thinner pastry, but they've got like less meat in them, and they're like smaller. It's like so they're like slightly more expensive, but they're worse. So I don't know.
So what makes them fancier? Just the fucking way the pastry looks?
Yeah, basically. Like, instead of being dainty little pastries, it's like pies I'm eating are just big chunks of pastry wrapping beef and gravy poured into that shit.
It made me hungry for a See, like, the only frozen pies you can really get around here are, like, pot pies, which, you know, oh, what the fuck? What did I do wrong here? They're like, fucking, sorry, I can't do two things at once. I'm retarded. Fuck, I'm gonna get canceled again. They've got like peas and carrots and potatoes and too, aside from like the meat and gravy. But like, for an actual meat pie that's like just meat, you have to go to like a restaurant to get that kind of pie.
What else would What else is in the pies, man?
I just said, like, potatoes, carrots, peas. But, like, the ones at the restaurant are obviously better because the frozen ones, like, the meat quality is just not very good. Why am I getting so bad at wrapping my legs? Like, I feel like I did a better job when I first started doing this. No, I'm just I'm packing up. I feel like this isn't tight enough. I don't like this. Well, like, this is the first time I've done it without having, like, usually I at least have someone holding the gauze thing while I wrap this around. Dude, you know what? I'm just gonna put this one back in the bag and try to use it later. I just want a new one. This isn't working. I don't know what to do. I'm nauseous. I don't want to do this right now. You just fucking tape it to my leg and hope for the best. Try not to tape cat hair to my fucking leg. Motherfucker's loud as fuck.
Success, fuck stress, I'm not trust the best. I'm nervous that she's upset. She don't want me, bitch, I'm flustered. I'm the aristocrat without the progress. Roses all on her way.
I don't really enjoy the feeling of having tape on my fucking skin, but I don't think I have a choice today.
Lonely nights for the sacrifice. Fuck your life, I need mine. I'll take yours and rewind. Walk in my shoes, you see why.
Cause I know if I don't make it look good, my mom's gonna want to see it and she's gonna talk shit. Act like I can't take care of myself. It doesn't look like just wrap half up.
That's what I said. Meanly, you got it in your head. Like it is cease, you know I spread. I can't sleep without you in my bed. Yo, city, that's the town. All me, I came up now. Sad boys, time to burn it down. Windows down, face out. Squad up, we riding out. We riding out.
Well, at least maybe it'll stay put instead of rolling down. And I learned my lesson. You don't roll. You don't bandage from top to bottom. I swear this bandage just got smaller. Like, I feel like it was bigger. No. I don't know, but I did it. It's fine. Hopefully it stays up. Can't wait to never have to. And my fucking nurses just ghosted me. They never actually discharged me. So. Yeah. If anybody listening out there ever has to use Concordia Nursing, they trash, and we're not sponsored by them. They're all like, "Oh, you're not allowed to drive and discharge you," and then fucking never discharge me. Bitch, I'm driving. You tell me I can't fucking drive. Y'all motherfuckers don't even call and discharge me. And the last conversation anyone had with them, my mom was like, the last nurse I had, one of the nurses I had, her name was Harley. And she had called on Wednesday, the day of my appointment, where they basically told me that I could go back to work. She had called because she wanted to schedule a visit. She wanted to do it on Thursday, and my mom was like, "Nah, we're not doing it on Thursday," because we had already planned for Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And Thursday was the day I planned on coming home. Well, Wednesday was the day I planned on coming home, but like, I wasn't about to come right back over on Thursday. And so she told her that I was cleared to go back to work and everything, but like, you know, we understand they still need a discharge appointment or whatever, so Friday would be fine. And she was like, "Well, I'll talk to a supervisor and see if we could just discharge you over the phone or if we need to do that last visit, but we'll probably have to do that last visit." And like, so that was supposed to be Friday. It's Monday now. Still haven't heard from anybody. But it's like, I was kind of hoping to have like the discharge paperwork and stuff that I might need. I guess it doesn't matter. I have the paperwork from the doctor. That should be good fucking enough. And it's at least good enough for my boss. But I didn't know if any, like, you know, we have a couple of organizations that are like trying to help us out financially a little bit, financially recover a little bit from me being out of work. Like, and I don't know what paperwork they might need, so I was just hoping to have paperwork if it was necessary. They didn't even fucking call and discharge me over stupid shit. So fuck you, Concordia Nursing. And like, straight up, there was no point. Like, the only reason there was any point in having a fucking nurse come in, because I didn't have a working thermometer, and it's like, at least she's coming every fucking couple days to make sure I don't have a fever, like signs of infection. But as far as like the job they did at wrapping up my leg, I had to fucking, we had to rewrap that shit every single time. Like, they did a trash fucking job. Terrible. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Alright, my controller. Now, the cat should be fucking scared. Like, had the PlayStation on all night. So if I'm not allowed to log in. On your stream. First.
Yes, sir. What I got now won't be here again. Let the sunshine shine right in. Everywhere we go, they let us in. Smoking air, smell like mint. Timberland stomp, go stomp it in. Timberland stomp, go stomp it in. Stomp it in, stomp it in. Change it up, I'm thinking too far. Some go home and some go hard. Velvet sky, I'm a velvet star. Pull up in a black painted car. Velvet sky, I'm a velvet star. Pull up in a black painted car. Exalt the line paradise. It calls on me. The fall, the pricing. Rose gold ring.
Okay.
Nothing's left in the race. It's been real. It's been too real. Exalt the line paradise. It calls on me. Take the lead.
Okay, I can see you now.
When two stars on me. Blue horizon. Playing mind games. It's been real. It's been too real.
Get all them red gems. But that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Yeah. Do it. I'm gonna broadcast. Can I jack up my quality a little bit? Like, are we on 540p? We want to be on 720p.
Sorry, what?
I was looking.
Items.
What?
I thought you were talking about quality of items.
Oh no, like I'm setting up my stream and it's like you could do 720p or 540p. And I'm like, is 720p gonna fuck my shit up? Or alright, well you can let me know. If it acts up or whatever. But we're gonna put it on the highest quality. Because it's usually just like standard. But wait, why does it say gameplay recording pause? Can you see me? Can you see me move? Okay, well when you do. You know what? I can't. I don't think I can broadcast like this because I think it's slowing my shit down. Let me just I'm just gonna put it back on standard. So give me a second to fix my shit. Alright. I'm back up. Okay, maybe my shit just looks like that. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm gonna open the thing that tells me how to spec, and if I get quiet, I'll be back. Yeah. Alright, level 31. Level 31. What level are you?
80.
Broken glass in my hand, sisters twerking. Body on the floor and she nervous. Paint a picture like Van Gogh, I'm cursed, man. Skirt, skirt to the moon, bitch, I'm swerving. Hit the curve in my shape, rabbits hurting. I was down so deep down, but time's turning. Darkness in my mind, flip the mattress, I got dope. Harvest on my line, I live a story I was told. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Intrigued by the moment, look like she know why. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Ice on my feet, I keep slipping. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Intrigued by the moment, look like she know why. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Ice on my feet, I keep slipping. I heard shooters on the roof, yeah, they tryna shoot ya. I'm in a dark room, candles singing hallelujah. You think I'm gone too much, well I think I suit ya. You say I'm in my mind too much, well I know that suits ya. I lost everything, only thing I'm scared is to lose ya. I heard voices in my head, yeah, they whisper to us. Paranoid sledgehammer, that's my Ruger. Woke up, realized I had to move up. Worked my soul away every day, now my loot up. But the truth is, I wish I never knew us. God of violence, pink dreams in my 2-cup. I told you this was gonna end, but I fooled ya. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Intrigued by the moment, look like she know why. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Ice on my feet, I keep slipping. Ice dropping, red bottom sky. Intrigued by the moment, look like she know why. Ice dropping, red bottom sky.
Didn't have as many points to deal out as I thought.
Feels like I'm walking on water, not wine. Cut off my fingers to touch yours.
Raise zombie shield crush. Button, zealotry. Summon raging spirit, I use that. Frostlink, I use that. Volatile dead. Corpse is near. Fireball. Clarity. Travel to Solar Temple level 2.
Yeah, that's right. No.
Where? How do I get there?
You have to go through the barracks.
Okay, how do I get to the barracks?
Right.
The battlefront?
Battlefront, yeah.
Okay. And it's to the right?
Yeah. Top,
okay.
Top right. Don't heal, no,
right.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, dude. This guy is fucking. This is retarded.
You're gonna get cancelled.
That's fine. Cancel me.
It says there's currently no waypoint in this area. I thought there was a waypoint in that area. Why is there not? stupid. Is there supposed to be a waypoint in the battlefront?
Like, is there blue in the circle?
Yes.
Yes, there's a
And then why don't I have it? Why not? Just there yesterday. I got so many minions fighting for me that I just don't have to do anything.
nice.
Like, I mean, I can cast the fucking totems or whatever, but like, I barely even use my fireball anymore. I just use the thing that shoots out the little fucking skull guys that fight for you.
Yeah, that was
on top of like my zombies. Like, I barely have to fight anything anymore. As long as I can like run away enough to not get fucking murked, then like my shit will kill it. Okay, here's the battlefront. Rar.
This guy heals when he attacks my minions. And my minions aren't doing any fucking damage to him.
Oh no. Does that mean I'm gonna be fucked when I fight him? Like, all I got going on is minions.
It's I mean, yeah, but it's because he has a certain fucking buff. When I hit him, he gets a healing charge. And fucking
I like barely ever run out of mana anymore too. I don't know what the fuck I did right, but I think I did something right.
I don't think either of us can die. I might be able to die. He can't die. Alright, I can die if I stand still. He's got so many fucking charges. Alright, I'm actually gonna take off these gems mid-fight so that they don't hit him, so they don't heal him. Yep, that's the strat. That was the strat. That's it. That's it. You take it. Get fucking wrecked. Get fucked. Get fucked, you little bitch.
Why did you have to take the gems off?
Because my minions were healing him. They were giving him like a regeneration buff every time they hit him.
Couldn't you just not bring your minions out? Do you have to take the
I had to take the
off?
gems off because they weren't. He wasn't attacking them. He was attacking me because they like don't do anything to him. Like, so they weren't dying and they were just not doing any damage. And so the only way to unsummon them, these got particular golems, is just to like actually take the gem off. So I don't have the skill to have it worked. Like, I'm fucking retarded.
Bitch, I'm smoked up. I'll be seeing 5 elements. My spaceship all white. Chains looking like an elephant. Cruising all
Please,
night.
not like this.
Everybody be smelling and what you want tonight. Ain't no goddamn telling them. Yeah, I'm the boss, bitch. I'm fucking reverend. Take a trip to Paris. I'll be back.
Oh.
Take a trip to Yoshi City. Never come back.
I don't know that this wand is better than what I got, but it's got 3 connected blue fucking gem slots.
Next level.
You know me and my blue gems.
I'm the captain, me and my boys stacking Benjamins. We be
This is 2 blues and a green. I actually don't need it right now because I think all my shit's slotted with all my blue gems. What am I doing?
Where's my sleep? This graveyard. All I do is walk around. I'll be in Yoshi City. Know what to be found. Took off across the globe. Now I'm in Sweden. Want to be needed, I don't need them. Want to stay flexing to the season. Want to be king of the street. Type you know I was born.
I just opened it, and I like saw it for like 2 seconds, and I didn't see it anymore. So I didn't even. He didn't even identify it. From what I saw.
What?
The blue one.
Oh. There.
What's your farm?
I have them both up.
Do you have a support spell to put a 3 slot on?
I don't need it right now. Like, I have these. I don't have another blue gem that I need to use right now, as far as I know.
Oh, is that green gem the poison one?
No.
What's no, the one that's in, what do you have?
How I have 3 viewers right now.
I don't know.
Volatile.
Do you use that?
Volatile dead. I just put it on a fucking key. I haven't used it yet.
Alright. Yeah, I'm guessing you don't have any other green. That's fine. Even comparing these items is probably a waste of time. I'm sorry for indulging. I was worried that it was a huge upgrade, and it's not.
I think what I have is fine. I don't, unless I had another blue gem that I was really dead set on using, which I don't right now. So it's fine. I'm gonna get rid of this. I want to save this for later in case I need it. Save that. Alright, where the fuck is the waypoint in here? Because I know I need to go this way, but I would like to find the waypoint first if there's a waypoint in here. I don't see any little arrow telling me that there's a waypoint in here though. Am I just not close enough?
We can go up to the stars, see comes and fall through.
It's in the. Where did you come out of?
Bottom.
It's in the middle. Like you ran a big ass circle around it. That big hole in the middle. It's like right in there. It's 100% in there. Yeah, look, there it is.
I get up. Oh wait, I got quests over here. I get up there. Oh wait, there's stuff over here. Okay. Alright, come on. Alright. When I go to sleep, all I ever see is you. I can be your savior, everything that we've been through. I love how she dancing, got me feeling for you. You say that you love me, I don't know if it's true. When I go to sleep, all I ever see is you. I can be your savior, everything that we've been through. She shouldn't have to ask, whatever she wants, I'll stay up till dawn, barbed wire on my arm. They won't see me fall, they won't see me fall. I don't care at all, I'm a young rock star. Living in the dark, living in the dark. Lean to the God, we've been going hard. Ever since you called, I don't have a heart. I want to let you off from me, I can get it free. I can be your savior, everything that we've been through. Okay. This is gonna be an upgrade for sure.
Bitch, I'm in the clouds, you can see me broad day. If you call me up, I'ma get it where you stay. It's just a stone island, iced out, ain't no telling where I stay. If I'm gone tomorrow, let them know it's okay. Gucci on my pants, I got roses on my grave. Too many voices, I can hear what they say. It's just me, my team, blowing dreams, drifting themes, ain't no scheme. I can keep my voice around, cause I don't wanna talk to Pepsi. I don't wanna pay for shit, and I don't wanna die. Lingers all this shit for free, cause I gotta survive. I don't wanna pay for shit, and I don't wanna die. Lingers all this shit for free, cause I gotta survive. You're a star around my car. Slap the stupid up, love my squad, we are stars. Up on Jupiter, made it far across the bar. Make him stupid rush, I'm like Bart throwing darts at a stupid bus. You think you going, but lingoing stupid up. I make him loop it up, packs go round like nuclear. See, I don't wanna pay for shit, and I don't wanna die. Yeah, Link gets all this shit for free, cause I gotta survive, bitch. Stars run my car, slap the stupid up.
So, I know I've dropped so many decent shields. Is this a good shield? What's over here? No, it's not that good. Okay, maybe they weren't that good. I still have a white shield.
Yeah, you have the one that you got on like the fucking beach, man.
Yeah.
It's literally, it's got 9 armor. Jeez. But it's got good slots.
Red.
But I don't know what you use.
Yeah, we're gonna upgrade to this other white one. Did it not let me pick it up? Of course it didn't. Okay. We're getting rid of this. I just got this upgrade. This chest piece. I did have only 2 socket chest piece, so that was definitely an upgrade. And now I can get rid of that. Alright, and then we're gonna take this shield, and because it's like a little bit better at least. And then let's take this, and we'll boop that there, and we'll boop that there.
Booping it all up now.
Yeah. Got all our boops in. Now we can get rid of that boop.
Whoop whoop.
Alright. Go. Go. Ugh. That hurts like a motherfucker. Love to see you in bed, bitch. Alright. Okay. Okay. That's better. I gotta, you know what? I'm gonna set an alarm. Because I'm gonna lose track of time. So we're gonna set an alarm for 2:30 and then I'll start getting dressed around that time. Give me 2 hours of playtime. I thought this was gonna be a dungeon. Thought I was fighting things. What's going on in here? Ain't nothing to fight. Alright, there's nothing to fight. Why is there just... Oh, just go in this room. Here's a door to go into a room that has nothing in it. No enemies, no chest, no way out. Why is that room there? That's an unnecessary room. They're just to waste my time. Oh. This room. This room right here. Oh, there's a pot. There's a pot with nothing in it.
Oh, this
room is fully wasting my time.
I was afraid you meant like a real room. Because I knew you were wrong, but I just didn't know how. But
how was I wrong? I wasn't wrong. This room is a waste of time. is the right answer. Get how effortlessly I murder shit.
Like a boss.
You go down so easily. And like, I died a bunch of times before I went to bed yesterday, but that was only because like, I found myself stuck and kept respawning me in this one spot where there was like 8 fucking yellow guys. Yeah. So I had to fucking portal out of there because I'm like, this is some bullshit, actually. Alright. Where are we going? Oh wait, I see a waypoint in this direction. So we must be going over here. All 3 of you. What are you doing? What? I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Don't do it. Y'all need to stop it. Fucking troublemakers. And the thing that I love about this spell is it doesn't matter what direction I'm shooting it in, because it's gonna fucking, like, it's gonna lock in on the enemy and go fuck them up either way, even if I'm facing the whole wrong way while I'm shooting. Which I be doing sometimes, because you get caught up in the chaos, you don't realize what you're facing. Highly recommend to anyone playing PoE for the first time. You know, Ranger or whatever the fuck they called themselves here was pretty fun. But like, I think Witch probably just as good. Maybe better with all the fucking minions you get. Cause like, the thing I like that I like was hesitant to give up, aside from like the toxic rain, was the little ballista, the things, you know, that you set down that shoot the fucking arrows. And the minions are just as good as that. Although I'm wondering if all this shit that's on my screen is what keeps crashing my game. Link, why do you look like that? Fix your face. Alright, this is the way I want to go. This is a dead end. This also dead end. But it is. I'm gonna stop killing shit and just start running around. Shit can't kill me anyway. I'm too bad of a bitch. What is the OY PPNO dollar? And keep that in. I just want to like pull the whole dungeon and see and like stop and see if they murder me or if I could survive.
If they actually hit you, you're fucking dead. But if they don't hit you, you'll probably be fine.
There's another waste of a room. Bless you. Oh. Temple level 2 is downstairs. Okay. Alright, zombies. Go. So another thing I read said that Robert Downey Jr. is gonna be Victor Von Doom or whatever on the Tony Stark documentary.
Different Robert. They might have said Robert.
Huh?
Someone might have leaked it by saying Robert. People were like, Marvel, Robert Downey Jr.
What do you mean? They announced it.
Well, how is there a fucking thing that could be
I don't know, but they literally announced it at the fucking convention. Like, they had him take off the mask and, like, introduce himself and everything. Like,
the Robert Pattinson
it's definitely Robert.
Clearly unfounded then. That's all I'm saying. Like, if they're both rumors, but then stop.
I don't know where Robert Pattinson came from in the first place. I know that, like, because I watched the video of them announcing Robert Downey Jr. And, like, so they're up on stage at, like, Comic-Con or wherever. And, like, he's wearing a mask and they're announcing him. And, like, I just heard some guy in the crowd, like, speculating who it was gonna be. He's like, it's Jared Leto! And, like, Robert Downey Jr. took off the mask. Not Jared Leto. I didn't hear any rumors about Robert Pattinson. To be fair, I didn't hear anything about it until yesterday, so I didn't even know all this was going on.
I thought you just said.
No! When did I say Robert Pattinson?
5 minutes ago, like 3 minutes ago.
No, I said Robert Downey
There's
Jr.
what you said. There was another rumor about Robert Pattinson playing Doctor Doom.
He didn't say that. Are you tripping?
Maybe.
He's definitely tripping. No, I didn't say anything about Robert Pattinson. I was saying, like, that I was reading something that said, like, Robert Downey Jr. was going to be Victor Von Doom, not the Tony Stark Doctor Doom. What? Okay, in the Marvel multiverse, there is a world where Tony Stark is Doctor Doom.
Yeah, no.
But he's not playing the Tony Stark Doctor Doom. He's just playing Doctor Doom.
If it's Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom, it's Tony Stark Doctor Doom.
They're saying it's not, though.
I don't know, this just make... It's either really retarded, or it's being reported in a retarded way. My guess is that it's just retarded, because the Marvel's been retarded for a while.
Well, if you think about it, like, Chris Evans was the Flame guy in Fantastic Four.
That wasn't
the
MCU.
fucking Torch guy. Huh? It wasn't?
No. That was in 2004. It was when Sony had the rights to Fantastic Four. Just like how Sony has... Maybe it wasn't Sony, but... Like how Sony has had the rights to Spider-Man for 20 years. Like Spider-Man, the first two, like Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, aren't MCU. Even though Andrew Garfield was coming out during the times of the MCU.
I don't know. All I know is people are really disappointed that Cillian Murphy isn't.
Why Cillian Murphy?
I have no idea. I personally am not disappointed because I like Robert Downey Jr. and I like seeing him in Marvel movies. So doesn't really bother me none.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is like it probably market tested really well. Even though it's really dumb. Like that's how MCU's been going for a while, is like a market testing stuff. And then when it actually gets to market, it fucking fails. Because you've done market research. The people who actually respond to market testing, they're weirdos, man. They're not the average person.
That's true.
Like, normal real people do not fucking deal with that shit at all.
So what are you saying? I'm a fucking weirdo? Fuck, man.
Yes, 100%.
Fuck you too. Can't wait to see how fucking mad you get.
Thing is, it doesn't matter how mad I get, because I'm just not gonna watch it. So I don't care.
You're not gonna watch it, really? Yeah, you are.
If Robert Downey Jr. is Doctor Doom in the new one, I'm not watching.
Well, he definitely is.
I'm not watching it. Even though I like Pedro Pascal and Eben Moss Backrack.
See, I think you're just being cranky, and
especially if it's not like, if it makes sense if he's Tony Stark from a different universe who got like fucked up with the Spider-Man multiverse shit, and he's like somehow in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but he's evil Iron Man, which is the comic like Doctor Doom is a genius level, like so Doctor Doom. My first guess as to who else has been Doctor Doom is Reed Richards, who is Mr. Fantastic, because that was like the first one, which makes some sense, but they haven't done Mr. Fantastic yet, so you can't really subvert the trope until you've done the trope, because they're both seen as like the smartest guys. Reed Richards is the smartest guy in the world, and Victor Von Doom is like either smartest or second smartest. Like Reed Richards is the smartest good guy. Doctor Doom is the smartest bad guy. And like, what if Reed Richards could easily be Doctor Doom? What if the things that Doctor Doom does, Mr. Fantastic could do, Reed Richards could do. Now Iron Man, pretty smart dude. He's like genius level intellect, probably top 10 smartest characters in Marvel. Is he Reed Richards, Doctor Doom smart? No, but he's not far off it. But Doom's thing is that like he's got technology and he's got magic. Thing about Doom is that he's fucking magic, man, and he's also a king. Like, the reason why I said Rami Malek is because he could play that role. The sad part is he played that role in the latest Bond movie, and that Bond movie fucking bombed. Like, dead ass. Like, he actually played Doctor Doom. He had a fucking scarred face. He wore a mask. He played Doctor Doom in the last Bond movie. But that Bond movie wasn't. And he even like had an adopted daughter. Like, it was actually Doctor Doom. The more I think about it, I'm like, that was Doctor Doom. That's crazy. So and he's also like ethnically ambiguous. He's like not white. Like, he's European, but he could also be.
I thought he was like Middle Eastern.
I
thought he was like Middle Eastern.
Rami Malek or Doctor Doom?
Rami Malek.
Rami Malek's half Egyptian. So
Yeah, close enough.
So that's African. Egypt is in Africa. But, you know, it's the same thing.
Yeah, basically.
But the point isn't the point that he's fucking Egyptian. It's that he's like ethnically ambiguous. He's got that Henry look about him. You could look at him and be like, I don't know what nationality he is, but he's foreign. But he doesn't. I don't know what kind of foreign. Doctor Doom is from some Transylvania place. Home place. Where's he from? Home country. Latveria. And like, he's the king of this place. Where's it supposed to be? Basically, yeah, right in the middle of Eastern Europe. But you
They
just
didn't confirm, though, whether or not Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom is going to be Tony Stark Doctor Doom or just the regular Doctor Doom. That was just speculation on the part of some fucking media outlet. Not necessarily that it was confirmed.
I know what you're saying. But you can't have, like, if this is a cinematic universe, you can't just bring the most famous character back with a different name. Like, it can be a different character, but like, even if you go to a different universe, Tony Stark is still Tony Stark. He may not be Iron Man, he may become Doctor Doom instead, but he's still Tony Stark. It's like a Digimon. He could digivolve into Iron Man or he could digivolve into Doctor Doom, but he's still base Tony Stark.
Where the hell is the Ebony Barrack?
That's the barracks where you just came from. That's how you got in here.
Why is it telling me to travel there?
Probably because you need to kill Gravicus. Or go to the Imperial Gardens. Or go to the docks.
I was never at the barracks.
Well, it's the Battlefront. My bad.
So what, am I going to the left this time?
That's a dock.
Hmm?
You got the talc from the chick, right? From Diallo.
The what? I don't know what I have. A decanter, I have a bust. I have
Did you talk
another bust.
Did you talk to the chick at the end of Solaris Level 2?
That Hogo, she was over here. Yeah, this bitch.
Yeah. What'd she tell you to do? Dometic sulfite.
I don't know, man. She just called me a
Alright.
cockroach.
She says not a cockroach.
Oh.
it's the exact opposite of that. Oh. You need to go to the docks to get something and then bring it to her. And then, so you need to go back to the Battlefront. Go to.
I saw the docks when I was there.
Then
I didn't go
get
that
something. Go hand it to her. Then she gives you some shit so you can burn the roots of the sewers.
I don't have. Where my boys at? There's a dead motherfucker right here. Why can't I raise him? It's bullshit when your little motherfucker just. Like, I know they didn't die. Teleporting too many places and they just fucking leave. Rude. It's fucking rude. Alright, I'm pretty sure the door was up. Right. Oh man, I can't wait till all my nerves are tired of the weird electrical field. Alright, what am I doing? Post them thing. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Let me just go ahead and get on out of there. Giant mana flask. That I could probably use. Giant grand. 250. 17. Alright. Alright. Are you reading about the fucking Dr. Doom shit?
Yeah. No, apparently they specifically said it's not Tony Stark. It is fucking Victor Von Doom.
Oh, they did confirm it?
That's what this is reporting.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I saw reported as well, but, like, I think Marvel did it. These. Oh, look at this shield. Versus this shield. Them sockets is attached. But I don't think I need them to be. So, you know what? This is gonna be a lot better. What the fuck did I just do? Sorry. You know what? Boom. And boom.
It's a fake movie.
Why you giggling? What?
Oh, someone just
Why are you giggling?
Someone just posted like a comment saying, "Why are you mad posting comments about a fake movie?" But he's posting like that comment, and it's on like an article about the supposedly real movie.
Yeah.
Like I don't. That's what the like levels of what the fuck.
Yeah, people kind of dumb. Found a waypoint. Did it all by myself.
Yeah. This is the dumbest thing I've ever read.
Surely it's not, but maybe it feels like that in the but colossal life flask. Yes, please.
I can't believe this. It is real.
Where did colossal life? You go there. And then you go there. Just
Okay. That's a half-assed theory, but actually, once I think about it twice, it's the dumbest thing I've ever read as well.
What?
This guy's like, this reveal is a fake out. So when the leaks happen, because he's on the set of the new Marvel movie, people be like, "Well, it's because he's Doctor Doom," instead of being revived as Iron Man. But you're using like a dumb thing to cover up a dumb thing. Like it's like, it's like, oh, that's pretty smart. Because there will be leaks if he's on the set of the new Marvel film. And obviously, if they didn't say he's Doctor Doom, it's obviously Iron Man coming back. Then I was gonna be, oh, it's Doctor Doom. But that's stupider than just. Man. For like 30 seconds, I was like, alright, there's some copium. And then it was like, no, that cope is fucking stupider than. Fuck, man.
Are you mad? Mad.
Why am I mad?
Yeah.
Because I actually care about Marvel. Like, I've been a Marvel fanboy for 20 plus years.
Well, give it a chance. You might like it. I mean, you got through Black Captain America, so it should be fine.
Why can't Captain America be black?
I didn't say he couldn't, but he's black. Not me. Say that.
That to be fair, I haven't watched any Black Captain America. I haven't watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I haven't watched the shows where he's black. But he was black at the end of Endgame.
I mean, I personally wouldn't be in a government that enslaved my. But
What?
What?
You literally cut out. I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, I just said I personally wouldn't be repping a government that enslaved, you know, America, I guess. Here's the thing, also. I think it's just a little bit racist making a black Captain America. And you might think, oh, representation. Representation is great. How about letting them represent not the worst fucking Avenger? Like, they're like, nobody likes Captain America. We'll give it to black people. Like, racist. Racist as fuck. Nobody likes Captain America.
But he doesn't play Steve Rogers, Captain America. Like,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody likes Captain America. Like, fucking.
that's actually what that's what the like Captain America show where there's Black Captain America is, because there's a white Captain America and he's a piece of shit, and he's like every American like he's like the fascist Captain America, and not the Nazi kind, just the American kind.
So they think having a black Captain America is going to make America great again, or what?
You already know what I think, because the answer to that is...
What? Do I?
What the fuck?
Oh, area for nothing. What am I doing? I'm getting so distracted by Black Captain America and what I'm supposed to be doing. Should have made the Hulk black.
He's red.
Hmm?
He's red.
Thought he was green. The fuck?
Red Hulk is the ultimate Hulk.
Som ett barn brukade jag leka väldigt mycket med eld. Var lite av en pyroman.
Oh shit. What is happening right now? I'm getting my face raw. Oh. Go. Alright, well they could have made literally anybody but they could have made literally anybody.
Could have been who? Literally anyone could have been who?
No, I just said they could have literally made anyone.
Or can't be. Keep cutting now.
Why can't I don't understand why you can't. What the fuck? Can you hear me better now?
Try and say what you were saying.
I was saying they could have, like, made literally anyone but Captain America black. Like, I just think it was a shitty choice.
Bro, they're using RDJ again for Doctor Doom, and you said you like it.
That's because I like Robert Downey Jr.
Oh man. They could have used that anyone. Doctor Doom, and they had Captain America had two sidekicks, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and they have a show where they're like both Captain America, like they're fighting. There's another Captain.
We all know that less people are gonna watch. Like, people already aren't happy that they're replacing Iron Man with someone else, like, eventually. And, like, the thing is, I think a lot of people watched the movies for Robert Downey Jr. And now he'll retain that audience because he's still in it. Wait, where am I going? Am I going to the battlefront? Is that where I'm supposed to be right now?
Did you pick that? Did you pick the thing up? Yeah.
What thing? This thing?
Yeah. Now it's a yeah. Portal, teleport to the Solaris Temple 2 and talk to the chick again.
How do I teleport to the temple? Oh wait, never mind.
Teleport to the town and you use the waypoint.
Yeah, I figured that out. Dude, look at all the tabs you have open. Jesus Christ.
That's not even half of my power. I cleaned it up.
Half of it's just Utopia.
4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 27, 28%.
You got problems.
You're just jealous. You don't have to fix it. You're just jealous.
You know I can open tabs on my tablet, right? You know that my browser works the same way as on PC, right?
Yeah, but it slows down your tablet and ruins its battery because the tablet is not better. It already has a planned obsolescence battery life death.
Dude, this fucking tablet better last a long time because this is fucking, like, a lot of money.
How old is it now?
Like, I have a...
2 years old. 2.5 years old.
It's like 3 years old. Probably.
It has lost a lot
Got it.
in technological terms.
It hasn't lasted fucking $1,500 worth of time, in my opinion. So it better fucking work for at least like a good 6 or 7 more years.
Pretty sure that's what I told you. Get fucking tablet.
So I don't have anywhere to put a computer right now. And I, like, it's portable. Like, I fucking take it everywhere and use it a lot. I use it for work. I use it when I go over my mom's. I'm using it right now.
Yeah. That's what the rest of us have a phone for.
Fuck. I'm using my phone to talk to you. I'm watching you on my tablet. I'm not going to be able to hear you and watch you at the same time on my phone.
But if you had a computer, you could.
Oh, shut up. If I had a computer, it'd still be a pain in the ass. My computer wouldn't be in the same room. Well, it might be in the same room as my PlayStation, but I'm not going to sit at my fucking computer to play my PlayStation.
You'd obviously live on the ways though.
I'm not gonna play Path of Exile on my computer. I have a PlayStation.
Just use your control on PC.
Nah, that's peasant shit.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, and
You think your PlayStation is more powerful than my PC?
well, I'm trying to remember how many times my PlayStation has took a shit on me and I needed to go buy parts for it.
How many times? I had 2 PlayStations. They both died in 6 months.
Whose fault is that? That's not the PlayStation's fault. If a motherfucker believed in surge protectors, you wouldn't have that issue. No, they weren't protecting very good, were they? I'm just saying, I'm still on my first PS4. So, you know. Alright, I traveled back here. Where did I travel to the wrong spot?
You go to level 2 or level 1.
Because you're already at the in this destination when I click on level 2.
And you're there. She should be like right there. She's right next to the waypoint.
I don't have to do anything with her.
You have to talk to her. You have to give her the little medic thing.
I talked to her, like...
Alright, did she give you towel?
I have that.
Alright, now you go to the sewers.
Where the fuck are the sewers?
You had to go through the grate to get to the sewers. There's a waypoint.
Is it in the marketplace?
There's a waypoint for the sewers.
Oh wait, there it is. Okay. Shut up. Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
The DPS shit looks awesome. I might disconnect this and look at what's going on. How is this guy not bad? damage card.
Alright, I'm back. To hear me struggling, I decided to put on pants. I'm already up. Might as well just get dressed now. And that way, I can play pretty much up until I leave. Where's my fucking t-shirt? Oh, come on. I don't want to fucking have to look for another shirt to wear. I just want to wear the same motherfucking shirt I've been wearing for like 3 days. Oh my god. Dude, I love this backpack. It's so fucking cute. Ochita. I'm gonna look so fucking cute tomorrow. Wear my Pac-Man dress, and then I have my backpack, and I'm gonna look all ready for back. These leggings are comfortable. Fuck. I was so worried, dude. I looked at so many pairs of black leggings on Amazon for days, and I looked at all the reviews because, like, I wear, like, one specific brand of leggings, which is called Pop Fit, sponsor me. And they're, like, it's one of those, like, recurring services. You pay a monthly fee and they send you a pair of leggings like every month, and the monthly fee is like $30 or $35 or something like that, and you get like one pair of leggings, I think. Or you could go on PopFit and just like buy them yourself without the subscription, and they're like $45 fucking dollars. Like, they're expensive as shit. And I needed like at least 2 pairs of pants. And, you know, I just wear black pants every fucking day. So that's what matches everything I wear. But I wasn't about to shell out $45 for some PopFit leggings. So I found these on Amazon. And I think, how much did I spend? I feel like I spent like $25, $30 at most for 2 pairs. And they're not the same as PopFit. They're not, like, they claim to be made out of the same material, but like, which is just like a spandex polyester blend or something. But the ratio is off. So these are much softer. Whereas the other ones are more of like a swimsuit material, like the kind of like moisture wicking, fast drying kind of fabric. Whereas these aren't going to dry as fast if you get them wet, but that's okay, because like, how often am I just getting wet? I don't know if people can see my butt in these when I bend over. I haven't really squat tested them, but I'm usually wearing shirts or dresses that cover my butt anyway, so it shouldn't matter that much. These definitely aren't as thick, which actually I kind of like, because in the summertime it can get hot in the leggings that I'm used to wearing. These actually feel a little bit nicer. And they have pockets that are, like, my biggest thing was the pockets. I'm not big on the pockets in dresses. The pockets in these pants, it's very hard to find leggings with a pocket that's big enough to hold my phone without it falling out of my pocket when I sit down every time. And so, like, Torrid leggings, that's the other place I buy leggings from. They either don't have pockets or they have tiny pockets. These pockets are just as big as PopFit ones. And that's why I like the PopFit ones, like, the best, because they had the biggest pockets. And they were, like, on the side of your leg, not, like, in the front by your stomach area. So they're better. I know you probably don't care. I don't know why I'm fucking babbing about this right now, but I am, so deal with it, I guess.
Yes.
So what are those tarot card looking things for? Huh?
Echo dividend.
You hand him any good items? Oh, I got the blockage open. Is that what I'm here for?
Yep.
I think that's what I'm here for. Alright, let's go. Another crafting recipe. There's the ebony barracks. Picky, why are you looking like that? Come here, baby. Come on, big boy. Come on, big boy. Don't go long. Got the waypoint, and I found a tent. I'm gonna go camp in this tent. I did not mean to pick that up. Where is the general? Do I proceed to the gardens for him?
He's on the stairs.
Oh. Well, fuck. I went into the garden. That was my second thought. I was like, I didn't go up those stairs. Maybe he was up there. I'm tired of running around my fucking spot, though. And that's the way I came. I think, maybe. I don't know. I'm having chest pains. What the fuck? What you say? Don't. So long. Alright. Go, minions. Smell like big weed in here. Motherfucker's smoking for sure. I thought you said he was up here.
It's like on the stairs.
On the stairs?
He's like on the second set of stairs. Going up the stairs. If you go up there. He's in the middle, up the stairs. To left, left.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get my ass beat so hard right now. See, that sucks, because, like, I can't use all minions killed to raise minions for myself. They're just, like, disappeared. The fuck? Fuck off. I'm out of health. Okay. Alright. Did it. How am I raising minions out of nothing now? That doesn't make sense. What the fuck? Consumes a corpse. Temporarily empowers the minion. Swiftness. You can do it.
Oh no, actually.
For your turn. You can't.
They have like multiple fucking bad things. Like I can't leech from them, so I can't life steal or mana steal. And they also have a shield equal to 40% of their life that regenerates every time they stop taking damage for 3 seconds. So it's actually like possible. Like they constantly do damage, but I can't lifesteal, so I'm actually slowly gonna run out of potions. There goes my potions. Just teleport me out of here. Just get the fuck out of here. What could I possibly do to make this not suffer? Absolute suffering. Whatever. Literally whatever. Let's just wrap this up. Good news I have no experience.
Why can't I use this? Oh, there's something in my fucking hand. So tired of shit being in my fucking hand. Why is it even in my hand? It should be right there. Fucker. Alright. You know, I don't technically have to leave at 2:30. It depends. My mom said she's gonna text me when she's heading back home. And she hasn't texted me yet. She said she hoped home around 3. But she's gonna be all the way in Monroeville, which is like near where I work. Probably gonna take her a while to get home. I really don't feel like going anywhere, but I need to get my shit. Turn all the firestorm. Flaming bolts rain down over the target area. That sounds good. Do I want Ray's Spectre? Like, that's just another minion. Wait, summon Reaper. Summons a powerful Reaper, which you variety of slashing area attacks. The Reaper's presence weakens your other minions, and it will consume them temporarily on power and heal itself. Using a skill while the Reaper is already summoned causes it to dash to the targeted location and perform powerful attacks. Feels chaos. Ugh, I don't know why. It's probably either gonna be Summon Reaper or Firestorm.
Spoiler, Ray Spectre is one of the best minion skills in the game. It's pretty much one of the only ones that's played.
What is?
Ray Spectre.
Ray Spectre? Wait. Is that? Oh wait, that was on here, yeah. Wait. I'm not sure why Ray Spectre would be better than Summon Reaper, though.
Because it takes a little bit more skill and selection, so that might be the spoiler part, but you take an enemy that's strong and you make it yours. So there's two in the Solaris Temple that are really strong, and then they become your minions.
Yeah, but not forever.
Yeah, forever. They're actually more. They're actually immortal minions. They can't die.
The Spectres?
They're ghosts. Powers of ghost life.
And they'll just follow me around forever?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah. Well, is it like a thing where once I use it, I can't fucking use it again, or?
When you use it, it replaces the first one. So if you have, how many specters can you summon to begin with?
5.
So
wait, what do you mean?
How many?
I can summon 5 zombies.
How many specters can you summon? It says on the job.
It doesn't say.
Well then, one. Right, the maximum one raise spectre. So that's level 1. So go to Solaris Temple and raise one of the big fuck off guys. Or a Colossus.
How does it know which one to raise? Does it let you target it? or-
Yeah, it comes up with a little thing on the ground that you can target. Put it on the corpse. Like, you know, to those.
I don't even know what court I'm going for. What? The fuck did I say? Like, I didn't... I'm so tired of accidentally picking up shit. Alright. Be there. Alright. Where am I going? Back to the temple. I'm so tired of motherfuckers just standing on the waypoint all day.
You don't have to go, you don't have to click on it, just run past it.
You can just run past it.
As long as it glows blue when you go near it, it's effective.
Yeah, but I wanted to click on it to teleport somewhere. Tired of getting the view profile option when I'm teleport. Enemy barracks. Explore. Alright, I'm going back to the Explorer's Temple and raising somebody. What are we mathing over here? You doing Utopia stuff right now? No. Do I want to raise a Flame Sentinel, or am I going for something bigger?
The Auric Colossus in that temple. It's like a statue that like comes to life when you're near it. What was that called?
Huh? What was what called?
One of the statues like came to life.
This is the Full heart seal.
Yeah, not bad.
This is the infernal seal.
When you run past one of the like one of the statues that resurrects, like that awakens.
One of these guys?
There's heaps. There are
Not this
doors.
guy? That's not a door. What am I doing? How do I open the chest from outside the room?
Gee, is one of your don't like seeing you spend time breaking gold pots is oh man.
I was trying to pick up the portal skull.
Yeah, but the portal skull came out from you popping the fucking like that's
Yeah, I know, but she was just attacking when I was trying to hit X to pick shit up. Is this the thing?
no. It's one of the statues. Just run around until like you'll see that he's like bigger than the rest of them. He's just fucking huge. Or I think the chick is also pretty good.
It's gonna be the last fucking corner that I search, right? Is it on level 2?
Hey guys, Gassy TV here with another Path of Exile video, and today I'm going to cover the different type of best specters that is in the current state of the league, 3.24 Necropolis, and I'm going to talk about which builds that are going to be using them that I have guides for, in what capacity, what they do, and what kind of support that you either will be using or could be using. Essentially, I'll try to cover as many aspects as possible and which specters are best for certain approaches to the game. A lot of people have been asking me, yo Gassy, what is the best specter?
This guy?
Gassy,
He looks big.
Gassy, what's the absolute best specter?
Name Art Colossus.
Best, I mean, there's only one best specter.
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
The differences are all depending on the state of budget characters in, what kind of build it is, are you using utility specters or damage dealing specters or So let's talk about some approaches to this. The list of specters is very simple. We're going to have a Warcaller, which is an anti-these things I've ever seen.
No.
And when we first encounter them, and that
Dude, it just raised a random.
You can raise a different one.
Allowing them
Like
to
you can use it again.
as early as soon as you get access to the Spectre Gem.
It'll,
You can level
like
new character,
if you hold
you
it,
get a Spectre
the
Gem.
hold the
You can equip and summon out your Moon Dancers, and they will completely obliterate the entire campaign. There are also fantastic specters to be used as a low-budget approach, where enemies aren't too grip risky in bad gear, if you will. The reason for this is also that we have a position with single target.
I think the chick one is actually better than
problem with the Moon Dancers is that there's going to be a
I don't see a
point where
shit.
they start to fall off, and that is because they do not cast or attack their spell. They are
Look at that big
triggering
motherfucking
this on a
spectral.
timer, and then they trigger it even more if they are actually moving. Which means modifiers to movement speed increases the amount of projectiles they shoot, which is really awkward. But this means that they are capped in how well you can scale them towards endgame, meaning that Moon Dancers are one of the craziest early game specters you can use. And most builds that will be using this is essentially any type of leveling build. Any build that uses utility specter can just smack these on early on instead of having buffing specters. Most prominently, we have builds such as the Streammancer uses. Now, what's really cool with the Streammancer is that in the build guide that I have posted on the PoE Vault, which looks like this, you have the availability in the PoE section, a little note about the current duration of the new All-Flame Spectre, Moon Dancers. Now, keep in mind again, it's only for this league. And this link here will provide you the setup, and in which case we're using greater volume, meaning damage, meaning speed, full penetration.
Alright, travel to the Lumaris Temple. Where is that? Is that not where I am?
One is obviously the minion speed, being the movement speed to help trigger them faster.
Okay, how do I get to the other temple?
Is the approach
you go through the sewers, come out the barracks, build an RS temple.
So Greater Volley is very important because of the extra projectiles, but the reason we use Greater Volley instead of GMP is because the projectiles themselves will then land in a clustered line, which allows them to do better single target damage, which is something they lack. Now, something else to add to this is that for the sake of clearing, we use faster projectiles for these guys. And the reason we use faster projectiles for the Moon Dancers is very simple. They have a wider range of where they're shooting. They're also casting mortars. These mortars will actually collide on ground, or if they collide with an enemy target. This is how they are not completely obliterated in terms of single target damage if you have faster projectiles. On the other hand, projectiles that might have landed next to the boss and done damage to the boss will now miss the boss and land further away and miss it entirely. That is why faster projectile turns into hypothermia or slower projectile when you're doing the endgame chemical bosses with Moon Dancers. The problem again is after the initial endgame, break your maps, first couple voidstones and whatnot, Moon Dancer starts to fall off, but you kind of want to switch away from them. So when it comes to the Streammancer build, when you move in from Moon Dancer specters into using utility specters, that is something I would do once I get what's called a minion helmet. That is a hypothermia, minion damage supported Elder Shaper helmet. That's the kind of position where I would go back to the build guide and look at the utility specters, and therefore just run with those instead. Now, what kind of specters?
How is this a colossal mana? Recovers 119 mana over 5 seconds.
The best setup for utility support.
Probably because it has
However,
reduced,
again, different
reduced amount.
choice of support specters depending on the build. So for the Streammancer, that would be a Primal Crush.
Is it worth it?
We will run a Spectral Leader that I'll be talking about in this video. We're also going to be running an Arena Master.
Not very often.
The fourth one will be a War Caller. That would be the list of specters I would deem to be the best for Streammancer specifically, as it is a golden build. If you're looking at builds like Bama, from Previ, for example, or many other generic builds like Poison SRS, for example, the best support specters would actually be in order of efficiency: Spectral Leader, Arena Master, War Caller, and Pain Sayer in that order. So that's kind of like the top choice of actual generic damage dealing specters, which will doesn't really care what kind of element of damage they're doing, it's just generic speed and efficiency that's coming to the table. So what exactly is then happening when it comes to the War Caller and the actual Spectral Leader? So I'm going to talk about this real quick, and that is first and foremost...
This bitch got a lot to say for somebody who didn't have an exclamation point over her head.
This is also something that is only available in the current state of the league in Necropolis through the All-Flame encounters, and these guys are giving Onslaught, which is 20% movement, attack, and cast speed to you and your minions in a radius. Pretty much full up time on this. That is what they are doing, which is worse than an Arena Master, which is doing that and gives 20% increased damage. That's why the Arena Master is prioritized over the Warcon. The other sport spectre I was talking about, which is basically one of the top choices, is a Spectral Leader. Now the Spectral Leader is very specific. They have a 80% uptime from a spell called the Speed Aura Atlas. This is a 0.7 cast time ability with a 10-second cooldown. And it gives literal 20% action speed, which is one of the craziest, most strong buff you can find in the entire game, with an 8-second duration. Now keep in
No. I just wanted to stash it. Dash. 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 There. Dash. Dash. Alright. That's how I like my inventory to look.
Did you finally hand in the bosses? Or did you just destroy them?
No, I must have, because they're not there. I thought I got the task for handing those in.
No. There's 3 in the sewers. I saw you had 2. Then you gotta talk to that guy and he gives you a skill point for it.
None of these things are things that I need handed. Well, where am I going now? The squares?
No, you went through the sewers and burned the thing. Did you get a waypoint in the next area?
Next area? What's the next area?
When you burnt the thing and you went through it, you should have ended up in the barracks. Did you just burn it? Yeah,
the Ebony Barracks?
Or the... Yeah, the Ebony Barracks.
Oh no, it's not on the map. Sewers is attached to the marketplace and the slums.
Marketplace? What's to the left?
Yeah.
What's the furthest waypoint you have to the left?
Oh, the Ebony Barracks.
Yeah.
And the Imperial Garden.
Yeah.
So I want to go to the Imperial Garden?
Well, you can't. You don't have the TP though, because I can see that you don't have the TP.
What do you mean? I don't. Don't?
You don't have the waypoint though.
No.
See how the blue isn't full? There's a blue in there, but yeah, it's not filled out because you don't have it. Once you learn, you probably get in 3 months
Yeah.
till the next league.
Basically, I think you have to.
Talking to you.
And that's why I'm like, I don't think you have ADHD because you know this. You just remember these things. Could also be all the fucking gummies I eat, though. Like, that's probably not helping my memory. I don't give a fuck. It's not been that long. It's been like... It's been within the last 3 years. Because the last time we got high together, I lived in this apartment. And I've lived here since, what, 2021?
I stopped being a stoner 5 years ago.
Well, stop being a stoner, but he didn't. He's still dabbling.
I don't think it's the one-off use that's fucking your memory up. It's the consistent use.
Huh? It's what? What's fucking my memory up? What?
I don't think one-off use is fucking your memory up.
Man, I'm confused right now. I don't know.
If you smoke weed once, that's not gonna kill you. Like, short-term memory.
Gummy. Why the fuck am I here? What was I looking for? Looking for a door. Looking for a way out of here. And I had the whole map filled out a minute ago. Come on. Just fuck off. You said what? Fuck. I had to kill that boss all over again. For no actual.
It's just that.
Yeah, well, he was in my way.
You don't.
He's in the way. Had to.
Some American ass shit. I had to kill him. Definitely did that.
No way. American ass shit. You motherfuckers kill a kangaroo movie, so I don't want to fucking hear it. You need to kill those kangaroos. So fake killing the kangaroos.
You know, killing a kangaroo is like killing a rabbit in Australia.
You don't kill rabbits. Fuck.
I don't, or like we don't.
We don't. I mean, we do, but not really. not at the level that we killed deer.
Yeah, well, it's like killing a deer. Fucking, it's actually more like killing a deer.
We still don't kill them for movies. Kill them for sustenance. And then the people that kill deer and don't.
Kill them for sport.
I don't believe in killing for sport.
Running around killing all those things for sport right in the game right now.
This is a video game. These are not real.
Yeah. But the fact that it's real makes it even more fun.
No. Murdering innocent creatures. Like, people who think that's fun are fucked in the head. Like straight up.
So, a new big indictment of the American people.
Yeah, I mean... So... When the fuck did I ever say I was proud to be an American? The fuck?
You just said that was some like American ass shit. At least we're not fucking Australian. So you were the one that was fucking standing America. So like you. Fuck.
Well, you called me an American. You made me have to stand America. So, fuck you.
I had America until some distant. And then I'm American.
When I was little, they made me stand on the steps of the public library and sing about how proud I am to be an American. There were all kind of people, like it was a big group of us, and then they invited everybody to take pictures. Really, did it. I stand public library.
Yeah, sure.
Where am I?
America.
Button I pressed is where I am. No, not America. I meant in the fucking. I know I'm in America. The fuck. Okay, what's the button I pressed to see what zone I'm in?
What? It's on your map.
The button I pressed. Oh. Arcane Chambers. I don't know that I'm supposed to be in here.
What is that?
I want to see this through now. Oh, what is this? Cobalt jewel? Why did it look so much prettier? It's just the blue. Just work. Where do I put it? Please? In my tree?
Yep. In your passive tree there are those slots. Knowing that the blue gem is called Cobalt gem. Do you want to take a stab at what the red and the green ones are?
Where do I put it? I don't see no spots to putting it in. Oh, your dog.
Most of them are on the edge of the map.
Here? Wait. 36. The edge of them. Where?
So there's one to like in that little circle. Okay. Where's your cursor?
Towards the left.
Okay. Bring it to the down right until you get to that R. Right.
Art?
Right down there.
This one? Life Mastery?
Yeah. See across from that to the right? There's like a weird shaped thing. Looks like a jewel socket.
Uh-huh.
That's where it goes.
Alright. Well, what? But how do I put it in there?
Now you go to your inventory.
No. Okay.
Minions deal 14% extra damage. Well done.
Cool. Well, I'm glad I saw that through then. Good reason to be in. Anything else in here? Oh. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh. Shit. Alright, I guess that means that's the end of this. No. Okay. Alright, wait. We see. Did I do anything with those or? Shut up, awful fight. I already went in here. Now it's just I just hear fucking heavy ass footsteps running all the time now. Because of this fucking specter. Loud as shit. Can't sneak up on shit. Calling ass motherfucker. Wait, did I? Oh, what about this big boy? I raised him. Is he more powerful? Big boy. Looked like his body motherfucking disappeared, so maybe I can't. There's the waypoint. And level 2. I'm gonna put my phone. Bitch. My mom's like, they stopped to get food on their way home. Like, the fuck am I coming over for if you're not gonna feed me? You just ate. The fuck? The fuck? What kind of parenting is this shit? I'm gonna have to eat before I leave. Mad. Actually so mad right now. I'd have fucking ate. I would've fucking ate already. It really is, because like, I'm coming over at dinner time and you just ate. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is that? Oh, I'm so fucking mad. I'm about to go pick my shit up and come right back home and be like, fuck, stay without me. Be playing video games and not eating. And now I'm gonna have to go sit and fucking watch Judge Judy without a meal in me? What the fuck? I ate a gummy too, specifically so I'd be hungry. Oh fuck. So rude. Go pick up food on the way there and fucking eat it. Go get some butter chicken and be like, fuck you. You never take me to get Indian food because you're fucking boring ass white people. Always want to order pizza and shit. Cheeseburgers. Fucking sick of pizza and cheeseburgers. Huh?
Tell us how you really feel.
Fucking, like, pizza and cheeseburgers. Like, oh, those fucking burgers are so American. Like, I fucking, like, don't even like burgers that much.
Burgers.
Like, burgers. Don't make fun of the way I say burgers, motherfucker.
Burgers.
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 Like, you want me to say it like you said burger? How you say it? You don't even say ours. Fuck.
Burger.
Burger. Burger. Fucking. Fucking burgers. Fucking hate burgers. Man, I really am about the And I know damn well that's what she got. Burger. Fucking nasty. I had to see how much money I have. Food. I ain't going now. I mean, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get my stuff. I ain't in a hurry to leave the fucking house now. Is that a sneeze? All these big ass chests here on Mountain Inn. I'm trying not to be mad for kinda My mom's house is boring as fuck. Half the entertainment value. What the fuck? I can't swim. I can't eat. Fucking. I'm just gonna have to watch fucking Judge Judy. My day. Huh? What? I could be sitting at home playing the bed, like chapping my ass right now. I'd rather be doing this.
Go there off the wood.
No, because I have to go. I'll go. I want to do it before I lose the motivation to do it. It's just once I get there, I'm gonna feel to just stay for a while. And it's like, if I want to stay for a while, you just fucking feed me, fuckers.
Maybe that's why they ate.
So they didn't have to feed me? That's rude. That's fucking rude. Because you know damn well I don't eat before I come. So she's gonna have to make me food anyway. She's like, I didn't know if you were staying or leaving right away. I'm like, when do I ever come over and not stay for dinner? Like, when does that ever happen? If she would have gave me a heads up this morning, like, she texted me at 10 a.m. to make sure I was fucking awake. Like, even though I didn't have to leave the house till 3 or later. But, like, she could have been like, we're gonna stop and fucking eat. So make sure you eat. Because she has done that before. Like, she has told me before, like, oh, we're not eating late or something. So, like, make sure you eat before you come over. And it's like that, okay. But she gave me a fucking heads up. It's just like, now I gotta fucking find something to eat before I leave. And it's like, and she expects me to leave, like, right now. I think that's more why I'm kind of pissed off. Like, she expects that I'm gonna leave right now. And, like, I'm not gonna eat time. Like, so it's like, she could have told me, and I could have ate, like, well before now. So I wasn't, like, having to hurry up and figure out what I'm gonna eat and then shout. Probably just stop somewhere and pick something up and eat on the way. That's kind of the position she put me in right now, because I don't really have that's not like that needs to be like thought out for like a couple hours first. I might have a pizza in there. I'm so fucking sick of pizza though. Like, I had a pizza yesterday. I had a pizza the day before yesterday. I think I might have had pizza the day before that. Yeah, I've had pizza like the last 3 days in a row. So fucking sick of
Don't
pizza.
give me shit about fucking pies, man. Yours bad.
I didn't give you shit about eating pie. I was the one that told you you gotta eat. Saying your pie. I mean, you do be eating the same 6 things in rotation, but still.
At least it's 6 things, not fucking one thing.
Listen, you ate pie for 3 days, and I ate pizza for 3 days. It's the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to say it's different, but it's not it's the same thing.
Different because I don't usually eat the same thing 3 days.
Oh, yeah. This is a one-off. It's never happened before.
Yeah. Minions. Alright, where am I gonna get food from though? Cause like, the nearest places are burgers. She's texting me, she's like, oh my god, I'll make you something. It's like, no, like, this is not the point. I don't want your food now. I want to go get something else that I actually want. But I really don't want to stop in the city and get Indian food. But I really want Indian food. Whatever. I could order from the place on McKnight. Do they have butter chicken? Because I really just want some butter chicken. Like, that's really just, I want butter chicken. Bad. No. Bro, do they? Wait, no. Because what kind of Indian place doesn't have butter chicken? Ooh, they got chicken 65. Whoa. That's expensive though. Yeah, they don't have butter chicken. Damn, that's the only Indian food place I can think of that's like not in the city though. And it's like on the way. I see the map. There's easily like 10 Indian food restaurants in the city, like where I want to go. And then like scrolling up on the map towards where my mom lives, it's like, okay. No, there's only like one on the way. The other ones they have flagged as Indian restaurants aren't even like actually Indian restaurants. Like one is Lebanese, one is fucking like from Myanmar, and then there's a Kebab King. I'm not sure what the fuck that really is. And a Mad Max. Like, Mad Max is not Indian. He's showing me Mad Max. I got my hopes up, making me think that there was going to be another one out towards her, but no, it's literally just, it's just that one. Wow. Okay. Well, you know what? If we're going to go to the city, we're going to go to All India. Because there's parking there. And they have best chicken. They're closed. They don't open until 5 o'clock. Man, why everything gotta be so difficult? I'm just fuck. Finally. Alright, I got the tower key. And the crafting rest. Nothing else. Okay. Travel to the Sarn encampment. But you need to settle your heavy ass down. Why is my Spectre a naked? Why is she nude? Why?
Is it made of that?
You need the armor. You can't just be fighting in the nude.
She's dead, so she's gonna have to meet them up again.
Wait. They're open until 2:30 and then they close from 2:30 to 5. That's fucked up. Fucked up. Yeah, that reminds me of the one time there's this Thai place that I used to love called Nikki's Thai Kitchen, which they've really gone fucking downhill, so you know, we not sponsored by them, but I went the one day. I was so excited. I was so fucking excited. I'm like, I'm gonna get some fucking curry. I'm gonna get some tomka soup. So fucking good. And got there and they were closed. It was just for lunch. Like, I had to come back. I had to find like 2 hours. I had to kill 2 fucking hours. Unfortunately, it's in the north side, so like there's shit to do in the north side, but the north side is good as fuck. So you want to like quickly find a bar or restaurant or something and get inside. And then once there, usually, you know, kind of nice, but outside is the hood. But yeah, I think they got shut down for a while because of, like, pest control issues, maybe. But I haven't been back since. Because it started becoming a thing where people would, like, skimp on their fucking, like, their curry or their rice. It's like the portions kept getting smaller and then the price kept going up. And so I stopped going to a lot of Thai places that only had, like, so fucking curry. They're all doing that shit. It's so hard to find a good curry place. Like, I've found good curry places and then it's like within a fucking few months they end up not being great. Except for, oh, what the fuck is the name of it? Is actually not in the city. It was one out in North Hills near where I used to fucking live. It was Rose something. Red Orchid, what it was called. I'm thinking of Rose Tea. That place sucks. That's nasty. Alright, where am I gonna get this from? I need to figure this out really quickly. Maybe I should just get food from Red Orchid. I don't need to get Indian. Thai food time. And that's actually on the way to my mom. So I may have accidentally stumbled on a good fucking idea. Yeah. Closed. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh wait, they're closed from 2:45. Maybe if I just hang out a little bit and then place the order and go get it around the clock. Probably do that. I'm not waiting until 5 to get Indian food, but I'll wait till 4 to get Thai food. And I can get boba. Ooh. Okay. I don't know that I want to order a whole big curry though. Like, I can just get a boba. Like, I don't need like a big heavy meal. Damn, curry's like $17 fucking now. And I don't need a curry. Wait, that one's only 15. Why is this like 17? Oh wait, but new curry new. Pumpkin curry does sound good. My mom, my mom texted me. I told her, I'm like, it's like I'm gonna get food on my way there. She's like, I'll refund you. Like, I don't think you realize I'm not about to just get like a dollar cheeseburger. Or there aren't any such thing as dollar cheese. Or like $3 cheese now, but my point is, I'm gonna be spending more than that. I'm not gonna spend a crazy amount though. Like, I just want, like, I definitely want a boba. My money is so out of order. So I hate when it's like this. This is why I don't like carrying cash. Half the reason I hate it is like people handing you bills facing the wrong way and shit, and it's like, I shove it in my wallet because I want to hurry up and get the fuck out of whatever store. I could have swore I had another 5 in here. A lot of ones. I have a lot more money than I had, actually. Pretty good. Okay. Hey, Colton. Hi, buddy. I'm really just on the menu. Like, I just go to the website. Oh, they're not accepting online orders, so I can't actually place my order until... That sucks. I mean, I didn't expect it would be ready right now, but I didn't want to have to, like, drive all the way to the restaurant to place the order. I was hoping I could... Or... Hello? They're not going to answer until 4 o'clock. Breaking down, getting the dinner stuff prepped. Alright. Other options. You get a Coke bowl from JJ Coke. Taiwanese and bubble tea sponsor me. Are they open right now? Closed. What? It says that they're closed every day but Sunday, and I don't think that this is true. Let me check Uber Eats, see what they think. The only problem is I can't place the order on Uber Eats. Like, I have to place it through a website or call because I only have cash on me right now. And I don't think you can choose, like, pay at the store, even if it is for fucking pickup. Maybe you can, I don't know. I wonder if they're just on vacation or something right now. Because even Uber Eats is saying not available until Sunday. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. This is the 3rd restaurant But like, I understand the whole closed for between lunch and dinner. Like, I get that. Restaurants do that. This one's just closed 6 days a week, and that didn't. Last time I checked, it wasn't like that. Fuck, man, they're only open 1 day a week. They can't afford to sponsor me. Oh, okay. What other options do we have? You know, let's just look at Uber Eats and see what they say is close to my mom's house. I could just not be difficult and get the chicken five from the Indian. I really wanted butter chicken. Indian. Riva Modern Indian. Where are you? 8 miles away. North Highland Avenue. Where is that at? No. That's in East Liberty. Alright. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. I really just want the Thai food now. Like, do I really want to sit here and wait till work? Probably gonna take me till 4 o'clock to find something else I'd rather have. Gotta be a different bitch. I want boba. Like, I just want some fucking. And it's like, there's so little parking in the city is one of the biggest things. Like, we have so many good places I could get that's not like too far out of the way. But it's like hard to find fucking parking. And paying in cash, so it's gonna take longer if I park illegally. Trying to think of like a boba place where I know I could find parking. And it was JJ Poke. Even though it's in the city and it's hard to find parking in that spot even, like I can usually find something to pull off for at least a couple fucking minutes. But fuck me. And then it's like, okay, so this Thai place that I was thinking of waiting till 4 to go to, they have boba. But their boba isn't as good as JJ Pope's boba. Because they just have the boba that's made out of, like, I don't know if it's fucking, I don't think it's tapioca. I think it's, like, fucking agara, whatever. I'm not really sure. But it's the chewy boba. I like the popping boba better. But not a lot of places that has it right now, other than JJ Poke, and they want to not be open in day for some fucking reason right now. Bubblebee Food and Tea. I've never heard of this place. It's 0.8 stars. This doesn't have actual food. These are donuts. Donuts and boba. I can't make a meal out of donuts and boba, and that's probably places. And this again, the pearls don't like anything special. Kung Fu Tea. That's more towards Pearl Hill. That's out of it. Ooh, that was so good though. Not good either. Just gonna have to, like, I'm gonna have to wait till.
How long do you reckon you've spent thinking about this food decision?
A while.
I think it's been like 45 minutes.
Has it really? Oh my god. Wait, when did my mom mean me? When did I tell her that? Like 30 minutes. It's not my fault. Like, I thought of 3 fucking places that I would like to get food from, and they're all closed. Who just fucking knows what place they want to eat at fucking as their 4th choice right off the bat? I don't know. Like, I didn't think that far ahead. I thought one of my first fucking 3 would be open.
I thought about the, like, defending it for like a second. It's not my fault! Like, instead of defending it, you just deflect it. Like, no.
It's not my fault though. Like, it's actually my mom's. Because, like, this is what I was saying, like, I could have had this figured the fuck out by now. But she would have just told me this morning, like, hey, before you come over. And, like, I knew she could just make me, but, like, I'll make her make something. She'd been out all day. She didn't want to cook. That's why she went out to eat in the first fucking place. Like, I'll, like, make her make me food. Plus, I don't want whatever the fuck she wants to make me, because it's always the same shit. You want a fucking cheeseburger? Like, no. You want noodles? No. I want either of those fucking things.
Alright, man. It's okay.
You want chicken fingers? No. Sticky chicken fingers.
It's alright.
I like those chicken
Fine,
feet.
it's okay, man. You don't
I want to treat myself. Damn it. It's been a hard couple weeks, and I'm going back to work tomorrow. I want, like, one nice meal.
Okay. Get something, man. I don't care. Pick something.
Planning on it. Just didn't know what.
I'm Alright. I've been sitting there fucking listening to you for fucking. Yeah, about what you're gonna get.
No? Fucking. I'm a yes. Fucking. Deal with it. Bringing in viewers. Fuck. People want to listen to this.
My viewers want to meet you, yeah?
Hmm?
My viewers are, you know, because you're new, yeah.
Yeah. I could go get takoyaki. No. I'm just gonna wait for, because it's already fucking 3:30. And that was my original point. I was like, I could wait till 4, or I could sit here till 4 trying to decide what the fuck I'm gonna get. Like, either way, I'm probably not leaving.
Yep.
I think we'll just fucking play the game. Fuck. I still haven't decided what I actually want to eat, though. Like, I know where I'm gonna order from. Broke it down, figured that out. I know for sure, 100% for sure, I'm getting a melon boba. That's not up for debate or discussion. That's happening. But I don't know what else I want. Either gonna be pumpkin curry or pumpkin soup and chicken satay. It's been a really long time since I've had soup's not that special. Alright, yeah, it's probably done. What the fuck is this here? Travel to the Imperial Garden. This is the Imperial Garden. travel there. Okay, unlock Scepter of God. There's wait. Forgot about this. Oh. Wait. Do I not... Can I not use mana when it's active? I don't understand what I just did. I broke myself. Fuck!
You have too,
What did I
you have
do?
too much reserve mana. You have 100%
How-
of your mana reserve.
Okay,
So
I
turn
did
off
that
one of
by,
yours.
like, casting
Yeah,
a
turn-
spell, though, and I don't know how to uncast it.
Just press it again. Or undo your gem. Let's just take the gem.
Alright, so we're not using that.
Can't use it. You just have to get some.
I don't feel like going through and finding out what else is making me have so much reserve mana and having to place that, so I was getting along just fine without that spell. Like, you just not do that.
Yes. Just died. It sucks.
Like, I don't really need more mana than there. Like, my shit regens so fast.
It's because one of yours is polarity. Reserving 10% of your mana regen.
Yeah. I like it. I need somebody over here. Says interact, begin. Oh, wait. Interact with this. Okay. Deploy a tower. Deploy a tower. What am I doing right?
Oh, it's cool Blight. It's funny because this tower depends. If it's a hold
How do I build a tower?
You hold L3 on it. And then a wheel will come up. There's 3 towers. The frost tower's usually the best one because it just gives you more time to kill it yourself.
What?
You might not be able to kill the place.
Huh? I gotta fight this shit. How would I not be able to kill this? Why are you already? I've and Sorry about that. Didn't know if you heard. And he just came home because he lost his cigarette or something.
Are you gonna go soon?
Huh?
Are you going soon?
I mean, probably why.
Because I need you to go off.
No, you can go. Like, I'll still be here. Like, I don't have to actually get off the phone until I get to my mom, so I can wait, or you can call me back, or whatever you.
Alright, I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Alright, I'm here. I fucking thought, you know what? It says to send the fucking this place I'm at, and I've been ascending. I'm like, I swear I've gone up like 6 or 7 fucking flights of stairs. I think I'm gonna give up. I ordered my food. I'm gonna fucking deal with this later. Never.
Oh, are you trying to ascend the... What? No, that's not...
What?
No.
What did I do? Was I supposed to do something? How many places?
I think that's just this.
Hmm? What?
You by yourself.
Yeah? Why?
Thought I heard you in the background.
I'm standing right next to TV right now. And like the giant guy is just like running around and roaring.
The Trials of Ascendancy, is that what you're talking about? Ascending?
In the upper scepter of God. Look at my shit. You see where I am? You see these stairs? I've been up like 8 flights just like it.
Have you gone through actual doorways?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like the
I was just
orange...
running up and down the same flight of steps. Like, if that's what you're saying.
Maybe.
No. Like, I've ran through tons and tons of mobs to get, like, unfilled parts of the map to get to fucking steps. Like, they're definitely different steps.
I don't know, man. It's pretty straightforward. You just go to the place you haven't been.
Yeah, but it's taking too long. And I've got places. Kitty, don't do it. Why they don't get them alone? You okay, Piggy?
Good news is when you get to that end of that, like when you ascend the tower, you actually get to the end of that. So you're at the end of Act 3. So that's exciting.
Just fucking. Did I? Okay. Fuck. Okay. I guess I should fucking start heading that way. I placed the order like 50 fucking minutes ago. And it's gonna take me like probably half an hour to get there.
Fair enough.
Though I mean curry can fit, like that's no big deal, but I don't nice melt in the boba before I get to drink it. I have 2 comments. Someone trying to pimp out their own shit. Why won't it let me see? What the fuck? Is it because I'm not broadcasting right this point? Is that why? No. Oh, what did they say? Because I can't see it.
Oh, it just said, hi, and then some dinosaur versions or shit.
Okay. Alright. Ending broadcast because yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's try really hard not to forget that I'm taking 279 and not 8. Alright, well, yeah, okay. I gotta get away from the door here. Come on, can you get away from the door? Yeah. I'm fucking tired. I shouldn't have shut the fucking door before I turned. I can't breathe in here. What's your favorite Marvel movie?
Like the MCU or Marvel?
The fact that you even know the difference. I mean, I don't know, dude. Whichever one has more, I don't know.
What is that? Is the original X-Men movies? And Spider-Man. Original Fantastic MCU stars. Avengers 1. Alright. First we're gonna see what's the best MCU movie. What's the best MCU movie?
I missed so much of that because the call dropped. What? I heard X-Men, and then I heard they're all pretty shit if you ask me, and then I heard like nothing in between.
They're all pretty shit.
You're such a Marvel fanboy, though. Why are you hating? Such a hater, though.
Yeah, I'm not like I was a fan before the MCU. I liked the X-Men Kalguur and Spider-Man Kalguur. Man, these are all aggressively good.
Huh?
My favorite MCU movie is probably Guardians of the Galaxy. One.
That was a good one.
Not that good. My favorite Marvel movie. Probably X-Men 2.
I didn't watch that many of the X-Men movies.
The X-Men First Class. X-Men First Class. The bad guy's like... The bad guy's Kevin Bacon. So it's like... It's not about the bad guy. In a way. Days of Future Past, First Class is pretty good story.
Which is the one that has Evan Peters? Evan Peters.
Days of Future Past.
I haven't actually seen that one, but I've seen like clips of it. Like, I would watch it. I just haven't. There's a lot of movies I would watch that I haven't watched. Man, it's so hard to want to fucking sit through a movie.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I'll like movie binge, and then I'll completely forget ever having watched a movie because I watched like so many movies in a fucking 2-day span or something. More often, I think I do when I'm sick too. Crack my back so fucking bad, dude. Alright. Fuck. Fuck, no. Like, I need to be over there. I need it in here. Somebody, please. Fuck, you know what? Alright, I'm just gonna try to put it down here. See, usually this lane goes in 2 directions, but every once in a while they'll shut it down for 1 direction. They fucking did it. I didn't know until I was already here. Fuck. Who was your favorite Batman?
Robert Pattinson. He's not the best, but they're not the best. It's not the best Batman movie, but he's the best Batman. You have to ask me what my favorite Batman movie is.
Hmm?
Saying that if you're gonna ask me what my favorite Batman movie is,
Why? Is it?
obviously
Yeah. I think that's a lot of people's favorite Batman movie.
That's Batman.
The one that had Bane in it, the one that like was filmed in Pittsburgh. Actually, like that one was. I felt like it was just really fucking long. It wasn't my favorite one. Yeah. I felt like the movie lasted way too long. It's like 3 hours or something though. I think it was 3 hours. Close to it. Yeah. That's probably true. More so than the movie, I like the edits of Bane, like talking about fiber, like voiceover thing, talking about strawberries, and I feel like I've probably sent you the video at some point in life, but I don't know.
Talking about fiber.
It's like look up fucking dubs of that, and it's like he's talking about like strawberries and fiber. Pretty sure if you just like type, or like if you go to YouTube and type something along those lines, you'll find it. Okay, I'm going to 279. I'm not getting on 28. Damn, why are there so many black cars all in a row on the fucking highway? That looks weird. Oh. Yeah, that was not my favorite Batman. And not everybody loved Batman Forever, but I fucking loved Batman Forever. That was my favorite fucking movie when I was a kid. And who did you think the best Joker was? Safe to assume it was a pleasure. No. What is this guy behind me? It's like a big truck with flashing lights. I'm like, did I fucking do something? What is this? Oh, it's a construction truck. Anyway. Sorry, who, what, is safe to assume right now?
Shit,